All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Best in Guild Talandre Championship Series for EU today. Holy gifted subs, yo mom, thanks for the 10 gifted right off the bat. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. I am Blue Squadron, your normal host, joined by my co-caster today, everybody's favorite EU content creator, Spid.
Yes, I mean, it's nice to be here. I think we're in the quarterfinals, right? I mean, it is heating up in the EU. And hey, first of all, before we get into it, happy birthday, Blue. Big day for you today, huh?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, there's nothing I'd rather be doing on my birthday than shoutcasting the EU tournament. Well, I can think of maybe one or two things, but you know what? I'm still having a great time. I have absolutely no complaints. I'm having a great time. Is this technically the quarterfinals or is this the semis?
No, semis will be next time, right?
Okay,
I mean,
so these are
today, yeah.
okay. So these are best of 3. Bro, I am literally like my tournament directors are on it. I'm over here like, oh god. Okay, so
round of 16 it says. Yeah, round of 16 is better. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. Round of 16 is the way that I was doing it. It's not the corners. Okay, yeah, okay. I was gonna say, like, wait a minute. I literally had to pull up the bracket. I'm like, are we really that far? No, we're not. Okay, thank God. I was like, these are best of 3 format? What's going on? No.
Oh, no, that'd be, we would go to like 4 a.m. if it was best of 3.
Oh, no, we would be here for a minute all day. It would be kind of crazy. Thanks for all the well wishes in chat, guys. Thanks so much. All right, let's take a look at our first match of the day. I'm a happy birthday boy, birthday man is what we're going to go with over here. Hand of Unity versus JustCrits. Goliath versus David over here. Hand of Unity, Obsidian server. Their country of origin, Egypt, is what they wrote on the forum. And so I hope that that's true, because that'd be pretty cool if true. Rank 1 in their alliance with Unleashed Greed and Visceral. Greed went down during the tournament, so sad face on that one. Visceral still in the tournament with them. Rank 1 on their server. Best in Guild T1 finish. They got second in the Best in Guild T1, and their chat PvP, finally people are forced to fight us over here, and they are up against JustCrits. Spin.
Yeah, JustCrits on the other side, facing off against, I think, the tournament favorite. And JustCrits are from the server Cascade. They're allied with Meinastrin, Waka Clan, and Lunarch. I think we're seeing 2 of those guilds later today too. So that's a pretty impressive alliance, to be honest. JustCrits, Meinastrin, and Lunarch still in the tournament. Their first strongest on their server, and 10 sieges won. So they've been around for a while, and their prediction is top 10, which I think they maybe get top 10 if they win today, right?
If they technically, if JustCrits wins, they're able to get there. Because right now it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 guilds left in the tournament, which I'll be honest with you is extremely impressive. With, I believe, the tournament started with something like 48 or 50 guilds in the tournament. So yeah, extremely impressive to make it this far. But fortunately for JustCrits, it helps that Soul Society, well, honestly, they had a bye in that first round and then got through Soul Society no problem, and now are facing one of the tournament favorites. So we'll see what happens here. Let's take a look over at Big Man for our first match of the day. It looks like JustCrits won. They chose to pick Hand of Unity ban. They chose to ban Malachar, Manticus, Pacolo, and Adentis. And it looks like we are going to Mmorpg for the first match of the day, which is pretty standard for Hand of Unity.
Yeah, it's pretty standard for Hand of Unity and EU in general, but Hand of Unity has a lot of experience here, so very ballsy for Crit to choose this map, to be honest. So, I mean, maybe they have some, a sleeve to play here, but they definitely need to come out and show really good dominance, or they're going to struggle against Hand of Unity.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. To see Hand of Unity's performance on the last match, and then, or in the last map where they played on Mmorpg, and then to pick it today is insane. Unless they think that they're going to win over here. Hand of Unity has already engaged JustCrits. Oh no, Spid, this is looking a little dire on the side of JustCrits. The first engage has gone off, and I'll be honest with you, I have not even seen a yellow health bar move.
Yeah, I mean, we see JustCrits is actually spawning now. They changed the spawn point to the spawn 3, and they're coming from the back line to see if they can catch them. But Hand of Unity is already moving up to the high ground. They're trying to use the hook, and oh my god, they're getting completely blasted on top of the hook. They're trying to come up from the hook, but Hand of Unity was ready. But we have a really good fight here upstairs, so hopefully, maybe JustCrits can make some plays here.
Yeah, we're hoping that they can, because there we go. We got a couple kills there for Babe right there, but JustCrits just getting massacred is more like it here. Maybe they could rely on a few more crits in our very first match of the day. It does look like it is, you know, let's be honest, Hand of Unity definitely heavily favored coming into this match here, because they got second in the Best in Guild T1 tournament, and people are saying they're one of the top seeded teams for this tournament. Cammy with a big spin on the left side of your screen right there. Absolutely ripping through the remainder of JustCrits. Is honestly, they are changing up their spawn. They're trying to attack from different angles. They're trying to come at the fight from different ways, but no matter which way they seem to attack Hand, these guys are seem invincible, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, JustCrits are continuously spawning from different points, which is really good to see. Usually guilds take a really long time to regroup and then try different spawn locations, but JustCrits is trying absolutely everything very early on. And again, we still have to wait for the time to tick down, and the fight can change, but Hand of Unity has really good control. They are, again, one of the favorites for this tournament. And not only that, they have insane amount of experience, especially on this map. So again, JustCrits coming, picking this map, it was really ballsy, but hopefully they can make some kind of plays here. We see the battles are happening absolutely everywhere on the map right now, Blue. You see on several different spawns, like JustCrits are spawning everywhere, making Hand of Unity try to decide where do they want to go. Do they want to keep their big Zerg at one place, or do they want to move around to fight the small battles?
Yeah, we are seeing 1s and 2s get picked up on the side of JustCrits. There you go, Hoka getting another one right there. So it's not completely one-sided, but it's certainly, you know, when your guild is getting shredded this hard, it does make it certainly difficult to perform over here. Kami and Calyx, the two Cordy crossbows on the side of Hand of Unity versus only one on the side of JustCrits. Now, obviously, I would not say that that is the only factor to consider here. It is Ash Fortune is the Cordy on the side of JustCrits, and I am looking all over the place for him, but he seems to be dying pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, around the point, there's a fight going on near the tents, and JustCrits is actually winning some of these fights here. You can see them getting some kills, but Hand of Unity is just really good at regrouping, making sure that they're playing together with the teams. I think their team play together is, I think it's the best of all. Like fighting Hand of Unity and seeing how they play together as a team. They've been around for a long time. They know each other. They know how they play, and the team play is just incredibly strong with Hand of Unity.
Yeah, absolutely. Nate Dogg over here struggling to get his way to the high ground right now with his static, doing what he can, but now starting to get focused down, gonna get blown away immediately right now. And I gotta say, yeah, we saw this in the Best in Guild T1 tournament out of Hand of Unity as well. These guys are very good at basically handling multi-pronged aggression. Their strategy for multi-pronged aggression is literally just to attack everyone with one side, wipe one side, then turn around and try to fight the other side. They want to hit you before you're ready to go. They want to hit you before you're set and ready to engage on this one, and that's exactly what they do. Roulette gets low over there, but does manage to ultimately come up with the kill. Relay in the middle of everything getting knocked down, and I still have not been able to find the Cordy spinner on behalf of JustCrits over here, because well, quite frankly, everybody it's kind of a slaughter down here. Poor JustCrits finding out why Morokai may not have been the best map to choose. I'll be honest with you, Hand of Unity was probably like, thank you. Thank you for choosing our best map here, because these guys are most comfortable. They pretty much always pick Morokai that I am aware of. I've seen them fight on Azrael, I think, in the Best in Guild T1 tournament a few times, but these guys really like Morokai.
Yeah, I mean, Hand of Unity, again, they were thankful for Orca, but I think they were ready for every single map. They put in so much time, they have so much experience. Since T1 tournament, they've just been wargaming and wargaming. That's what they do, right? So Hand of Unity overall, just really a lot of experience showing right now. They have the point, have good control on the point. They're probably going to get this pretty quickly. But Hand of Unity has been really good at also creating most of the metas. They've been early on when the T2 started with the Curse Bomb meta and then swapping the metas, and all the guilds have basically been following what Hand of Unity has been doing. So overall, like Hand of Unity with the experience they have and how good they are, like I'm over glazing right now, but I mean they are most likely going to the finals.
I mean, we'll see. They're gonna have to fight through the winner of our next match, which is gonna be Orca White versus Void. I think a lot of people favor Orca in that fight there. Orca, a long-standing guild in the Black Desert community, turned to a Throne and Liberty community when they ruined PvP in that game over there. So we'll see. Orca's been a very strong force so far in the tournament. I'm not sure if Orca is super confident in their ability to beat Hand of Unity, but it will be a best of 3. In the quarterfinals over there. You gave me a heart attack earlier when you said this was the quarterfinal. I was like, wait, did I miss something? What's going on right now? But it is not, because the EU, although it is a single elimination tournament, we are going to have a quarterfinals round. And I will tell you this, the EU is probably going to have an extra day to get all of the matches in. We'll probably host that on Tuesday of next week. And then we'll have a break on Wednesday, and then the grand finals for NA West will end up happening Thursday, and then the grand finals for EU will happen Friday, and the grand finals for NA East will conclude on Saturday of next week. So this tournament starting to heat up in a big way, but a lot of action still in front of us. It does look like, impressively enough, JustCrits did manage to get a cap off on the stone and managed to get up to 20% before Hand of Unity ultimately took it there. But obviously Hand of Unity still on top of this one. If we take a look at the leaderboards, you see San, Calyx, iCrash, Nap, Cryptos, Wagon, Roulette, Leonardo, all at the top of the leaderboards right here. If I scroll down, pretty much every single Hand of Unity DPS is over the top of JustCrits here. Hoka, Namka, Pricey, and Baby, the top DPS on behalf of them over here. It looks like Namka, the top, at least managing to skirt their way onto the leaderboards of damage here. Sana, iCrash, and Cryptos, the top 3 here. Look at all those spears. Oh my goodness. Amount healed again. Look, Hand of Unity very favored. JustCrits top healer, Vipishka over here, and Legionary. So definitely Hand of Unity favored, as you might guess. But you know what? We talk about the spear meta pretty commonly, Spid. It's actually, I think, most prevalent in EU. How do you feel about spear right now?
I mean, spear, like, this is this tale of every game. When they introduce a new weapon, they have to make sure it is strong. But in my opinion, they did nerf the spear, right? Having the ember stacks for way less made spear more competitively. But when people adapted to it, it was just like playing like spear, like it was in T1. So I think, like, especially with the changes, like they did some nerf changes to like the tanks and the healers, and the spear just came out on top, like and I don't like it. I like more variety when it comes to classes. I wish we saw a little bit of you know, other stuff than also dagger. Like, nobody talks about the dagger, but dagger is also used by almost every single class, right? No matter what your primary weapon is, you always have the dagger as your secondary, but the spear dagger is just incredibly strong. I've been following San for a while. Like, San is just completely dominating. He has like the movement speed. He's really good at just getting those stacks and getting those AoE kills over and over again. It's just so incredibly strong, especially in EU. And like, again, I don't know what meta NA is running, but spear in EU and the people that know how to play it, they just do so much damage with it, and it's just so overpowered, especially in war games where you have to kind of stack and they get those ember stacks and can fire those barrages. It's just incredibly strong.
Yeah, certainly I think NA would agree with you on this, but again, we don't use nearly as many spears. In EU, we see like sometimes 14 spears in a lobby, which is pretty crazy amount of a single weapon right there, unless it's a wand, which you need a lot of healers over here. But yeah, certainly seeing the spears on the side of Hand of Unity being an integral part of their strategy today here, as they continue to absolutely munch through JustCrits here, and JustCrits really struggling. At least they're spawning It looks like all the statics are spawning from different places and they're all collapsing down on the point. Nate Dogg gonna go for the cap on the point here. I'll be honest with you, I like the shot caller skull. They tried regrouping at just about all 3 spawns there. It did not work as a group, so he started spawning different statics at different spawn locations, and this forces Hand of Unity to divide themselves. But Hand of Unity's solution here was not to go necessarily spawn camp them, but was like, okay, well then we will just converge on the point itself here, and then we will just fight as they converge down on us, and we'll just out skirmish them. You're seeing that strategy work relatively well for them. I'm not sure how well that would necessarily work if the fight was just a little bit closer, but you know what? It seems to be working out for them here. As we look toward the high ground here, you see Reddy doing his best to basically just stand in the middle of everyone. But I'll be honest with you, as a Hand of Unity tank in this first round, there is not much to do. Spit.
Yeah, I mean, they're having fun. They're trying to, pad those numbers on the leaderboard. But overall, I think JustCrits, it was just a bad matchup for them. But I'm going to be honest that it's really impressive how fast they've been at grouping. I think it's by far from every guilds I've seen, how fast JustCrits have been regrouping, making sure they spawn at different locations. It's been really good coordination, but I think it's just, it's a skill issue, right? Like obviously Hand of Unity is stronger, they have more experience, but JustCrits coming this far in the tournament and then ending up, picking the wrong straw and facing Hand of Unity is just, you're just not lucky sometimes. But
yeah, well,
overall,
picking the wrong straw. We're in round 3 at this point. You're gonna have to, if it wasn't Hand of Unity, it would be Orca, it would be CallMeDaddy, it would be Aura, it is what it is. Eventually you're gonna have to fight these really strong guilds. If you make it far enough in the tournament, Hoka gets another kill right there on the side of JustCrits. Fat Noob in the middle of everything here, and as a tank for what do you do? Everyone around you is getting absolutely torn to pieces. Poor Fat Noob running up to the side over here, doing what he can, but he's watching everyone basically get slaughtered. Relayed down here as well. Another, again, tank POV, tank and healer. I can't even find the DPS. That's how good the target acquisition is on the side of Hand of Unity. They just keep finding the DPS on the side of JustCrits and just locking them out, and then just leaving the tanks. They say go. Yeah, see how quickly Namka died right there in the middle of everything. They're just trying to regroup to the fight, but the only people allowed to come through are the tanks, and that's very intentional.
Yeah, I've been trying to follow some of the JustCrits players that are doing good on the leaderboard, but it's just really hard because the second they come in, again, Hand of Unity knows who to target. They're definitely checking the leaderboards, putting a marker on the top players, and just immediately when they see that marker, it just shuts them down. So it's very hard for them and the top players from JustCrits to actually do something in this game, and they kind of need help from the rest of the guild to make some kind of plays here. But they're trying to come close to the point, trying to cap it. But the Hand of Unity is just so quick at just regrouping. The shot caller is really impressive, and the teams are really impressive. So it is a really difficult match. But we see like the fight is happening a little bit everywhere right now. Blue, you see some fights near the tents, some fights above the tent, some at a respawn. They're trying to trickle them down, trying to split them up. But Hand of Unity knows how to win these fights, even if they're outnumbered.
Yes, they do, and they are on a march through the top of this bracket in this tournament right now. Legionary over here on a healer going, I don't really know what to do, boss. Pricey down here, one of the top DPS on the side of JustCrits, and you can see, yeah, he's having a great time respawning here. That's a really rough position to be in here, but again, this is just showing just how strong this Hand of Unity squad actually is. Orca probably looking at this, wondering what they're going to have to do about this. Probably not picking mmorpg. It would be step 1. Again, you're just allowing them to come to home base on this one, unless again it could have been, no, it's 48v48. Thought maybe it was like a gentleman's agreement to pick mmorpg, but yeah, I think JustCrits has been showing a lot of resiliency in this match. Yeah, not the closest match that we have seen in the tournament thus far, but you know what? At the end of the day, they're giving it what they've got. They've made it to the 3rd round. You're in the top 16 teams of the tournament. I think that's a great kind of title to walk away with as a guild lead, especially on EU, with so many guilds participating on EU. To come out in the top 16 is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, JustCrits coming this far is really impressive. I mean, they're fighting probably one of the tournament winners right now, right? I mean, these guys are going to go far. And like you said, if I am whoever is facing Hand of Unity next, I will probably pick a map that players haven't much experience in. And in my opinion, if I was facing Hand of Unity, I would go for a T2 map. You know, try to catch them off guard, see maybe they get some luck involved, and hopefully get a W over them, especially in a game where it's not best of 3, right? Like, one win is all you need. So, I mean, if I were JustCrits, I would have just said, hey, YOLO, we're going for a crazy map.
Yeah, I know. One of them in game, like, they're all listening to the stream, I guess, and they heard me say, hey, he said made it to round 3. Now, JustCrits must be laughing right now. I mean, they did make it. I mean, they're in round 3. What do you want me to say? You're in the top 16. Congratulations. Sure, you had a bye in round 1 and you fought Soul Society last round, but you know what? It is what it is. You know, on that resume, you get to say, we made it to round 3. And then, and this is the best part, is that you get to say you lost to the potential tournament winner here, or the people that got second, or the people that got third, or whatever, right here, because that's, you know, that's copium as well. You get to live through that as well. No big deal right now, because this is there is no shame in going down to Hand of Unity when it looks this rough here. Wagon getting another few kills right there. I would lock on to some of the top DPS for Hand of Unity, but I think that's all of their DPS right now, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, I like what you said, because JustCrits, what they can say right now is make a good recruitment post. We only lost to the one that won the EU tournament. You know, that's what I would do if I was JustCrits. We are a hardcore PvP guild, only lost to the strongest guild. And, you know, rest is history.
Yeah, I would be on that cope. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would be on that copium as a leadership core over here. But I'll be maybe it's a sigh of relief for them. You know, like your work here is done. You did what you could, because for a lot of guilds, the tournament has been kind of the center focus of their guild the last few weeks, and certainly through the end of the tournament here. So we'll see what happens with them as the tournament ends up drawing to a close here. Wagon in the middle of everyone right down there. Again, on that Spear Dagger. Spear Dagger, such an effective killing machine, especially with the healing debuffs that come with Spear Dagger. You know, it's funny. It's ultimately funny to me, because I think the devs were trying to get rid of more of a melee meta when they made all of the changes in their most recent patch, and they created yet another melee meta here, which is a little rough for a lot of adventurers, but at least you're doing a lot more damage now, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel really bad for the bow players, you know. I mean, I think they missed the T1 meta early on, you know, just being able to send those waves out. But right now, again, melee meta is just incredibly strong. Hand of Unity has these spears. You can see how the spears are just dominating the leaderboard, right? You have the top 3 players just going in, just farming right now, farming those numbers. And the spear is just, again, like you said, incredibly strong. So many debuffs you can put out, right? Pairs really good with Dagger. Overall, just absolutely broken, and we might see some changes you know, going forward with the game. Like, I mean, Spear has been so strong for so long now, so if I am like AGS or NCSoft, I'm probably like, it's time to make a meta change, maybe with the new weapons.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only people that can change the meta are NCSoft. A lot of people like to put that on AGS, but guys, AGS are not the ones that really make the patches or make the changes to the game. Even bug fixes are on NCSoft. So if there are bugs in the game, that's on NCSoft too. All AGS can do is basically report that bug and really strongly encourage NCSoft to fix it. They are not developers, they are publishers on this side. Kralix in the middle of everything, just watching the carnage over here on this Cordy crossbow. I have not been able to see this. Really, Kralix has gotten a fair amount of kills, but you can see everyone around him. He's like, man, everybody's dying so fast. I can't find a really good spin to really get off right now. So he's kind of just running back and forth, doing what he can here with 5 minutes left on the clock. Hand of Unity looking so dominant here. No Honestly, this Templar in the corner with his back pinned to a wall, doing what he can on this Mordecai Riftstone. We've only seen them, honestly, in fairness to JustCrits, they did interact with the stone once, which is pretty impressive against Hand of Unity, considering the kill feed on the right side of your screen. Having the front line come forward and be able to interact with that stone like that, even just one time, I think is impressive against this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive being able to just get the cap off. You know, Hand of Unity is really good at CCing and stopping the cap, so being able to just get it is absolutely insane. Right now, I'm following I Crashed. He's dominating the leaderboard, and this guy just running everywhere. He's so fast, moving like incredibly good, and just capturing these clumps, making sure that, you know, he makes past those leaderboards so he can get that rank 1. It's a nice screenshot to have after the game, I think, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. JustCrits going for a huge push onto the Riftstone with 4 minutes left to go. It looks like their shot caller has not given up hope, which I respect it, man. You gotta really push. You know what I mean? In a situation like this, like that morale has to be so good on the side of JustCrits. I mean, the resiliency of this squad, that's exactly what you want in a PvP community. You don't want some kind of panty waste that doesn't want to come out and fight because the enemy team is just too strong. Oh, we just won't show up. You want to show up hell or high water and make the best showing that you can. Regardless, win, lose, draw, you come out and have fun with the boys. That is what JustCrits has shown up for today, and I think that it speaks volumes. That's the kind of PvP community I would want to be in if I were in JustCrits right there. Oh my goodness. Ride just blew away the Cordy crossbow on the side of JustCrits right there. I was trying to lock onto him, and he just knocked him immediately out. This Greatsword Dagger, and in fairness, Greatsword Dagger is a phenomenal class at locking down individual targets and getting that DPS down. So honestly, doing a really solid job in this match here too.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see, I mean, JustCrits are showing off like they don't want to give up. It's such a good thing to see. Like, you should never give up, especially in a tournament. Anything can happen. They're still going. Nate Dogg right now is trying to go for the cap, getting stopped, but still not giving up is so big. And it helps everybody else too, right? Seeing that the leader is trying different strategies, trying different things, and not giving up is just massive for JustCrits. So it's just like they're unlucky, like you said. They didn't have their crits with them this time. Maybe next time, but Hand of Unity just showing real dominance.
Yeah, just gear diff, right? Easy, simple gear diff at the end of the day. Again, you come up with a lot of things. Look at that Soviet Viking.
Yeah, but you have to, like, you know, I mean, you can't just stack crit, right? You kind of have to stack hit chance. You have to stack collision chance, but then maybe JustCrits are just stacking critical hit chance, you know, and that's why they're losing.
I doubt it. I think that a lot of guilds like to do that as a bait for other guilds. They think that they stack crit and then they stack something else entirely, or they gear swap and they try to make something happen. You see Nate Dogg diving forward to get to the point right now. Hoping against hope that he can make something happen, but ends up going down. Death is the best CC to keep people from taking that point, and that is what we have seen employed on the side of Hand of Unity today. Another show of dominance as Hand of Unity will progress to the quarterfinals of this bracket. They are going to fight the winner of our next match, which will be Orca White versus Void here. As they step forward one more time, Nate is just never give up, never surrender mentality. This guy is a monster. Dove straight through, gets interrupted again, continually tries to interact with this point. 1 minute left on the clock though. I'm not sure, again, they have much time remaining, but they don't care. They are just going to keep trying for it, to try for as many attempted caps as they possibly can. King Booty gets knocked off of the ramp there. Sad we won't see him in the tournament anymore. That's quite a nice name. Interestingly enough, Ash Fortune looks like they're going to go into the middle of everyone, try for a spin potentially. That's the only Cordy on the side of JustCrits. We'll see if they can get it off right there. Ooh, gets spun on himself, and he's going to go down right there. And that's the problem with Cordy, is that you really are reliant on other people giving you buffs. It is a solid weapon even without the other buffs, but obviously you're not going to get the really big kill feeds like we normally see here. Another big Cordy speed coming down right there for Calyx. It looked like 22 seconds left on the clock, and I think that Hand of Unity might just be going all the way to the end of this tournament too. These guys, I love it anyways, right there, as they did their best. JustCrits fighting the good fight in this match here up against Hand of Unity all the way to the finish line. They had a good showing here. Looks like 144 kills for I Crashed, Wagon at 117, 115 here for San. Again, all spear daggers in the top 5, interestingly enough. Damage dealt 7.8 million for San, 6.9 for I Crashed. Again, if we look at the defeats, who are the top of the leaderboards for JustCrits? It's Asfortion, Pricey, Namka, and Gideon right there. Assists, obviously, super Hand of Unity favored as they got a lot more kills too. Pricey, the top of that leaderboard for them. You look here, Ash Fortune, Namka, Pricey. Aleph right here again on the side of JustCrits. Damage taken. Top take of the lobby was Bongo, followed by, which is a healer, Gideon, Namka, Pricey, and Relay, the top takes of the lobby. Pricey, a top take on Spear Dagger, and then we have Gideon on Greatsword Dagger, taking the second most damage in the lobby. Not what you want to see, but honestly, that target acquisition is insane. 33.1 million damage. Shield by Explosion is art for Hand of Unity. Sven, Skolati, Hailvoon, Noki, and Dark Ronin, 21 the top healers of the lobby for Hand of Unity. JustCrits, Zazas, and V Piska, the top healers of the lobby. Deathy's coming in at third there. Not the closest first match of the day, Spid, but you know what? You gotta respect the resiliency.
Yeah, I mean, they did absolutely, tremendous try from JustCrits, but Hand of Unity just showing that they are a high-tier guild, probably one of the best, if not the best, in the tournament. I mean, the team play is absolutely insane to watch. I mean, so much to learn from all of these guilds from Hand of Unity, and even against guilds like JustCrits, they're still making sure that there's nobody that can even capture the point. They're CCing, they're not fully giving up, they still are putting the pedal down on any team they face, and it just shows high quality overall, Blue. So I'm really looking forward to see if Hand of Unity can take the tournament this time.
Yeah, I am too. Good fights to both teams. We have an interesting match up for this next one. It's Void versus Orca White. Somebody said it's the Zoop's waiting room. I remember Zoop's fighting on Azrael. What guild is that son of a gun in right now? Over here, Orca White from the Rebellion server, rank 1 in their alliance with Feud, Slap, Reborn, and Sue Generis. It does look like rank 1 on their server. Best in guild T1 finish. They finished in the quarterfinals. They are poised to make it to the quarterfinals here if we win this one, or if they win this one and they said we are morons. Spid.
Well, I mean, Orca has been out for a while, so this is going to be a really good fight because they're facing Void, which is on the server Conviction, which is actually the server I'm on, and they're allied with Sin and Shin, and their alliance strength is 3rd on the server, and CGS1 is 5. Their chat PvP is whether you're ready or not, Void will consume you. Okay, that's kind of cringe, not gonna lie.
I loved it, mainly because I'm a huge Chrono Odyssey fan, as it turns out. And yeah, no, this is exactly, yep, 100%. Could not agree more. Let's take a look over at the pick ban. I'll let you cover the pick ban here.
Yes, we have Orca that won, and Void decided to ban, and they banned Kovazan, Talus, Adentus, and Azrael, and we're getting a really interesting map. Orca won, and they chose Chernobog, and I think we're getting a really good fight here. There's 2 strong guilds. Slight advantage to Orca here, but I think Void is ready to bring out a really good fight here, so I'm looking forward to this fight.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it is Chernobog, the first match of the day here for Orca right now, as it does look like both guilds are just about ready to go in this match. I'm curious, what's your prediction for this?
I mean, Orca is going to take it, but I think Void will bring a really strong fight here. I mean, everybody's going to be spawning on the same point, right? See if they can get control. But again, Orca is already up, trying to get control of the high ground. Void is trying to push them from the side, but Orca overall just has really good control right now. I mean, I feel like the reason they picked this map is they have good experience on this, right? And not all EU guilds are a fan of this map, so if Void hasn't experienced playing on this, they're going to be in for a bad night versus Orca.
Yeah, definitely some crowd favorites here, as I love the Peepo cheer emote is one of my favorites to see during the tournament when I look over like that. So you got the Peepo cheer for Orcas, and then you also have the Peepo cheer for the Void emote in the chat as well, which is pretty cool right there as they express. Oh boy, it looks like Orca has basically completely wiped them right now. Oh boy, and they have turned into some black. They are some pigs doing, oh, they're nuzzling each other. Look, they're gauged for each other, guys. Oh, that's so cute right there, as it does look like that Orca looking around for Void right now. Again, Orca doing a great job showing that it is in fact Pride Month.
Oh, they're spawning on the point.
Oh boy, they all spawn to the point. They're gonna try to run the gauntlet through Orca right there, and I am not sure that that is going to go super well. They basically all spawned and tried to run up, and in fairness, at least 3 or 4 of them made it through.
Yeah, I mean, Void is trying their best. I mean, I like that strategy. They were just waiting and holding, and just everybody spawn now and run up. But Orca, again, they were waiting, they were ready. Some of them were morphing and joking around, but again, the second the fight started, Orca turned it around, just slammed Void. And let's see, maybe I think Void might do the strategy again. Maybe trying to spawn from a different side. I'm gonna go have a look and see if maybe they're trying to flank from somewhere. But it's, again, really rough because you have that one place you can get up from, but you can also get up from a different side here, but it takes much longer, and you kind of have to do a little bit of parkour here.
Oh my god, they're gonna try it again. They're running the gauntlet again. You gotta respect it. They're gonna go to this side grapple. Half of them are gonna make it through. The boys who lived right now, you gotta respect that hustle, because they are getting absolutely slaughtered in that strategy right there, Spid. Holy moly, I got a clean view of it that time. So yeah, Orca collapsing down, not gonna allow that strategy to see the light of day. I'd love to see them back off and try spawn point 1 over there, and then try to come up the other way. Orca, Siata up here, basically, like, look at all these range classes on this high ground, just pigeoning all the way down, and this is what makes Cherno so oppressive as a map right now, as Orca expressing dominance in match 2. So again, these guilds really want to move to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Void here, I would still try to keep respawning on this point, but I would send two teams from the flank, because nobody's watching the flank. If they all just try to regroup on the flank or try a different respawn, I mean, Orca is just going to adapt, right? So if they are able to just send a couple teams around while they're respawning to keep them busy, I think Void can make a play here. But it just seems like everybody just spawning on this, trying to run up the stairs, is not working. I mean, they tried it once, they tried it twice, 3 times, and just getting absolutely slammed. So they definitely have to try something else. Okay, again, they're respawning again on the point. Everybody's running up, but I feel like we're just going to see the same result over and over again until they try something else.
If at first you don't succeed to put on your industrial grade helmet and try again, that is Void's solution to the problem. And I gotta give them credit, at least they are in fact trying. Too many times we see Chernobog where shot callers are afraid to try something different, or afraid to like group up and try a push like this. You gotta give them credit where credit's due. Yes, the feed is very one-sided, but at least they're all pushing in and dying together. You know what I mean? It beats trickle spawning in and dying by yourself, which is ironically what they're trying to do right now. So they are at least trying something different. You're seeing a Sand Basilisk absolutely pog out right here on the side of Orca, as it looks like Hanzor doing his best, standing right next to him. Naya finally does get knocked out of the Sand Basilisk right there, as Orca, no strangers to chat PvP. They did this in Black Desert as well. We'll see if they're able to chat PvP at all when it comes down to it next round, potentially, assuming they make it through here against Hand of Unity. We'll see. It looks like Orca's going to go ahead and take this point right now. No surprise there. 19 and a half minutes left on the clock. I'd love to see them. I'd love to see a different strategy. The Shaklar, I think, again, spawning them all and then pushing
we're
together.
getting a different strategy. They're coming up from the other side, but Orca is already positioned up top, ready for this. But Void is coming from the side here around the big wheel, and maybe if they don't, I mean, they have to be fast. I mean, they're wasting so much time, Void, right now, and letting Orca just position themselves, which is not good.
Yeah,
but,
no, they gotta
again,
go.
trying different strategy.
Yeah, they are trying a different strategy. The shot caller on the side of Void, actually S tier, trying this again. They're the bombers from Orca dropping into the back line. That means the front line is way too far forward, and they're fighting in a little skinny choke right there. I think the front line just got a little too eager. If they had just stayed back and then handled the bombers together, I think this was definitely a winnable push for them, or at least you get a few kills right there. Instead, they basically just split in half, and then again, the bombers, everyone got hung up killing the bombers. The front line basically just kept running forward like ding-dongs. Again, the tanks, they're not the best here. They're not the best at hearing. And if they were, they would have heard the screams of the massacre on the back line that they desperately needed to help with. But now you see the respawn come through. They wasted no time. They actually pulled. It was all an elaborate pull. They pulled Orca out of position and then all spawn at the closer spawn, and you'll see how effective they were and actually getting up on the point this time here, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good play. I was hoping that they would do it because I saw some players keep spawning from point one. So I was like, oh, this is such a waste. But what the plan was is pull Orca close to the wheel, get demolished, and then insta respawn up the stairs. And it was working, but Orca overall, the team play was just incredibly strong, and we're able to push them back even with fewer players. But it's a really good strategy. Again, Void shot caller is doing good, and they have better control right now. You see more Void players are actually staying alive for a longer period of time. They're staying up there. They're trying to get to the point, but again, Orca is just feels like it's a little bit of skill issue here. But the shot caller is trying better strategies, and in my opinion, that was a class S strategy right there, Blue.
Yep, you try to pull your opponent completely out of position and then spawn at the other spawn location to at least get in position. You can see they're actually having a much better time, at least trickle spawning now, to try to get up onto the stone. It's not just complete Orca dominance, although I would be honest with you, over time, I do expect Orca to be able to clean this out and have this return to the status quo normal. Guardo actually getting an attempted cap now. So again, the strategy working out on their side as Orca continues to clamp down this Vice. Guardo does manage, actually kind of a big slip up for the Orca frontline right there. Not able to kill or CC Guardo off the point, although they can't kill him, but they could have CC'd him off the point right there. Obviously, they're going to thwart the point immediately, but against Hand of Unity, that is not going to work. And now, again, Void going to have to try something different as they have been completely contained again to the low ground and are starting to get pigeoned from this high ground by Seata and Ties. If we take a look at the leaderboards of this one real quick, you can see Orca, Ben, Shonsky, Kiox, Pow, and Orlando, the top DPS of the lobby, mostly on Spear Daggers. Once again, the top 4 Spear Daggers, the one that's not as a Cordy right there. And that's what I'm saying is the Spears in EU are definitely, that's what everybody's playing. Big shout out to High Texan, who is the top killer of the lobby for Void right now. Floor POV coming in behind him, but living up to his name. Groggers on the damage dealt for Void, Dumpy, and Svav, the top DPS of the lobby for Void over here. Shonsky, the top on the half of Orca, and then it looks like again Mount Yield. Honestly, Touche, Zeraz, and Sarah Joint for Void doing a great job of coming up as the top healers of the lobby for their guild. They have not tried anything different. The Panda and Fuki, the top healers of the lobby overall for Orca here. But honestly, the Void healers, very impressive to be able to outcompete the Orca healers. Keep in mind, Spid, that the Orca healers have absolutely no pressure. Like, they are under almost no pressure the entire match. So all they can do, they're not going to die. They just focus on getting killed, or they focus on keeping people healthy and stuff. And they're still being outcompeted by a guild that is basically being farmed at the portal right now. So it's honestly disgraceful. The healers in Orca should be ashamed of themselves. And then the Void healers are absolute giga chads, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, Void is doing a really good job of trying to hold these top players down. Shansky, I mean, following him with the Cordy crossbow, like he goes in, he gets a bunch of kills, but they are targeting him. They're trying to make sure that he doesn't get as many kills. Yeah, I said a new one, but he's doing a really good job at you know, making sure that he shuts them down. And overall, the healers are doing a really good job. Void is trying, but Orca is just really good at hunting them. They're finding where they're spawning. Now they're even pushing further and further out, making sure they have a good control of the respawn. And right now, Void just cannot get even close to the point. Like they maybe have to try the same strategy again, but be a little bit faster of making sure that they actually use the strategy before Orca finds out that they're respawning from a different side.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the new link. It does look like, again, I expect them to at least try something different. If anything, as a shot caller, you spawn on point 1, which is really far away from the point, just to get like a breather. Just to like breathe for a moment and allow your guild to mentally recoup, because continuously spawning into what can only be related to the Alamo, although honestly, EU might not know what the Alamo was, but I assure you it was not a fun time for the defending guild is what we're going to call them. A little rough over here on the side of Void, but honestly, they're doing their best, and their shot caller has shown some very impressive rotations around the map down there, as it looks like Orca basically continually cleans them out, but they have managed to get some players up to the high ground, and they're actually going to run through right now. Stony going to go for a cap on the point. Skewo actually does manage to CC him off, but we'll see if he continuously does that. There's Stony once again, not going to get CC'd. The front line for Orca does manage to come up with it this time. We got the Three Stooges over here. We got Marv in here as well. Again, trying to make sure that Orca does not have to deal with a cap on the side of Void. And I'm starting to see Void stop to spawn here. So I expect them to try to regroup as a guild and try something different one more time.
Yeah, what I really like about like changing spawns up is not only are you trying something else, but you putting Orca off position, right? And let's be real, I don't know if you played in guilds, but there's always those slow guys in your guild that forgets what position they're playing when the other guild changes something up. So that's what they have to keep trying to do. They have to be more effective at doing it, you know, making sure now they're spawning at the different spawn again, trying to go up the stairs, but they have to be quick about it, right? Like Orca is already pre-positioned. They have this team right here standing up here just waiting for them to respawn. So they have to be a little bit faster, and they have to make sure that they don't completely all wipe out, because then they know something is up, right? They know that Void is trying a different strategy. If they keep trickling people in on the main spawn, they can actually make a play. But right now, again, Orca is just meeting this other team down here, and it's just a big brawl.
Yeah, Orca's been dropped down there and tried to pre-engage with Oogie Main, who I assume is also in his static group, and got farmed immediately. That's what happens when you're a complete loser and you have Oogie in your party. Kind of a double whammy right there. Probably the only Orca member to die on this push. Absolutely tragic to see that right there. And again, you have to blame that almost entirely on Oogie the Menace right here. And again, on this Crusader, Oogie certainly a legendary figure in the PvP communities for the MMOs that he plays in EU. But I'm not sure if it's legendarily infamous or legendarily famous right now, as it looks like the rest of Void has spawned or kind of made their over towards spawn 1, and basically are just getting mopped up now.
Yeah, it seems like they're going for a split push. It seems like they have some players spawning from this side and some players spawning on the other side, trying to make sure that Orca is thinning out, but it's not completely working. But Void players are actually pushing through from the flank right now. They're trying to come from the back line and up to the point, which is working. They have more numbers on top of the point. So Orca, if they're not, if their shot caller doesn't call them back, Void might be able to take the point here.
Yeah, absolutely. Orca down here busy farming what they can of Void right now, but there's actually, yeah, like 2-3 statics of Void up on the point. Bam's gonna go down. His whole static gets wiped out, but I don't think they have anybody that can actually cap the point up here on the side of Void. So, oh, there we go. Stony finally interacts with it a little bit late to that party right there. And finally, here comes Orca up to handle this problem that they've had here, as their static just got basically outplayed on this ramp up here. Under 10 minutes left to go on the clock right now. And again, Ben shamelessly trying to dive into everyone with 100 kills. But again, the only person to die on that bush is still a loser. 3.5 million damage done by Shonsky right there. 3.1 by POW and Ben respectively. Void, though, making it onto the leaderboard with Svoby right there. And again, that is super impressive considering the situation that Void is currently in. For Svoby to be that far up the leaderboard for damage done is extremely impressive to help represent his guild here. So not a complete shutout for Void, but Orca definitely looking a lot stronger here.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, it was a really good push by Void. I mean, they had people come through on the flank, and Orca was slow to react, but that's why I gotta give credit to JustCrits, because JustCrits were so fast at executing their plan, at respawning, pushing up. The guilds can learn something from that. If Void were much faster at actually making these pushes and respawning more quickly together, they could actually probably go for the point and probably get a little bit of cap before Orca can even react. But again, they're trying different strategy, but I feel like they're just too slow in executing the proper strategy here, Blue.
Well, I don't know about slow. I would say that, again, the entire point of them spawning at point 1 is to pull the entirety of Orca out of position so that they can then... It's all a ploy. They're just trying to wipe themselves as quickly as possible and try to pull Orca out of position so that they can run up and group on the point. They actually are losing the cap right now, as it looks like Void has initiated a cap and has a fair amount of people on the point, more than Orca, as again they get over aggressive, too much ego. Same problem we see in Black Desert over here. Orca now filing their way back to the back to the Riftstone rather, as their opponent gets all the way up to almost 20% before they're able to stop this one. But now you're seeing all the Void members able to actually trickle up and make their way onto the stone here. Can they plant their feet on the stone? They're getting pushed off. Good play for the front line of Orca right there. But Orca definitely dominant in this match, but Void doing everything they can to try to stay in this one.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really good play from Void. That's what I was saying. Like, trying to come from the other flank has been so effective against Orca, because Orca right now is just focused on getting those leaderboard kills, right? And they're very slow at reacting. So again, big shout out to the Void shot caller. He's doing it correctly. And I think Orca, if they face an almost equal strength guild skill-wise and making these mistakes and reacting this slow, they're gonna definitely lose going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Gordo still going for a cap on the point. You got to give credit where credit's due, man. That kill feed is awful red. And then we're looking over here at Gordo being able to cap a point. They have 8 or 9 people standing tall up on the point right now. Very impressive for Void to be able to get into that position. And again, we've only seen them do it once or twice in this lobby. So far here, you see Stony over here with ASD FINGDING. Looks like ASD effing ding ding over here on this healer right now. Try to do it again, throws out a flash wave, catches one person who dies in the middle of it right there. So as a healer, they are really strong. Marv adding insult to injury, pushes Stony off the side of the ledge. I can't kill you, but I can push you off, like Scar in the Lion King over there. Vivi for Void does the same thing on the other side, but not as effective when they're running straight up into your spawn portal right there, Vivi. Yuki in the middle of everyone on that healer, trying to keep his party healthy right here. And again, Gordo circling this Riftstone, and then the front line on behalf of Orca basically consistently watching him and making sure that he can't interact with that stone on repeat here. Kralix on the low ground, really struggling down here with this healer. Looks like Tadu POE. Oh my goodness, in stealth right now with this crossbow dagger. Such a tough composition, or such a tough class to be playing in a composition like this that is getting run down. Oh my goodness. Right there, Migatsu asserts dominance on the crossbow daggers right there as he finds his target, and now looking around for the rest of them. Oh, look, he spawned in behind them. Migatsu finds himself in a bit of a bad situation. Fortunately, he's got a sand basilisk here to protect him as he continually puts down a decent amount of damage. Gets CC'd. Oh my god, you are trash. Oh my gosh, gets immediately obliterated. And that is the problem with that class, is that it is paper thin. You are basically paper mache, but you do a crazy amount of damage and have super high mobility. We're talking, this is like Vayne from League of Legends. You essentially are relatively close range, but still technically still technically ranged, lots of mobility, lots of damage, and you just get blown up in one shot. So honestly, typical Vayne syndrome, as we see right there. Absolutely tragic. But you know, we got a moment of brilliance and a moment of not so brilliance there, Spid.
Yeah, now we have a Void team actually pushing the point from the flank, and they're doing a fight up here, but they have to win. If they can't win as a six-man team, Orca is just going to push right up. But right now, Void is getting some feed. They're coming up. They're getting more control. I mean, this might be a last-minute upset.
I mean, they best be trying. 4 minutes on the clock right now. ASD effing ding up here with Voidless doing what they can, but they don't have anybody that can actually take the point. And you see 3 tanks and a healer basically up here next to them. Mist is here, doesn't really want to kill any of those targets. Great sword dagger, good at locking down individual targets, but doesn't necessarily want to choose those ones for whatever reason. Right there, gonna dive into the middle of everyone right here. Not exactly where you want to be on a great sword dagger, but you know what, I don't think he cares because his guild is just this far dominant in this current match right now, as it looks like Void stuck fighting on the ramp one more time. They get Cordy spun on to add insult to injury by Shonsky right here on the side of Orca, and again, man, just getting mopped up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Void is trying, but they just can't get the cap. Even 6v4 sometimes, or 6v3, Orca is still good enough at stopping those caps. It's really impressive. So if Void cannot even get the point, they're never going to get close to even winning the fight. Even though they get, I feel like sometimes they have a little bit of advantage, but they just lose it so fast. And not being able to get the cap off is just really bad for Void. But overall, Orca has good control. They're making sure they're not pushing too far down now, making sure they're staying around the point so Void cannot get that fast victory. But that actually leads to Void having a much faster spawn, because if there's nobody punishing the spawn or the respawn, Void can just easily walk up. So you might get a big brawl here at the end, but Void definitely needs to get the point.
Yeah, Orca, one of my tournament favorites. I know I give them a lot of poo, but you know what? A lot of chat PvP, but it's only because I love them. I only do that with people that I really like, because I know that they can handle it. So these Orca boys, soft spot in my heart for them. I am glad that they are moving on. It is sad to see Void go down like this, but I do think that Orca is the stronger guild here and absolutely deserves to move on to the quarterfinals. Sadly, they're going to be fighting Hand of Unity, and they're going to have their work cut out for them, Spid. Do you think that they have what it takes to beat Hand of Unity?
It's going to be really tough. I mean, Hand of Unity just plays really well together, but Orca, again, I do think the bracket up top is much tougher. It is way more competition, and I think Hand of Unity facing against Orca will be a tough match for both, but Hand of Unity definitely has a slight edge, but it do depend. Hopefully Orca can win the pick and choose the T2 map and catch them a little bit off guard, you know, Blue?
Absolutely, as chat is currently PvPing each other, talking about Path of Exile of all games right now. Can you guys all lock in here? Okay, PoE 2, we don't talk about it unless there's an expansion. All right, it is what it is, just like PoE 1. Down here, it looks like Orca doing their best to fight on the point themselves, basically allowing Voided to try to group up here, but it might be a bait as they keep killing all of the Voided members here with only a minute or so left on the clock. It does look like that time has run out for Void in this tournament here. They were able to beat, well, OBO United and then Imphism in this tournament so far, and now they're in round 3 of this one. They're gonna get knocked down in the round of 16, but again, a great finish on behalf of Void. Guardo gonna go for one more cap just for the boys with 50 seconds left remaining. 20 Orca members on the point, just doing such a great job of controlling it basically all match long. That would be why they chose Cherno in the first place.
Yeah, I do think they have a really good, strategy on Cherno, so maybe they will try to pick the same map against Hand of Unity. But again, I think the next map will be best out of 3, so it's going to be pretty tough even if they can get that one victory. But again, Orca showed off. Void tried many different strategies, and the shot caller from Void was impressive. But again, Orca was just overall too strong this time.
Yeah, absolutely. As the kill feed is completely red. Void gets their cap shut down. 10 seconds left on the clock. They're doing what they can. They had a good fight out here. They ran it down for the boys, and they had some great strategies all along the way. You take a look over at the defeats. Very Orca heavy. Ben, Shonsky, POW, Orlando, Eli, and Hensky. The top DPS of the lobby. Spear, Dagger, Cordy, Crossbow. Spear Dagger, guys, he unequipped his weapon like an idiot, so it shows a hand. But Spear Dagger again, Spear Dagger, Spear Dagger, Spear Dagger. Have I made my point quite yet? Height Texan over here, the top kills for Void. Floor POV, Wokus, and Svoby, the top DPS there as well. It looks like damage dealt. Looks like it's 6 million for POW and Ben. Ben losing out in top damage dealt by 2,000. And again, you have to blame Oogie Main for that, the loser that he is. I love him to death. 5.9 million for Shonsky. Orlando 4.9 million as well. Svoby cannot be understated. To be on the leaderboards in such a one-sided match for your guild like this is so impressive. 4.7 million on that Spellblade right there. And then again, you see High Texan right there on that Spear Dagger, once again making it to the bottom of the leaderboards right there. Touche, VV, Oskansky for Void, the top tanks of the lobby. Touche, of course, a healer there. Who's the top tank of the lobby for Orca? It looks like Fuki, and then Ben down there taking the most damage. No surprise we saw Ben basically turbo into a couple times, but you know what? He got a lot of damage, so you're not going to complain. Amount healed, the Panda, Astartes, Fuki, the top healers of the lobby for Orca. But again, Touche and Altari on the leaderboards for Void is actually so impressive. If I was Orca, I would be looking at anyone that is below a Void healer in a matchup like this, and I would be kicking them. I will be honest. I will be honest, mainly because they were on the back foot the entire match long. You could literally just stack healing buffs on your guild and just win. It like literally you had to do almost nothing the whole match. You were under almost no pressure, and you lost to people that are being farmed almost on the portal, which is unbelievable right there. And honestly, Orca, I'm sure, knowing that it's kind of an old boys club in that guild, probably is seeing this and they're gonna give their healers a fair amount of chat PvP themselves. Spit.
Yeah, I mean, overall, some of the Void healers did good, but again, when you're getting smashed, it's hard to position, especially if the enemy team is just targeting your team over and over again, or you cannot properly regroup. It's tough, okay? It's tough. But Orca, again, coming out here, showing that they are here to actually fight. It was a really good showcase from Orca, but I do think Void did really good at regrouping and trying different strategies, but again, Orca, you know, they ate them up. You know, Void went deep into that Void. You know, I did say their chat PP was cringe, Blue. I did say that.
You did say that, but it's good fights to both teams. I like Void personally. They showed some spunk there. I think their shot caller really showed up to play. And again, they all listened to their shot caller. I think they had a great time. So good fights to Void in the tournament. Orca will be moving on, and we'll get to see them fight Hand of Unity next round. Disaster Unleashed versus NightMova. Again, an uphill battle. Disaster, one of the top guilds, potentially one of the top guilds. A lot of people said that it should have been them in the finals for the Best in Guild T1 tournament, but it was not. Sadly, they got knocked out and ended up being a third place match just because of how the bracket ended up playing. But their country of origin, they're from the Destiny server. Country of origin is Russia, Turkey, and Greece, primarily enough. So represent on that one. Disaster Unleashed is all that remains of the Disaster Alliance. Rank 2 in their alliance with Hand of Unity and Visceral here. Rank 1 on their server. Best in Guild T1 finish, like I said, was third. And then they said, we already have enough drama. Please, no more drama. They lost 3 guilds to drama. No more drama, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, quick thing on Disaster Unleashed 2 is that it is actually 2 guilds merged into one. I think it's Unleashed, which also merged with Disaster to make a strong guild for this tournament. Unleashed actually was one of the strongest guilds in T2 when it comes to the war games. So seeing them in the tournament together with Disaster is actually really nice. But yeah, I did a bunch of war games with the Disaster this season, and it's been a blast, and they're really good. But they're facing off against NightMova, which is from the server Arcane, and they're allied with Sovereign, Divided, and Legion. And they're saying they are the weakest in their alliance, but the strongest on their server. Big T1 finish last. So again, a big improvement from last time, and their prediction is second to last, which is completely wrong because they are in round 3.
What is this? What is this copy paste? Happy birthday, Blue. 57 ornate coins to celebrate streamer's 57th birthday. Guys, first of all, if I'm 57, I look good. Number 1, so screw you, that's a compliment. Number 2, I am only 33 today, you complete losers. Anyways, we look over toward the match for today. It's Disaster versus NightMova. Let's look at the pick ban here. It looks like Disaster won the coin toss. They chose to pick NightMova banned. They banned Kamazan, Pacolo, Grand Alon, and Cherno, and we are going to a super special Talandre map. Over here, Spin. We're going to Leviathan.
So yeah, Disaster, they answered my prayer, and we are getting Leviathan match. It's gonna be pretty crazy, I think, but a fun map.
Fun for who?
Fun for us.
Fun for us as spectators over here, but maybe not the most fun if you're a NightMova fan, as I think that they're fighting more of a David versus Goliath. Look at this beautiful scenery right here. You see the skeleton over here. Normally you fight the world boss right over there. Such a cool design for a region. Now if we look at our carnage off to our right, you'll see Disaster on the point right now. NightMova actually spawning way out in the middle of nowhere and trying to group up there. Looks like they're going to take the grapple up and over. As they come over, you see all the bodies up in the air. They're going to try to regroup. They know that they're second to the ship. Oh, look at this. Disaster, Liquid Brains coming around the backside. Disaster has no way of engaging this, though, as again, this flank squad can come up behind NightMova, but again, the rest of their guild can't follow them in. So I'm assuming that they're not going to engage until NightMova does down here. They're trying to disrupt this regroup a little bit down here, but NightMova standing up on this high ground, trying to get buffed up, squaring off against their opponent on this ship already, as you see them here. Again, the shark morph, we've said it every time on this map, the shark morph actually makes you swim faster in the mud here. So lore accurate right there. NightMova actually catching the first blood right there from the
engage is happening on the ship.
Oh, there we go, from the first person right there, but there's the engage on the boat right there as NightMova chooses to engage, and honestly, a little bit closer than I initially anticipated. We did see a few red kills right there, NightMova doing what they can, but ultimately, Disaster looks like they're just winning out in this engagement here, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, Disaster is really good. They have played on this map, and this map honestly is the Bulwark Extreme. I mean, you can pull players off from absolutely everywhere. There's a few positions that you can stand on where you won't get pulled down, and if you get thrown into that water and you don't have that good morph, you're gonna struggle coming back in, and by the time you come back in, your team is dead. So the good strategy here would be actually to target the healers. I would put markers on the healers and try to knock off or chain pull down the healers, because once the healer is gone, your team is gonna die. So it's a really good strategy on this map, but it is super annoying map overall to play on. But for me, really fun because I am a tank and I love using the Bulwark pull and the push off. So I think Disaster came in here with the experience, and they know they have a good control on Leviathan.
Yeah, certainly pushing and pulling people off the edge, even if you're not a healer, is super frustrating strategy over here. NightMova gonna regroup, and I love this out of them, by the way. I love that they are constantly regrouping and not just trickle spawning onto the point on repeat here, as they continually get all of their guild members together. It looks like they have not quite pulled the trigger yet. I don't see any Disaster on the low ground this time, which is smart for them because those flankers just aren't really doing anything. If you're trying to spawn camp in a situation like this, NightMova cannot be engaged by the main ball unless they decide to move down toward the ship. They're going to take a disadvantageous fight on the ship, but I'll be honest with you, Not the worst thing that can happen, as you do manage to get a full regroup on this high ground. And then again, the ship on the other side. Oh boy, here comes the engagement. They're just gonna fly right down to the stone with 1:25 remaining before the stone is active. They're just gonna take the low ground, engage, and try to catch Disaster in the choke point. But sadly, it is a disaster of an engage on the side of NightMova, but a good attempt nonetheless. Spid, they're doing their best here.
Yeah, I mean, NightMova definitely have to take advantage of their tanks. They need to start pulling people down. They need to start pushing. I mean, look at Disaster. They're standing in a position where they can actually get pulled down, right? So if NightMova doesn't use, because overall, I do think it is a little bit of skill issue. Like Disaster definitely have the better parties, but on this map, you can use the map to your advantage. And we've seen many times the guild that is not as strong as the guild they're fighting, using the map to their advantage will lead them to victory. And NightMova definitely have to do a little bit better job at controlling with the map.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying, their best. They're grouped on the low ground now, and I think this might be a better strategy, as I think they're realizing just how dire this situation is. You fight, you skirmish on this low ground, you force Disaster off the ship, then maybe spawn on the other side and try to sprint for the boat and try and get in position. Again, if you fight down here on this low ground, guys, in the mud flats, as I'm going to call it, you end up pulling Disaster down and away, and then you can spawn on the other side and end up, right up here. And end up right up here. You basically run straight back and try to get onto the ship. You might catch Disaster off guard in that case, and then you could catch them coming up this tiny little choke point, trying to regroup back to the ship. You could get something to happen there. So again, there's a lot of different things you can do, even if you're behind. And NightMova showing some resiliency here. I love this from their shot caller, doing what they can. Looks like Necro goes to the high ground here, tries to go for a pull, and then gets immediately sniped down. Oh my goodness, gets out with 1 HP. Yeah, get out of here. You're in the wrong neighborhood, kid, right now.
Yeah, that was a really good play. I mean, he went up there, he tried to pull players down while they're regrouping, and he survived with 1 HP. If that's not a GOAT play, I don't know, Blue.
Yeah, I don't know what it accomplished, but sure. Right there. NightMova actually going to fly. I think the high ground is the play right now. They're just going to fly in. Oh my gosh. They're like kamikaze pilots landing on the boat right now. And oh, goodness gracious me. Disaster is going to mop this up. I would have at least tried to land on the high ground. Screw it. They're going to go for the cap. It looks like it's all a ploy to try to get Twin on the point and try to get him to get a cap here. They have 29 people on the point right now for NightMova as they continually regroup back to it. They do manage to get the cap down, interestingly enough, as Disaster does not have control of it quite yet. And we're at the 18.5-minute mark. Disaster is only at about 38%. NightMova has 14 people on the point, and that was a valiant effort right there, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good job from NightMova because they came in and they started pulling players down. They were really good, but the second Disaster got control, I mean, they just overall just start beating them in the fights, right? In the skirmishes, in the massive blobs, and getting the control back. But NightMova getting that many players on the point is really impressive. But you can see the strategy that the Disaster uses every time. Every time you see NightMova assemble up top on these mountains, all the tanks from Disaster just staying on the edge. The second they land is insta pulled into the water.
Yeah, absolutely. NightMova rotates around to the mud flats now, conceding that high ground advantage. And again, I think they're telling Disaster to come out and fight me. You pansy, you won't. You come fight us, you won't. As Disaster, nervous to move down the ramp right now, only at 72% on their cap. I think they're more concerned about getting that, but NightMova starting to pick up some kills right now because Disaster is spread thin. There's another kill for NightMova there again as they skirmish on the low ground, and finally more Disaster start to pull over here. And again, another 2 kills for NightMova, and this is what I'm saying. You fight them on this mud flat. You pull them away from the ship, force them out into the mud flat over here, force them away from the boat, then respawn on the other side and have all your respawners run back to the ship on the other side. You might be able to pull Disaster to this low ground. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. And so we'll see if NightMova is able to respawn and push the other way right now. But 92% on this cap. Disaster is about to finish capping this. No surprise right there. NightMova slowly but surely pulling them away from the ship right now as they trickle spawn out to them. Disaster taking the bait now, 99%. They're going to finish capping this one right now. And again, NightMova, ooh, look at them starting to spawn over on the other side, and they're fighting in these mud flats. They are still getting more kills than they were before out in the flat like this. So definitely a lot of red kills coming through out here farming. Disaster on the other side, NightMova putting in a good show right now. And definitely showing that they can skirmish at least with Disaster out here in the open field. Spin.
Yeah, I mean, NightMova, really good job. Like, they made sure to drag them down and saw that they can get better control because they're respawning really quick from the side, right? So if they can pull Disaster further down, they can have the little bit of advantage and get some kills here. What I would like to see is a team or two from NightMova fly down, because right now on the ship, there's a 1v1 or 2v1 happening. But if they can bring one team from the top, from the mountain on top of the ship, they can actually flank them a little bit and put some pressure from Disaster on Disaster's behind. So overall, NightMova doing really good, but would like to see a couple teams go around here.
Yeah, I'd love them. Again, everybody that dies, just spawn at the other spawn and then just dive for the ship, basically. And then you can catch them on the stairs. Yeah, they are doing it right now. They actually
are alone on the ship.
See, I told you! There it is. NightMova at least pulling one static back to the ship and outnumbering Disaster as Disaster starts to pull back towards the ship right now. You see some more NightMova up on this high ground, regrouping right now. What are you guys doing? Why are you standing here? Your comrades are dying. What is this, like, this Saving Private Ryan right now? They're standing on the stairs listening to their allies get killed in the next room over with a bunch of guns hanging off their shoulder. They could have saved them right here. And NightMova skirmishing on the ship. I'm not sure why they would wait like that. Now pulling Disaster, spreading them thin right now. Santa Cruz right here. It looks like they're going to go for a point cap. Nope, not going to find it. And again, that was not the play that we were looking for there. Only one static kind of committed to the ship. The other static stood up top for some ungodly, unknown reason right there. And again, I'd love to see 3 to 4 statics come over here and basically like half the NightMova ball come over here and then push up again for the ship at the same time, force a lot of Disaster back, force them into a tiny little choke point, make something happen here. But we are seeing Slothful get a couple kills right there on the side of NightMova, as they have a pretty decent presence on the ship right now, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, that was, again, a really good attempt from NightMova, but like you said, I blame the healer. He was probably like, don't go yet, guys. I need to put huts on you guys. Yeah, don't go yet. And then his whole other team on the ship that were fighting just died, right? So he could have won that 12v6, but decided to stay up and die one after another. So again, it was a well played strategically, but overall, not good executed. And now Disaster has really good control again on the ship, and NightMova has to do, again, the same thing all over again. Make sure they push them down the stairs and hopefully take the fight over there and then flank with a couple teams from the mountain. But it's going to be a rough fight right now. Disaster is getting good control and playing really good defensively, but also pushing in and trying to farm as much NightMova as possible. But again, NightMova, try again the same strategy, try to push them down, but be a little bit better on the flank execution.
Yeah, 13 minutes left on the clock. Disaster pushing down off the boat right now, and certainly it's going to slaughter the other half of NightMova over here. I don't see the rest of NightMova. Maybe they're all just spawning and trying to run back to the fight. Let's take a look at the leaderboards real quick, see who the top DPS are of the lobby. EA over here for Disaster, M4, level 0 player junior. The top kills for Disaster. You see NightMova making it on the board here. Oh my god, both icons are blue for Zest. And Scary Madafaka is his name. It does look like the Greatsword Dagger and then a Cordy Crossbow right there on the side of Zest. 2.6 million damage dealt. Honestly, Zest has the most damage in the lobby on NightMova. Kind of embarrassing for Disaster right there. Linus the Afro, 1.5 million on the leaderboards as well. And then Scary down here at the bottom. Damage taken, obviously, very NightMova friendly over here. But Kuro Tenshi somehow managing to have the most damage taken on a spear. 17 million for Huffin for Disaster Unleashed. And then NightMova coming in with Sprenk and Kata right there, doing a great job of healing in this lobby so far. NightMova getting pushed all the way back to the portal.
Yeah, I mean, this could be really good for NightMova, but overall, I have to say, like, Disaster having 4 staff players in the top 4 is pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we've seen a lot of spears, but seeing them play staff dagger and getting high on the leaderboards is gonna be interesting to see when they meet the staff matchups. If the spear matchups, if the staff can do as good versus the heavy spear comps that we have in the tournament.
Well, at least for EU, I can tell you that Spellblade, typically the staff dagger composition is a super common top DPS weapon loadout that we typically see here, Sven. At least that's what we've seen so far in the tournament, mainly because staff dagger it's a tank buster class. They're the only ones that can deal a tremendous amount of damage to tanks. And then, of course, they also do damage to squishies. So definitely one of the top DPS players. Normally, we don't see them in the top kills very often, or as often, but we do see them having a tremendous amount of DPS most of the time, just by nature of their class, basically being able to bust through those tanks and just destroying the block of those frontline crusaders there. Just look like NightMova getting knocked off the ship right now as all of Disaster, or most of Disaster, has pulled back to the ship. Twin Alex gonna go for the cap right now. He's at 80, 90. Can he get it? No. Gets pushed off at the last moment as NightMova keeps getting mopped up.
Yeah, I mean, NightMova is trying different strategies. They're trying to come from the mountain, which is really nice to see. But again, they're just getting absolutely, destroyed in these fights. But not only that, Disaster is just so good at pushing players down, right? Of pulling people off the ship the second they get even their feet on top. Like, imagine how annoying it is. I know, like, I played this map. You swim all the way back, and I didn't even have the good morph, okay? I swim all the way back, and instantly you get on top there, they just instantly push you down. It is so tilting, Blue.
It is very tilting, but at least on this map, if you have the shark morph, you can get back pretty quickly. NightMova out here skirmishing in the field, and again, this is how they get a lot of their kills, is they've got too many Disaster players overextending in the field here. Now they're backing up, they're trying to rotate over. It looks like a few of them are running across to the other side. Oh my gosh, getting run down by Scar over here on this greatsword. Ooh, Ghost Stealth, smart play right now. Making his way back over here, looking for his next victim right here. Dashes through, locks him down. Well, he should see, oh, nope, we're not going to see the guillotine come down right there. But honestly, hunting and destroying like a shark in the mud flats right there for Scar right now. Greatsword dagger, certainly the best single target damage in the game. It's never been contested. NightMova looks like they're regrouping to this high ground one more time, Spit.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to do the same thing again, but hopefully they have a flank group. They have a small flank group coming from the bottom, but again, the Disaster flank or the respawn campers are just really good at shutting them down, but they have a small team skirmishing out here, but let's see if they can make a play. But again, you can see Disaster tanks are already positioned on the edge. Look at these tanks. They're ready. The second they come in, they're going to insta-chain them all down. There's already on the edges here, Blue.
Yep, Linus the Afro stepping forward to try to do what damage he can right there, but immediately starts getting pelted. Necro steps forward. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to chain pull. They're trying to pull to the edge here and then have another person pull them again immediately towards the ship, but it's just not working out for them. Here we go. Regardless, here we go. We're just gonna land in the middle of everything and start interacting with the point again. NightMova says, screw it, we ball. Right there, Twin looks like he is gonna get another cap off in the chaos right now as his guild continually tries to fight Disaster on the high ground. A lot of low yellow health bars, but no one really finishing their kills on the side of NightMova. Right there as Disaster starts to clean them up. Only 20 members on the boat, 23 now, 33 for Disaster as NightMova has a great push right there, but sadly I think they're gonna trickle out here.
Yeah, I mean, that was, again, they were able to get the point, which is pretty impressive because there's a lot of Disaster standing there ready, just pulling and CCing. So being able to get the point, that must be really huge for NightMova. But overall, I mean, Disaster just has really good control. You can see these players. I'm watching Disaster right now. Level 0 player. He's a stat player, and he's so good at just cleaning these players up because the second any of these players go into the water, this guy just stands on the edge and just blast them with his staff. So overall, having staff on this map is just really impressive because you have that insane range, and even if people fall down in the water, you can just finish them off. So overall, a really good play from the Disaster staff players. But I mean, NightMova, they are trying to regroup, but the regroup is so slow, right? Like every time you know that they're regrouping, you're ready for it, your tanks are positioned, it just takes way too long. That's why I like with JustCrits that we saw in the round 1 today. They were so fast at regrouping, so fast as changing respawns, and we're trying to catch Hands of Unity off guard. But right now, NightMova, it just takes way too long, in my opinion, so they can't make a proper play here.
Yeah, absolutely. NightMova picking off Nagi as he came over to try to interrupt them. M4 tries to get in the middle of everyone. Is he going to get triggered, or seriously, not a single healer is going to help trigger? There we go. Got him healthy one more time. And again, Liquid Brains and his Static trying to mop them up, but now looking like absolute clowns. Cue the Benny Hill music as they're just getting farmed. Liquid Brains now the only one left alive. How does that medicine taste? Your own like? Although he's taking the entirety of NightMova, there's no way he actually does. Oh, Lunar is in the middle of everything now as he finally joins the fight. He's gonna get a bunch of kills on that Cordy right there, but that first Static, just absolute clowns, total losers, diving into the middle of everyone and just getting absolutely blasted down. Finally, the Cordy crossbow shows up and saves them so that they don't look like complete animals like that. But you know what? I think NightMova will take this skirmish every day.
Yeah, I mean, the Disaster brought the fight to them. They're like, we're tired of waiting for you on the top of the mountain. We're going to go into here, and we're just going to start fighting you guys. And they're doing really good. But overall, NightMova is getting a little bit of advantage here because they have their numbers and they have the respawn. While Disaster slowly, you know, they were like, we're not patient enough. We're not going to wait for you on the ship. So we're getting actually a good skirmish this time.
Yeah, you take this every time. For NightMova, you absolutely do. Mainly because, again, Disaster is trickling up to you. You outnumber them almost 2-1, although not so much anymore. So now they're starting to bail and run to the ship. That's exactly what I would do, is you would just say, okay, now too many Disaster have committed to the high ground. Everybody jump to the ship. And that's exactly what's happening. You're seeing the cap come down for NightMova. So just smarter play coming down for NightMova as Disaster, I think, is chomping at the bit to try to get kills. A little bit too much over here. Ezelson on the healer all by himself, but you see just how tanky healers actually are in Throne and Liberty. Sadly, he's used all the heals for himself, and then his DPS died in his arms right there. Now you have two healers healing each other. A little gauge, but you know what? We'll take it. Ezel still alive, trying to fly away for his life. Can he make it away? No, he's gonna go down as well. Disaster taking away NightMova's regroup. We should see them regroup to the low ground right now, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And again, Disaster Static's just a little bit too far forward, getting farmed for no reason. Lawrence is gonna go down as well. He's gonna die because he's a loser as well. All of these people that are too bloodthirsty for kills. Novlik, you're in the wrong neighborhood, kid. What are you doing, my dude, right now? In the middle of everyone, NightMova just taking all of the kills that they can here, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, NightMova is trying their best, and Disaster are getting hungry. They want those kills. They want to, you know, get on top of that leaderboard. But again, I mean, NightMova should make a play on the point. Like, look at the point. There's absolutely nobody even close to it. If NightMova just sent one team here, they could actually get a capture and make Disaster stress a little bit, panic a little bit. But again, no plays being made right now. It's just a straight out brawl. But I think NightMova is happy again. They did come last time, and now, you know, coming to round 3, fighting a pretty strong guild like Disaster Unleashed combination is really strong, because Unleashed were one of the strongest guilds in EU when it comes to war games, and so was Disaster. So them merging together is an absolutely, you know, a dominant guild. So again, NightMova fighting these guys and going out to them, it's not a big loss in my opinion. I mean, they came in here and they showed that they improved and they came out to play here, Blue.
Yeah, it does look like the Disaster is going to come up with this one as we tick down to the 3-minute mark. NightMova had a great showing, though, as they've gotten a few solid kill feeds. It's technically our closest match of the day so far, as EU has been a little rocky to start the first 4 matches or 3 or so matches of the day off with complete blowouts. Has been a little rocky. But you know what? The quarterfinals, that just means the quarterfinals are going to be titans of industry on this one, and the best of 3 should be really cool. NightMova certainly had a great run through this tournament. They did not get last in the Best in Guild T1 tournament. They just said they got last. I believe that they were knocked out in round 1, but not technically last there, Spid.
Okay, sure. I mean, not technically last, but it's a better story if they were last. And now look at the point. They're actually getting the point. They have a massive flank, like 6 or 12. I mean, they have the big number advantage, but can't they get the point? They have to be real careful off the edge. You want to be standing on the right side when you're capping the point, because on the left side, you can get hooked down by the tanks. It happens several times. But NightMova making a huge play, but Disaster reacting really quickly to it, making sure that they're coming back and cleaning them up. But that could have been really dangerous for Disaster if NightMova were able to get the cap off.
Yeah, absolutely. NightMova doing the old bait and switch like I had suggested before. Not quite getting that cap down there. That's okay. Chatter said worst cameraman ever. Then you don't have to watch. Easy ban. Easiest ban of my entire life. If you're having such a struggle that you feel like you have to say something, I will release you from this earthly toil, my dear friend. Have a good time. No problem.
That's crazy.
Bro, over the course, bro, we're on week 3 right now. I've been casting every day, 6 days a week for 3 weeks now. I am tired. And so nowadays, when I see anybody try to chat PvP me or say anything disrespectful, I just ban people. I don't care anymore. I'm just dumping them. I'm over it.
I respect it. I mean, if I was the cameraman, people would see nothing because I have ACDC. I have to keep moving around the camera all the time. So, I mean, you're definitely doing it much better.
Did you just say you have ACDC, like the band in your basement? Is that what you just said? You've got them locked up in your... Is that where they've been?
You don't know the lingo? The lingo, man. The lingo. ADHD, ACDC. Come on, man.
That's crazy. Yeah, ADHD. And I tell you right now, you do not have ADHD, Spit. I have ADHD, okay?
That's why I said ACDC. ACDC.
Uh-huh.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I know what I hate, bro. It's like the most overdiagnosed. Screw it. I'm not getting into this. A tangent. I'm not falling for the rage bait. Most overdiagnosed thing in the entire world. So obnoxious. Every kid thinks they have it. And they're idiots. And so are their doctors. Anyway, it does look like Disaster going to come up with this, but NightMova had a great round of this tournament here. It does look like, look at the kill feed. Holy moly, it's a lot of Disaster right there. M4 level 0 player, Lunarch, the top kills of the lobby right there. NightMova's scary. Top kills for NightMova. You scroll down, you see Genkai number 2 in there. Top assist of the lobby, M4 right there. And then we got Kato coming in at way down here as a healer on behalf of NightMova. Damage dealt, it looks like again Zest, the top damage dealt for NightMova. M4 the top DPS of the lobby on behalf of Disaster. Damage taken. Kuro somehow managing to be the top damage taken of the lobby on a spear. Quite impressive. Must have been running it down the entire lobby long. Paka, Tinka, and Perseus, number 2 and number 3 on a healer, and then a great sword. I'm not sure that these guys necessarily were playing great sword dagger, but maybe he was in at number 3. Another great sword dagger in at number 4. A lot of damage taken there, probably because he was in the fight the entire time, and the tanks didn't have much to do in that lobby. 29.4 million damage healed for Kaito, for NightMova and Sprank. And again, very impressive to be the top healer of the lobby, even when your guild loses. You have number 1 and the number 2 healing spots. Disaster's healers are just garbage, as it turns out, except for Hoofin and Mariposa and Uwu, who are rounding out the top 5 on behalf of Disaster. Again, you would expect the Disaster healers to be overperforming in this one. NightMova, their healers are just better, Spin. They may have lost, but they do have some better players.
Yeah, I mean, NightMova, they did really good. They tried, their best, tried to fly down, but Disaster, they had, full control again. Disaster combined with Unleash is crazy. They have a good shot caller in Necro. They have a really good play overall, and they are one of the tournament favorites, right, to go into this. So again, losing to Disaster is not a shame at all. It's a really good playing experience, but Disaster, they are ready for the next round, and I am really happy that they picked Leviathan. I'm not gonna lie. Like
Leviathan's at least fun to spectate.
Yeah, it is fun to spectate. See people get pushed down, players flying in from the mountain. Some guy without the proper morph trying to slowly spin while a staff is just blasting him. It's fun to watch. Necro
is in the chat going, I can't confirm our healers are ass. And then his healer responded with, "Excuse me? Oh, this is awkward. You're here. That's my bad over here." But he's not wrong. You are, in fact, cheeks. Play better. Anyways, good fights to both guilds. We're moving on to number 4. Match number 4 of the day, which should be a lot closer. Meinastrin versus Fruiced here. Meinastrin from the Cascade server, rank 4 in their alliance. Not sure how true that necessarily is. Waka clans and JustCrits have been knocked out of the tournament. Lunarch still technically in the tournament. We'll see how they do today. Rank 1 on their server. No siege wins. Their prediction was round 3. They made it. They out here, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, they are out here and they're facing one of my old guilds, which is Fruiced from the server Emerald. Now, again, like I mentioned before, the leader of Fruiced, they have a really good shot caller. He was a shot caller of Synergy back in the day. So this guy, he knows what he's doing. And not only that, they have Devon, I'm hoping. I don't see his name here yet, but Devon is extremely strong. But they are allied with Xmark, Just, and Divided. And they are the strongest strength on the server. And 2 sieges won. And the prediction is we'll be happy with to win 2 rounds, and they are in round 3, so they already, you know, they did their prediction. They know what they're doing, they know what they're saying, and I think they're gonna take this W very easy.
Okay, I don't know about very easy. Please, we've seen enough easies today. I would like
Close
it to be
but
close.
easy. Close but easy.
I would like, yeah, okay, buddy. Everything with Spid is easy. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's just because they're your old guild right now. But I'm hoping that Meinastrin is able to pull this one out. Let's take a look at pick ban. I'll let you cover it this time since I got it last time.
Yeah, Meinastrin won, and they chose to pick and Fruiced ban, and they banned Bakilo, Digon, Chernabog, and Manticus. Now, first of the day, but we've seen this map many times. We are going to Azrael.
Right on. We are, in fact, going to Azrael, and the tournament favorite, Zoops, is in this lobby right now.
Wait, really?
Zoops is
No
here. We'll
way.
see if he's got that tombstone POV that we love so much in the tournament. So far, we're going to Azrael, so it is his best performing map. He is typically respawning the entire map long, but we'll see if he's able to make something happen right now on Azrael as both teams are spawning in right now. We're into the 4th match of the day, keeping things moving. We'll see if we can't find it. Looks like Meinastrin in the yellow, Fruiced in the red right now. Oh, they're gonna meet right in the center choke point. Both guilds making a run for it, but not quite gonna make it through, as a couple people do, but they're just gonna have to clash in the field right now. And it does look like that Fruiced is gonna get a stronger engagement. For how long? As I don't see too many yellow health bars, getting pretty low. Goomer finally picks up a couple kills, but look at that Fruiced engage onto the back line right there. Such a beautiful collapse down. Took a second, but they got their Spid.
Yeah, it's been a really good, engage. But again, Meinastrin is trying to get the hold of the choke. They're trying to get the control. And I think this match might be way closer than I first thought it would be. I mean, Fruiced definitely has the advantage here, but Meinastrin making sure that they are getting good control. Definitely better strategy used there, trying to get control of the choke. But Fruiced overall is showing that they can just power through. And now, again, getting really good control here. So, again, have you seen Zoops anywhere?
I have not. I think he's dying just a little too fast. Yeah, he's dying a little too fast. He's trying to run back to the fight as quickly as he can over here. It does look like that Fruiced is getting the upper hand initially in this map. As again, we see all of Meinastrin trying to regroup as quickly as they possibly can to get back here. They are getting a solid kill feed here, so this is definitely our closest match of the day so far. Really solid match so far. Oh my goodness, big kill feed on the side of Meinastrin again as they battle back on this one, Stoops.
Yeah, I mean, again, did you call me Stoops?
Oh my god, I was thinking Zoops, then I said Stoops. I don't know, Spit.
They have a really good right now. Oh my god, Meinastrin just completely shut down Fruiced. I did not expect that. Fruiced had really good control, but Meinastrin just came in here and they got really good control. But Fruiced trying to get some ground here, but Meinastrin overall coming in here showing dominance, and we see Fruiced are flying from everywhere. Now Fruiced is coming from the runes side. I don't think that is the best side to spawn from, especially in a fight like this. Yeah,
Yep.
but Meinastrin again, I mean, losing HP right here, but again, having good control really surprised me.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Meinastrin, really solid kill feed coming through right there as they pushed in and wiped Fruiced very convincingly right there. And then again, we have Fruiced regrouping from the high ground here. Hopefully they don't continually do that because that will lose them the match. We saw the final Latino guild in NA East get knocked out because they sadly just did not understand they had to spawn on the low ground, and no one knew how to tell them in Espanol how to do that. So absolutely tragic. Hopefully we don't see that here today. Normally that spawn 3 is really only used to get a regroup down, as we're seeing Fruiced still be dominant on the zone, but some moments of brilliance here for Meinastrin.
Yeah, I mean, Meinastrin definitely showing that they're here to play, and I think Fruiced is sweating a little bit because, I mean, getting fully wiped is crazy, especially when you have the inner side and you have the control of the choke. So Meinastrin is definitely showing that they're here to play, and they're doing really good. I mean, playing together, target acquisition is good for Meinastrin. Definitely getting much better. Zoop's out here on the choke. He's not dying yet. He's showing that, hey, I am here to play too, okay, Blue? I'm here to play. I'm not gonna die, okay? So overall, he's playing good with his party, making sure he's not in the blob though, because that's where he takes the L.
Yeah, absolutely. He's out here skirmishing. Finally, a static versus a static. There is the guillotine going down and actually gave his opponent HP right there. You saw him, again, try to lock him down, throw the guillotine down, which is supposed to be one of the highest single target DPS skills in the game. Actually healed his opponent. Really cool to see for Zoops right there, helping the best healer for the enemy team on the side of Fruiced here. What an absolute Giga Chad. Goes stealth right now as the rest of his guild in a lot of trouble, doing what they can to try to skirmish out Fruiced, but Fruiced certainly looks like they have a fair amount of skirmish in their guild. Meinastrin really struggling to kind of push through onto the point right now. There's Zoops gets pulled back and they're just going to let him go. Zoops, honestly, everyone, the tournament favor, but really not being very impactful in this match, just dancing around while his guild gets farmed just off screen over here. He's not really locking down or doing much of anything over there as we look back toward the fight, as Curry's up on this high ground trying to battle it out on the staff wand invocator right now. Don't see this very often, but look at this absolute god gamer. Normally you get pulled down and immediately killed just like that, but you know what, it took him a while to get that done. It does look like that Fruiced manages to initiate the stone first on this one. We'll see if Meinastrin is able to move in because they have 26 people over 20. Fruiced, although they're killing them relatively quickly, just not enough people on the point right now. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, all right, so not all of them are spawning on the low ground or on the high ground up here. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. That finally Fruiced rallies as they start having people respawn on the high ground up there. Again, both guilds now have initiated a cap here, and Fruiced out in front, but you keep seeing these moments of brilliance on the side of Meinastrin.
Yeah, Meinastrin coming in and wiping them like 2 times now is really impressive. They are not able to hold it for too long. When Fruiced comes back and rallies back, it is pretty tough for Meinastrin to hold it, but they're showing that they can make plays here. It was really unfortunate when they had more players that they were not able to get the cap off, because I think we would have seen the contribution way different right now. But again, Meinastrin is coming in with numbers. Like right now, they have more numbers again than Fruiced. They're wiping Fruiced left and right. That is really impressive. They're getting really good control. Huge kill feed from Meinastrin right now, and look at those numbers, almost double the numbers here, Blue. Like again, Meinastrin is coming in waves. They are making the better plays, they are targeting properly, and Fruiced is gonna be struggling, I think, in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that I think Meinastrin, the big important swing factor there was that Zoops finally contributed to the fight. Is he died. That was his contribution. He killed no one, did absolutely no damage, and then died as he danced around for 6 minutes on the outside of the fight. And then Meinastrin started taking over on the inside, 40 members strong on the point right now for Meinastrin as they start to battle back. Fruiced thought they had this in the bag, but we have a bit of a banger on our hands. 31 via 31, 33 versus 32. Every single player on the point matters right now, and we're only at the 18-minute mark, just under the 18-minute mark. Both guilds battling back and forth. I almost don't even favor the guild that gets it first, but we'll see here. Fruiced trying to push through. They certainly looked a little bit more dominant, but out of nowhere, it looks like Meinastrin has flipped a switch and they are just on it now.
Yeah, I mean, the second the point went off, they had a massive wipe and they have really good control, but they need feet on the ground. Finally, Zoops entered the point, but again, he's leaving the point while you have one player more missing from the point, Zoops. And then, is he going to do a graveyard POV? Yes, he did. He just got demolished. So again, it's really close back and forth here, but they need to put feet on the ground. They have a really good respawn team that I got to give credit where credit is due. Meinastrin is doing a really good job punishing them on the respawn, but now I think there was a call made for everybody to come closer to the point. Like, look at all of these players just standing outside. Zoom 00, NetSpeed TV. Like, you guys have to stand on the point if you're gonna get some contribution and push the other players down. But Fruiced, again, coming back, but I think Fruiced is definitely at a big disadvantage here. I would love to see a player named Devon, but he's not playing for Fruiced today, and I think that might be why Fruiced might lose today.
I don't know, as I see quite a few yellow health bars spawning from point 3, and you saw Meinastrin was really strong on the point until about, I don't know, about 30 seconds ago when these morons started spawning at point 3, and you see all of these morons trickling down right now as they're just not, their IQ is just too low to realize that that is the exact reason why suddenly they are losing on the point right now, as again, that respawn is 2 times as far away as the others are. It takes you way longer to get back to the point. It is Fruiced that is going to take it because of Meinastrin's misplay. They were actually on top of that cap for such a long time right there. They rallied so strong, and then sadly low IQ morons spit every time. I'm gonna fly at point 3 and I'm gonna fly now. I'm gonna fly at point 3.
I mean, I don't understand, especially in such a close fight, Blue, going back and forth. I don't understand why you would suddenly be like, hey, I mean, this fight is close. Let me just start spawning far away. Like, it makes absolutely no sense at all. I'm going to be honest. That
I just can't, bro. They were winning. They were doing great. All they had to do was keep spawning at the low spawn, and they were winning the trickle spawn. They got a beautiful wipe. You have 0 chance of winning the match, especially in a close matchup between these two guilds. These two guilds are extremely close. You have a 0% chance of winning if you spawn at point 3 like we are seeing Meinastrin 2. That's why you see Fruiced with almost twice as many people on the point as their opponent. It's because they're spawning twice as close right now, and you see idiot after idiot after idiot constantly taking point 3 spawn right now, and Meinastrin just cannot get enough people on the point. Finally, some low ground spawners coming in on the side of Meinastrin out here. And again, I'm not sure where Zoops is. He was standing his point.
I have the Zoops POV. Don't worry. I have
okay, he's got it. All right, let's see it. He was standing his post on the point right now, but you can see their point continually going down in percentage right now as we see more and more people coming back from point 3. Meinastrin's 0% chance of winning this match if their shot caller or their guild continuously spawns at point 3. If they are spawn camping you at points 1 or 2, you need to designate a static that is there to occupy those spawn campers, and then everyone else needs to keep spawning on the low ground. You cannot, I repeat, cannot spawn at point 3 in a close match like this on Azrael Spit. It's just so obnoxious.
Yeah, I mean, it is really rough, and you have to have control of the respawn, but I mean, I've been watching Zoops for a while, and he's not contributing at all on the point. He's out there 1v5ing, and he's not winning. He's just continuously staying in sneak where he can, and it's really rough to watch, but Meinastrin is getting a bunch of players on the point, but again, all of these teams not doing anything. Like, I don't understand. When you're not in a fight, when you're not trying to position, why are you not just standing inside the point? Yep. Like, at least you're useful for something, right? But just it's really sad to see, because Meinastrin has shown several times that they can wipe Fruiced, they can get the numbers, but just respawning not correctly, not running improperly, and not staying inside the point. I don't understand. I don't think they know they have to stand in the point to get contribution.
No,
like,
I think
they're
they
just
do
literally
know.
just standing right outside. Like, it makes absolutely no sense.
There is like over half of Meinastrin is spawning at the low ground, and that's why you're seeing these moments of brilliance where they're able to surge onto the point and do really well. You can see them running in from the low ground right now, though. But there's just these absolute morons who I swear to God I would be kicking from the guild to spawn Minos right here. This guy right here spawns in, takes 11 years to get here, lands, runs onto the point, is at 20% HP. And again, he is doing his best, but this is a Templar spawning in. Look at everybody else around him who spawned in. They're all dead now, as Meinastrin is trying to rally people onto the point, but there's just too many stupid people and schlicks. Malibu, Mongreal, Curry, Sour Flower, you're the reason your guild is losing today. Honestly, because Meinastrin should be winning this match. As we saw before, we saw Meinastrin surge onto the point and really get some solid momentum going for their guild, but sadly just too many stupid people spawning in stupid places, not listening to the call, because you know the shot caller right now has said spawn at point 1 and 2. That's why the rest of the guild, all of rest of Meinastrin is spawning on the low ground, but there's only like 2 statics or so spawning on this high ground and running back, maybe 3 statics spawning in and running down
the
now.
numbers.
Yeah, well, no, that's again. Now we've got the I'm seeing red health bars come from above now. What are we doing right now? As finally Meinastrin again starting to spawn a little bit more. Oh, see all the too many red health bars up spawn camping, trying to stop this portal 3 up here. That's just a huge misplay on the side of Fruiced. I'm sorry, Fruiced. Okay, Fruiced. Apparently, he's a hair brand. I don't even know how I know that as a bald person, but you know, it is what it is. It does look like that Meinastrin is doing their best at 65%, as most of their guild is finally on that low ground spawn. Fruiced actually sent too many people to the high ground to spawn camp portal 3, which ironically helped Meinastrin because it actually had a bunch of people from Meinastrin spawn on the low ground again, and then it left a bunch of people from Fruiced just standing up on point 3 twiddling their thumbs, and now you're seeing 38 versus 35 as Fruiced starts to pull back to the point. Meinastrin with a huge surge with 10.5 minutes left on the clock, 77% right now for their guild. Still one player spawning at the wrong, ironically his name is Spawnimos, as accurate, at the wrong portal location over there. But you know what, the rest of Meinastrin seems to have gotten the idea, as maybe somebody said, hey guys, stop spawning up there. Meinastrin trickling back to the point. Now we're finally seeing them spawn on the low ground, run back to the point, and they are planting boots on the point. Fruiced is really struggling to wipe them now off of this point. Again, no one coming from the upper spawn now up here other than red health bars, and Fruiced now comes out on bottom of this. This is what we should have seen from the beginning. That is how easy it should have been for Meinastrin. They just start spawning on the... Honestly, Fruiced unbelievably sent a party to the high ground to try to spawn camp them, and it actually lost them. They could potentially lose them the match here. Meinastrin having all those people spawn up there was the reason that Fruiced was able to beat them on the low ground. Having that party go up there forced the morons on the side of Meinastrin to actually spawn in the correct location, and it actually gave Meinastrin the upper hand. Fruiced has initiated another cap now, but now it's Meinastrin in a dominating position here, Spid.
Yeah, Meinastrin is doing a really good job, like getting control, spawning correctly. Again, I think you are right. Fruiced forced the dum-dums to spawn from the correct location, and now they're getting insane amount of control. And not only that, what I really want to see from Meinastrin right now is actually protect the point. Again, they have a massive 30-40 players inside the point, but one guy just sneaking between them and capturing point. That should not be happening. And also, like, they're controlling, they have a good fight here, but Fruiced has to be panicking right now. They don't know how this happened. They had such good control, and Meinastrin are finally spawning correctly. They're doing things right. But again, Bloodmane is going for the cap. You have to stop him. You can't only have one player on him. They have to have control, because if Fruiced gets a cap with like 8 minutes left, they can win this game. So again, Meinastrin has to lock this down, has to stop these tanks, but Fruiced is coming in full force. You see them, so many of them, red numbers. They're trying to get kill feed, they're trying to get control, and they're trying. Treborg on there. Treborg, the Sin X leader, he's trying to get the point, and he got it. This is what, like, he's shot calling and he's capturing the point. Like, he has to win this. If they don't win this, it's all because they had no Devon.
Yeah, pretty much all of Meinastrin save. Maybe 3 or 4 people are spawning still at Portal 3, but that doesn't matter as much. If it's only 3 or 4 people, that's fine. It's just you can't have multiple statics up there on that high ground. I've actually seen way more Fruiced members flying down from the high ground than I have Meinastrin members on this one, as we see yet another Fruiced member. And again, this is how you know this person is low IQ. You can see him land here. He's at half health and immediately starts to go for these pulls right now. Runs onto the point, starts taking damage. He is not grouped up with his static group at all right there. But again, it is a Crusader. We don't expect much out of those players. He is playing with a foot pedal and probably a steering wheel, so there's that. Fruiced doing their best to rally onto the point, as most of their guild now is also spawning. Looks like both guilds now are running in from the low ground. If you look just off screen, you can see all of those health bars trying to run back. You see Zoops in an epic battle out there trying to lock down those members as he steps back in right now, looking for anyone that he can. 37 for over 28 right now, 15% and falling on the side of Fruiced right now. Meinastrin in control of this one. Fruiced was in control at the start, and now it's Meinastrin on top of this one. And again, it's just back and forth. It is the difference maker is spawning on the low ground and coming back to the fight. Anytime you have too many people spawning at point 3, that guild immediately starts losing. It's a trend we've seen time and time again across every single region of every best in guild tournament we have ever had. You would think that guilds would understand how this works on Azrael, no matter how many people are spawn camping this low ground, and there doesn't look like there's very many. Everyone's just basically trying to run on the point and contribute. Finally, Fruiced gets control one more time. Meinastrin only down at 20 members. What has happened right? Oh, guys, look at that. Look how quickly that happens. Idiot, 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 idiot. Look how quickly it happens. Look how fast you see Meinastrin lose control of the point the moment the low IQ dumbos start spawning on point 3 and coming down up there, and immediately Fruiced takes control.
Yeah, I mean, if Fruiced wins here, Fruiced didn't win the game. Meinastrin actually lost the game. Like, this is absolutely horrible. They have to be sweating right now. If Fruiced gets this cap, it is over. But right now, they have good numbers, but Fruiced spawning from the correct side. Zoops is getting shut down over and over again. And overall, like, Fruiced is getting better control, but it's so close. It's still 5 minutes left. Again, the numbers are right there. I mean, Meinastrin have players outside. They just need them to step on top of the point to shut Fruiced down, but Fruiced is doing a really good job regrouping. But again, Meinastrin's spawn camping team is doing a really good job just punishing all these players. That's why the Fruiced players are panicking, spawning from above, because Meinastrin's team is punishing them. They're not letting everybody go through the choke without getting one player down. So again, super close fight here, and Fruiced, if they can take it, 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes left. If they can take this, they will win, but it is so slow. The points are going up so slow.
Nah, man, Fruiced is all spawning on the low ground right now. They have 31 people on the point to the 25 from Meinastrin, 43% in climbing at the 4.5 minute mark. If Meinastrin loses this match, it's because the overall collective IQ of the entire guild is just too low. These are great players, but even the best players, when they make dumb decisions, just cannot come up with a win in PvP. Almost at 50% right now before Meinastrin is able to take back control of this match. You see a lot of yellow health bars now coming in from the bottom. That's promising on behalf of Meinastrin. They have got to keep running in from the lower spawn, finally coming back from the low spawn. K-Dot trying to get locked down. He runs back in, trying to contribute for Meinastrin right now. Fruiced right now, I'm not sure where they're running back from. Still 1 or 2 statics for Meinastrin coming in, making this look much, much closer than it should be. Is I think that if Meinastrin was all spawning from the lower spawn, this would not be nearly as close, but Fruiced is getting very close. They are tiptoeing their way to a potential victory here. Under 4 minutes on the clock right now. Huge kill feed for Fruiced right there as their respawners keep coming back. Another big kill feed as they surge, almost 2 times as many people on the point as they had before. I think it's time for Guardians and Go. At this point, you have to surge really strong. I think if you can wipe Meinastrin right now and force them to all spawn at that upper spawn, you will just win. They go over 52, 53, 54. Look at how fast it's climbing. Meinastrin, only 15 people on the point. You fucking moron, Ozzy! What are you doing? What a griefer! Holy moly! 64% in climbing. Fruiced knows where to spawn. Ozzy is too fucking stupid! Holy moly! I'm gonna lose it, Spit.
I mean, this is a really close fight. I mean, Meinastrin is making it much harder for themselves, but Fruiced is taking the fight on top of the point. They have the numbers. They are losing numbers here and there. The 2.5 minutes left.
I'm gonna crash
the time
out.
is
I'm
ticking.
crashing out.
It's 30%. I don't know if Fruiced has enough time. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Meinastrin is doing a good job, even though
I'm gonna
they have
crash out.
Dum-Dums in their team. But
Every
Fruiced is
single-
coming back out. It's gonna be so close. 2.5 minutes. 30% to go. I don't know. I don't know if they can make it, Blue.
Yeah, every single player in your guild matters. Every single player on the point matters. If anyone is spawning at the higher spawn locations, they are the reason you are losing. Slicks, Broilers, all of them are complete losers. 74% and climbing at 2-minute mark. Fruiced is doing their best to try to rally. Meinastrin trying to stand in the corner. They're not sure why they're struggling so much at this point. It's because they have too many low IQ members in their guild. Fruiced, one more wipe will do it. If Fruiced can wipe them one more time, that will be the match. But with 1 minute and 50 seconds left, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to pull this one out. 44 people on the point for Meinastrin as they try to run back. It looks like that was their Guardian push right there as Meinastrin doing their best to try to hold on. That was all Guardians and Remedies on behalf of Meinastrin, just desperately trying to hold on with 1.5 minutes left to go. A lot of Fruiced rally back onto the point. 39 Fruiced. There it is. They get back on top. Are they going to counter pop Guardians now on this side of it? 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. Spit. It's a nail biter.
They have to do a big push here. They have to wipe them. If they don't do a big wipe here, they lose the game. But they're getting kills. Look at the kill feed. They're getting kills over and over. Meinastrin is coming back. They need a big kill feed here. If they don't get a good kill feed, they need at least 20 more players on top of the point. But it's so slow. I don't think it's enough time, Blue.
No, they definitely have enough time. 76%. They need one kill feed will do it on the side of Fruiced. Normally, no, we don't say one player will make the difference, but right now, I do think that it absolutely would. We just need one more Fruiced out of you. One more kill feed will be the difference for their guild. Sadly, I'm not seeing it. I think that Meinastrin may have just clutched this up, mainly because their fucking morons have finally started spawning from the lower spawn, and you'll notice how close it doesn't look when everyone on Meinastrin is not a complete moron, spawning at the wrong spawn point. 16 seconds left on the clock. I don't think that they have enough time with all of Meinastrin finally pulling their heads out of their rectums on repeat right now, just running back to the point. They're gonna have it. Fruiced almost takes it to the finish line, but Meinastrin will win. Holy moly, how to make a match look incredibly close. That match was not supposed to be that close. It was only that close because we saw Meinastrin's inability to spawn on the low ground on repeat. I hope that they watched that VOD to single out all of those individual players that almost cost them a solid run through this tournament, because if they had lost today, it is 100% on their backs. Fortunately, you guys saw right at the end of time right there, they managed to get all of those players to spawn low ground. Everyone came back in, and you'll notice how quickly they took control of that match. It wasn't a contest. Fruiced just could not get through the door. Again, once everyone is spawning low ground, that's ultimately what matters. Meinastrin's Asian character name at 79 kills in that lobby. Fruiced stand out at 61. Kralik MVP, then number 2 for Meinastrin on the spear dagger right there. Damage out 8.1 million for Meinastrin's Chinese character name right there. Rhythmus in the top. DPS for Fruiced there, 6.9 million. Damage taken looks like Meinastrin, Fruiced, or Meinastrin's Shines and Schlicks with Fruiced's Tome and Lexari, the top damage taken of the lobby. All tanks with the exception of Lexari, who is a healer. 30.5 million damage shield for Lexari. Again, one of the top tanks in the lobby too. Also the top healer in the lobby here as well. So a phenomenal game for Fruiced right there. It's sad that they will go down in this tournament, as they seem to have the strategy on Azrael right there. Meinastrin's HT Brigid Bay was the one with the big kill feed right at the end. Honestly, actually,
Can you show Zoops? Everybody's asking for Zoops.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see.
I think it was rank 14 or something.
Zoops all the way down here. I had to scroll down. Almost didn't see him all the way down there at the bottom. But Great Sword Dagger right there is Zoops all the way down at number 14. If you look at the damage dealt, let's finding Zoops all the way down here at number 24. It looks like for damage dealt, somewhere around there, 1.9 million. But you know what? It's because he ran around like an absolute Giga Chad doing nothing the entire match for his guild. Fortunately, they carried him through it. And you know what? Zoops is smart enough to know where to spawn, though.
Yeah, he is smart enough. I mean, he wasn't on the position many times, but he did. I'm not gonna lie. I was watching a little bit. He did get some good kills. Okay, Zoops. I'm gonna give you a little bit of credit. All right, you might not have gotten too many kills. You might have failed a lot of players with your guillotine, but you did get a couple of kills here or there. So good job on that. But overall, Meinastrin, I thought they were gonna lose the game, but they came in, they pulled off, and it is a big L for Fruiced. I think it's a Devon diff. I didn't see Devon play. He was top, damage contributor for Fruiced for the last game, so not seeing him might have been the difference. But again, Meinastrin, they came in, they took it. Somehow, I don't know how, but they were able to win, Blue.
Oh, I know how.
I don't know how.
I'll tell you how. Anytime all of Meinastrin was spawning on the low ground, the match did not look close. You'll notice every single time we saw them stop spawning high ground and move to the low ground, or maybe less than one static or so, we're spawning on point 3. Meinastrin was cleanly on top of that lobby. The only reason that it was even remotely close is because there are too many low IQ morons in Meinastrin that just do not understand tempo. They don't understand that they have to be spawning at that lower spawn, that spawn camping group, you just need to assess it. You just send a static group, designate them to handle the spawn campers, and then you just run in. But Meinastrin almost found a loss in almost a certain win lobby right there. Fruiced, definitely the smarter guild, definitely understood the map more, and definitely understood how, what their win condition was on that map. They had the spawn campers in position. They forced Meinastrin to spawn at point 3. Mainly because out of stupidity. And then again, it wasn't until I think that Fruiced going up to spawn camp point 3 actually cost them the lobby. Meinastrin was all spawning at point 3 very comfortably, losing the match almost for the first 10 minutes or so, until they finally sent a static group up there and made it forced Meinastrin to spawn on the low ground, and then Meinastrin just bulldozed them. Absolutely rough. But you know what? It's good fights to both guilds. I think both guilds showed brilliance there. Very, very cool to see. Let's take a look ahead to the next match of the day. Lunarch versus CallMeDaddy. And this one should be a banger. Lunarch, Lunarch from the Cascade server, rank 3 in their alliance with Meinastrin, JustCrits, and Waka clan. Meinastrin narrowly making it through that last match. They're rank 1 on the server. Siege wins. They're just excited they have more than one siege win. Their prediction was top 50%, which they have more than obtained at this point. And then they said, we just finished rebuilding, 1 month break, no practice, we just winging it. Well, for just winging it, they're in round 3 here, Spid.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And they're facing against CallMeDaddy. Now, I think from every single guild in this tournament, from T1 to now, CallMeDaddy has had the biggest improvement. They have gone from being average to being one of the tournament favorites, which is really impressive. They put in the work and they're ready to show it in this tournament. They're from the server Zephyr. They're allied with Unbound and Dynasty, and of course they are the strongest in their alliance, and their alliance strength of server is KDS is always on top of us. I think that is a meme from all the KDS on top, but their big T1 finish above Sovereign and chat PvP is something. We really love ETH Reapers. They are the best. That's what it says, right? For sure. That's what it says.
Yeah, absolutely. I just had to blot it out right there. ETH Reapers sadly getting knocked out of the tournament, I believe in round 2. By Hand of Unity, the bulldozers, the Hand of Unity are. Let's take a look over at the versus screen and we'll talk about pick ban for this match. I'll let you cover it real quick.
Yeah, CallMeDaddy won, and they chose to pick and Lunarch banned. They banned Chernabog, Pakilo, Leviathan, and Daigon, and we are going back to EU favorite Morokai.
Oh boy, Morokai is one of the most commonly chosen maps, period, dot, in the tournament for EU over here. And this should be a pretty close match. CallMeDaddy versus Lunarch. Lunarch has shown some serious promise. CallMeDaddy obviously has been around for a lot longer as a guild. We saw them in T1. Lunarch, I think, obviously a newer guild over here, but they've had such a good run through the tournament. They have such great players. This should be an absolute banger of a match. So make sure you guys got your predictions in as we hit go on the lobby. It is Morokai as the map of the day. Right now, 10 spears on the side of Lunarch. Holy moly, Spit.
Yeah, 10 spears is gonna be a really good show, but I think CallMeDaddy was gonna have a good control of this this match. They chose to pick Morokai. They have insane experience, like I mentioned earlier. By far, Blue, I'm telling you, by far, CallMeDaddy has the best improvements since T1 by any guild. It's not even close.
Really? Well, we're about to see them square off.
It's a full new S-tier guild.
Yo, huge concave for CallMeDaddy right now. And Lunarch really clumped up on this high ground. Sadly, guys, you see this choke point right here. And then the choke point on the other side. The only ways to really get to that high ground, save a grapple on the 180 degrees on the backside over where my mouse cursor is, right over there. So honestly, though, I like CallMeDaddy's position here in the red, mainly because they don't have to go anywhere. They control the low ground. If they just stood here for 3.5 more or 3 more or 4 more minutes, they can basically just cap the point basically for free on this one. As you see Lunarch on the high ground, they're hoping that CallMeDaddy comes up to engage them. We've seen this engage go either way, mainly because it's a tough push. You have to push up 2 choke points, but you are pushing from multiple perspectives at the same time. Lunarch trying to cover their backside. You see with a static group over there. You can see if anybody tries to run up this ramp, they're going to get hit in the back by that static group right there. And so we are looking. Oh my God, I can shot call. Oh God, we swapped shot caller. Oh God!
The CallMeDaddy shot caller is stuck apparently, so they're memeing right now that they can shot call. So CallMeDaddy without shot caller versus Lunarch. Let's see how this goes.
Well, they can always just reload the match. Again, if you crash or you get stuck, you can always just reload the lobby. And then come back. It only takes a few seconds, assuming you don't your computer isn't running on a hamster wheel. It does look like that. Fortunately for them, CallMeDaddy has chosen not to regroup right now. Is not AGS #1. They are #1 mainly because if there's a bug in the game, that would be NCSoft, guys. Not the publisher. It would be the developer on that one. But that's okay because again, sometimes there are bugs in games. It is what it is. But fortunately, again, you can just like come back to the fight. Just kind of respawn back in and the game should fix it for you, as it were. But we'll see here. CallMeDaddy still has chosen not to engage. And again, like I said, they're just going to be very patient, wait on this low ground. First blood finally does come through on the side of Lunarch right now, on that low ground right now. He can also shot call from Discord streams as well. So it's not necessarily the end of the world. There's the GLHS. Looks like the shot caller has returned to the fight right there, potentially, as again, they're always in position. Lunarch swarming right now. Butterflies don't normally swarm, but you know what? They're giving it a go right now. As oh my God, they're getting antsy. Like I said, the shot caller has returned. Lunarch going to move to the low ground from one side right now. Here's their static group is still on union break. They still have not engaged. What are you guys doing? Finally coming in on this side. CallMeDaddy on the other side, getting pincered now. And honestly, it could go either way. We're seeing big kill feeds on both sides as Lunarch takes a bold first engagement spin.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really strong engagement. Try to catch CallMeDaddy off guard. They were chat PvPing, they were talking, and then boom, they came in and tried to get some kills. But CallMeDaddy, again, cleaning that up really nice. But again, Lunarch is on the high ground right now. They're getting pushed by CallMeDaddy. Half of them are still far back, so they might be able to win some of these fights. But again, just the kill feed, oof, it is awfully...
They're trickle spawning.
Yeah, this is really bad.
The play when you lose an engagement like that very narrowly is not to trickle spawn back to the fight like this. That is the L play, mainly because all of the statics for CallMeDaddy are still grouped up and all buffing each other and getting pre-buffs running and all that stuff. And you're basically just running back and nobody's grouped up in their static group ready to go. They've done the exact same thing now as only half of their guild chooses to engage one more time. It's going to be a solid red feed again as Lunarch just really struggles. Their shot caller again, not doing the best job engaging half of the ball. You see the other half of the offense ball for Lunarch is sitting way back here as the front line basically gets eviscerated and engaged on all by themselves right now. They need to group up. They had a really solid engagement when they all grouped up together and engaged together. The kill feed is relatively even overall, or as close to even as you're gonna get. But when you only spawn, you trickle spawn and just run back to the fight. None of your statics are together. They are not buffed up. The healers are not cranking that Nature's Blessing and keeping their heals and their buffs running all the time. It's difficult for statics to get ready, set, and all together. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now is, again, it snowballs super hard. And if you don't pull back as a shot caller and try to regroup and get your statics together again so that they can get those buffs running, so that they can get those pre-buffs going, you're just going to keep getting farmed on repeat. And that's exactly what's happening to Lunarch right now, sadly, as they had a pretty solid first engagement, ended up losing out. Now they're fighting in the woods. Their statics are starting to get a chance to breathe right now as they start to kill the CallMeDaddy statics in the woods right now. They are getting a reasonable regroup off as CallMeDaddy has not chosen to engage them quite yet. Finally, we see a few Nut dives into the middle of everyone and lasts about 3 seconds, just like last night, before he ends up going down. But again, CallMeDaddy, the rest of them running up the ramp like this, trying their best to push through a tiny choke point and doing a great job of it.
Yeah, I mean, Wind Whisperer just had an insane spin on the back line right here, and it was just absolutely amazing. All the Lunarch players just went down one after another. But again, Lunarch is trying to push out on the right side to try and not get clumped up, and they're doing a good job trying to stay alive. But the second CallMeDaddy just comes in from each side, it's just absolutely over for Lunarch, right? So it's going to be hard. Again, Mordecai is one of those maps where the stronger Gale has better control. It's hard to make too many strategies here. But Lunarch again trying coming from the hook and hopefully gonna make a play on the side, but CallMeDaddy again not letting them regroup. They're just so quick, so fast, and pushing them the second they see them regroup.
They ran in at half health, like they were regrouped this time, but none of the healers were healing anybody. So they're standing on the high ground. They effectively have half the health of their opponent, and they just stood there and got farmed. I don't know why you would run in like that. Like, again, look at them. They spawn in with half health. They don't take a second to just heal themselves and get ready set. They just said, oh, no, we have to get to the high ground or we're going to lose. And they just ran to the high ground and then promptly lost because their guild only had half the durability that it probably should have right there. Lunarch now in a lot of trouble trying to regroup. Looks like they may be just holding their spawns up above right now, which is in fact the play. If you like, again, the shot caller needs to try to get ready set right now. They have got to try to get a regroup off where they are all at full health trying to crank buffs right now before they spawn in. They can keep CallMeDaddy guessing. They have to check all 3 spawns at the same time. You see CallMeDaddy starting to swarm and spread out right now. That is a good thing for Lunarch, as mainly because Lunarch can choose which of the 3 spawns and then outnumber their opponent. And this time they at least will have their statics ready to go at this point, but still waiting to spawn here. And again, this is fine. Take your time. As long as you don't spawn in too soon, you should be fine.
Yeah,
there we go.
Ready to spawn in. There we go. The massive spawn in, but hopefully they're spawning at several points at once, trying to
Where are they going?
Scatter them a little bit.
Oh my god, half the ball just ran off to the right and left the other half to die. In the rear, a guy, like, where are we going? We didn't even know that this was part of the map over here.
They're going to a different map.
What is going on? They're trying to run to Talus right now. They're right on the edge of the map. I don't know exactly what is going on. Lunarch showing up to the match potentially drunk, but the other half of Lunarch does manage to get to the stone. Sadly, now they are heavily outnumbered as CallMeDaddy collapses back down on the stone. The rest of them basically running a ring around the rosy pattern to try to run CallMeDaddy out of position there.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to run around. Maybe that was, they're trying to do a maneuver to make sure that CallMeDaddy was following them outside of the map, and then boom, they were at the point already. But again, the second CallMeDaddy saw them trying to cap the point, they were just instantly there and just wipe them off. And they're really good. Again, the CallMeDaddy is really good at just making sure they're playing together with their team. Insane amount of good core spins happening, just really good kill feed, and overall just shows that they have control. But it's really nice that Lunarch is taking a small break, trying to regroup, trying to make some plays. But I would like to see them spawn from several points at once. We've seen that work sometimes on this map, is since many of the spawns are pretty close, you can spawn on different sides to make sure that CallMeDaddy is a little bit more spread out and then make some kind of plays. But right now, they're just getting cleaned up everywhere they go, and not looking too good for Lunarch right now.
Yeah, Sakura, oh my gosh, the guillotine came down on Sakura's head right there. Holy moly, right there. That great sword dagger came up behind him and ended his life 100-0. Trying to pigeon on that high ground right there. Lunarch in a lot of trouble in this tournament right now. But again, credit where credit is due. They are at least trying to get regroups in now. They're starting to get their statics grouped up. That was their best push yet into CallMeDaddy right there. They ran CallMeDaddy around to Narnia while the other half of the guild made a mad dash to the point. The other half of the guild spawned in, I guess, at a different portal and made a dash to the point. Now they're all going to spawn in. They're all going to fight together out in the woods right now. And an interesting choice is it's only about half of Lunarch spawning in right now. I don't really know. Are they going for the point? Yeah, the other half. So half of Lunarch is spawning to allow the other half to go for the point here. And again, so this is the same pump fake play that they tried the previous time. This time, CallMeDaddy's a little bit more ready for it, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, CallMeDaddy is absolutely ready for it. They're standing on the point, making sure that they can punish them the second they come close. I mean, they have them on the high ground, they have them on the low ground. It is really bad for Lunarch, but they're trying to make different plays, trying to see if they can win some fights. But again, Veto just cleaning it up. Absolutely insane. I mean, CallMeDaddy, again, like I said, one of the strongest favorites to win this tournament, and they are showing off right now. Insane amount of improvement from CallMeDaddy. I think they fought Bored Apes on round 1 of T1, if my memory is correct, and that was like a really rough a fight from CallMeDaddy. But just the improvement that they have had, the players and the statics playing together, is just really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. CallMeDaddy doing a great job in this match. Oh boy, all of Lunarch spawns from spawn point 1. They're going to get collapsed on immediately right now through the trees. They're all getting pulled in. There's the spin. Oh my god, look away if you're a Lunarch fan. They are getting absolutely Baja blasted, as I like to say, in the foliage of Boracay here. They're doing their best, but they are just coming up short. Let's take a look. 13 minutes left on the clock. We haven't looked at the leaderboard yet. CallMeDaddy, Nick, Massey, 40, Nijai, Vito, Sue, all at the top of the leaderboard for CallMeDaddy. Lunarch, Bravely, Papu, Etsu. Interestingly enough, I don't think that's the same Etsu that is the CM for Black Desert's team. But yeah, Etsu down here for CallMeDaddy as well. Damage dealt looks like, again, CallMeDaddy favored with Nick at the very top of the board there. Bravely for Lunarch coming in as the top Lunarch player on his team. Damage taken. Twicky over here on that Crusader, the top of the lobby, but CallMeDaddy's healers are going insane. Kuruthar, the top healer of the lobby so far, doing a great job for his static group, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're dominating the leaderboards, they're dominating the healing leaderboards, and they're dominating the match right now. They have really good control right now. But sometimes they don't. The nice thing about CallMeDaddy is even though they're pushing all the way out and respawn, they still have a team looking out for the point, right? You have a team up here fighting like 6v20 right now on the high ground, which is absolutely insane. But they're making sure that they have their backs covered so they don't get absolutely flanked and, the point just stolen right behind them. We've seen this happen from many guilds where they just push into the spawn and completely forget the point and then get the cap hit them from behind. So it's really good job from CallMeDaddy overall. Really good control, really nice to see, and they're just so strong overall, right? Like, look at the leaderboards, absolutely crushing it. The healers doing a great job, and they're just controlling the fight perfectly.
Yeah, honestly, pretty solid kill feed there on the side of Lunarch as well, skirmishing pretty well this time, as opposed to the previous times where you only see like 1 kill per engagement. They got 4 or 5 kills on that engagement right there, so pretty solid job for their backline as they pull CallMeDaddy away from the node, or away from the Riftstone rather, constantly trying to pull them away and away and away, and that's exactly what they're doing, bravely getting a solid kill feed on the side of Lunarch right there as well. And again, ooh, look at this Lunarch squad trying to go for the cap. Varkish is going to step forward. He's going to go for it. Nope, gets seen, decides better of it and walks the other way. But the static again snuck their way around the backside trying to get in. Ooh, Varkish going to get gunned down as the rest of CallMeDaddy has returned to the Riftstone here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that again, even though they have a Lunarch get a team to sneak around and flank, the CallMeDaddy already have 3 or 4 players standing on the Riftstone, making sure that they have control, making sure they have a player that's calling this out, right? So overall, a really good play from CallMeDaddy. I mean, having a good control, but Lunarch is trying, though. I got to give credit where credit is due. But I'm hoping maybe they can do some split pushes here. I mean, they're trying everybody to respawn from the same point, and it's not working. So I'm hoping to see some split pushes from Lunarch, try to respawn from several sides. Yeah,
massive kill feed right there for Lunarch, and they killed the top DPS of the entire lobby immediately as he chose to jump in as a kangaroo right there. Get pwned noob, as the boys might say there. And honestly, Lunarch winning out on the engagement overall, doing a great job, showing some signs of life here against this CallMeDaddy squad, and it's super impressive to see this right here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching Sue right now. Sue has the highest damage contributor right now, and it's absolutely going crazy with the spear, making sure that they're picking off the players that they're supposed to. I mean, just playing really well together with the team, running around properly, making sure that they're targeting the teams that are supposed to be targeted, and overall just really good with the spear. I mean, making sure, I mean, again, we've seen spear being really good in EU, but the players that know exactly how to play spear, I mean, you're probably going to say it doesn't take too much skill, but the players that know how to play spear, you see that they have way higher damage numbers than other spear players.
I mean, I wouldn't say it takes low amounts of skill. You definitely are a melee DPS. There's a lot of skill that goes into being a melee DPS overall, mainly because you have to get in close to deal your damage. You have to be able to trust your healer, and most importantly, you have to have a good static group. Lunarch coming in, flooding onto the point right now. We'll see if they can't get an initiate cap right now on the point. CallMeDaddy, though, flooding back over here as Lunarch's pinned into the corner, doing their best. But oh my goodness, the collapse down from CallMeDaddy just looked beautiful.
Yeah, the Kolkasa just did an insane spin. I think got 5 or 6 kills. Absolutely insanity. I mean, CallMeDaddy has been using these spins really effectively. I mean, they're dominating all the. I mean, they're doing good overall. They're controlling the map. I mean, that's why I think the Cordy is so strong. Is if you use it properly, it just is so dominating. If you get like a kill feed like that, right? You can get an insane amount of control if you fight those 5-6 players. It's just so strong. Again, he's back with it and just spinning on these players. So well done, and overall just really good control.
Yeah, absolutely. Lunarch's frontline just getting picked apart right here by the staff and the spell blades of CallMeDaddy. You are not wrong. These guys are the most improved. Why do you think that is? That they're the most improved guild? Do you think that they just picked up a bunch of new players, or do you think that it's that they're watching replays? Maybe they've won a bunch of sieges. Maybe they're more geared this time.
They've been doing insane amount of war games since I think like they were one of the first guilds to start wargaming in T2. I mean, they've been really consistent. They've obviously have some good picks. I mean, Etsu I think is from Nyx. Ex-Nyx player, and then he joined Orca, I think, if I'm not wrong, and now he's in CallMeDaddy. So there's some, of course, some good pickups, but overall, the leadership and the improvement, they've been watching the replays, VOD reviewing, playing insane amount of war games, playing against the best players, and just learning the meta, and the improvement from CallMeDaddy has been absolutely phenomenal, and I think they can go far in this tournament.
Yeah, this is a massive improvement over what I saw in the T1 tournament, no question. Where they got knocked out, I believe, in round 2. I could be wrong about that. But Lunarch in the woods right now doing their best to try to make anything happen against this CallMeDaddy squad, but sadly getting mopped up time after time. I got to give credit to the Lunarch shot caller is he had a little bit of a rocky start with the regroups and things like this, but he has managed to get a lot of regroups off with his guild. They are at least spawning in with full health, or at least trying to get grouped up and pushed together. They've had some moments of brilliance here where we see some really solid kill feeds on the yellow side of things over here. But sadly, I think his guild, it would be asking for a miracle, I think, to beat CallMeDaddy in this match here based on how things are going so far. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. They're pushed all the way back to the pond on the southwest side of the map here.
Yeah, I mean, they are making some play. They're spawning in now, getting to the point. There's many of them on the point, but you see CallMeDaddy just going to respond really quickly, making sure to shut them off before they can even make some kind of play here. I mean, not being able to even get the point capture is really bad for Lunarch, but they're trying, making different plays. I like to see it. I like to see them try different things, try different respawns. Overall, I mean, it's... Fighting against CallMeDaddy at this point, it is a tough matchup for them, but they're trying their best, and again, coming all the way to round 3 is really impressive, especially in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. CallMeDaddy pulling in the stragglers, trying to knock them all down. Light Story's going to go down. Minu hiding to the best of his ability right now on this greatsword dagger in the corner right now. Oh my goodness, goes stealth and says, "You guys, sorry guys, I have to leave." If he comes out of stealth, he's just going to get immediately blasted, and he knows it. Look at him running like a little roach through the woods. Oh, no, he gets locked down by Seth. He's going to find him right there as Seth runs back toward the fight. The crossbow dagger finding the greatsword in the corner right there. He had so much confidence. Ooh, now he's in stealth. And again, crossbow dagger, as we've talked about, is such a tough class to play in this metagame because you are so squishy, just like that, as Seth just gets mopped up. That is the POV of a crossbow dagger. 1 second, you're getting kills, pumping damage like crazy, moving around, schmoving, and the next moment, you are just immediately dead.
Yeah, but you have like insane amount of evasion as crossbow dagger. So usually either you're playing a glass cannon build where you have like double evasion, insane amount of damage, or you're running triple evasion with a little bit less damage. But overall, you're just an insane healer killer, right? Like you just farm those healers, and if the people that know how to play crossbow dagger, they're just extremely good at what they do, right? Especially in the top tier guilds. So having enough crossbow daggers is very important, especially in matches like this or maps where killing healers is extremely important.
Look at this 2v3. Seth finds himself in with Deja Noose right there, and they win the 2v3. The crossbow using that mobility to dash around. Seth got low a couple times in that fight, but the healer saving his life and winning that 2v3. That is what puts CallMeDaddy on top, is those small skirmishes like that. Being able to win in those small scale skirmishes does a tremendous amount to put your guild on top of just about every matchup. Light Story on the front line, just wondering what he needs to do for his guild. The rest of his guild being targeted down. Now that he's the only one left alive, they're going to go ahead and kill the tank as well. The target acquisition for CallMeDaddy really could not be better.
Yeah, look at that tent. There's a sea crab hiding. They haven't seen him yet. He's hiding on the tent on the right side and just walking past him. Oh, this is crazy. I don't know how he's surviving for so long. He's just running around as a sea crab. This Zizvi's done it like twice now, and earlier he got all the way to the point as a crab, and then they got him. Right now he was just standing inside the tent, and everybody was just running past him. So hey, kudos to the strategy. It kind of worked until it didn't.
Yeah, I couldn't find him there. So honestly, he's doing a great job of hiding as a spectator. I couldn't find him either. Ooh, Palmu looks like he might go. No, it's just a healer. Buddy, what are you in range to heal right now, aside from maybe Despicables? It's standing in the corner right now, trying not to be targeted, far away, running for his life, as well as the rest of Lunarch gets mopped up right there. One good engagement could turn it around. No, I would think that it probably needs to be 4 really solid wipes. CallMeDaddy just falls over, and I do think that Lunarch could take this, not only interact with the stone, but take it and get a reverse cap here. But again, 4 winning pushes is tough. Honestly, look at that kill feed. Amadrea, Fruity Fresh getting some big kill feed. Wort Bravely getting a lot of kills right now on the side of Lunarch. You said just 1 push. Maybe this is the first one. Lunarch getting a really good kill feed right there, outnumbering CallMeDaddy. Sadly, CallMeDaddy's going to be respawning right behind them and running straight back to the fight on this one. So Nick starts to swing it back in CallMeDaddy's favor, but Lunarch is some signs of brilliance right there, Spid.
Yeah, man, we've seen a couple of really good pushes from Lunarch. Well, this is one of them. I mean, this is full-out brawl right now. We see some kill feed here and there, but again, CallMeDaddy just spawning back behind them and just, you know, finishing it up. But overall, really good from Lunarch. You have to remember, I think 3 guilds from Lunarch's alliance is in round 3. Imagine if they made 1 strong guild, how far they could have come.
Yeah, absolutely. CallMeDaddy doing a great job so far in this tournament to put on a great show for everybody here. Divided versus...
Wait, they're going on the point. They're all on the point right now.
No way.
Yeah, like it's like 20 Lunarch on the point.
Yeah, but nobody interacts with it, though. They don't have anybody to interact with the point, and it's going to give CallMeDaddy time. There we go. They finally get an interaction with it. 10 to 10, though. And with a minute left on the clock, I think CallMeDaddy might just be screwing around a little bit, letting off the reins. They know they've got this one in the bag. There's the let's go coming down. You can see CallMeDaddy very excited to be moving on to the quarterfinals here. They're going to be fighting the winner of our next match today, which is going to be Divided versus Who Asked on that one. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure who's exactly going to win that. Oh, here's a sea crab up here. Look at this beautiful Krabby Patty of a player right here doing their best job to morph in right now. CallMeDaddy just kind of getting as many kills as possible. I think both guilds are just kind of having fun. Lunarch did their best. Their cap is going to get snuffed out, though, with 25 seconds left on the clock. It is not a complete shutout. They did manage to get 1 cap down, but yeah, very one-sided match in CallMeDaddy's favor, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, CallMeDaddy has an insane amount of improvement, and I knew that they were going to take this, and overall, really impressed by them. But Lunarch, really good show here.
Yeah, absolutely. As time runs out, let's take a look at the leaderboards of this one. 160 kills for Nick, 127 for Sue, 40 another 122 for 40 Nijai, 112, and the first Spellblade on the board comes in at number 5 with only 100 kills there. Only 100, I say, but you notice Spear Dagger, Spear Dagger, Spear Dagger, Spear Dagger, all at the top of the leaderboards for CallMeDaddy. The top defeats of Lunarch is Bravely Razan, unrivaled down here again on those spears. That's why I say spear is so prevalent in EU. It's actually kind of crazy. Again, the usual suspects here once again under damage dealt. Top damage dealt 6.1 million there. Damage taken 2.49 million for Twicky and Locane, Onizuka and Raiden's right there for Lunarch, the top tanks of the lobby. Top 1 for CallMeDaddy was Sue on that Spear Dagger, interestingly enough. Top damage healed in the lobby is Kuruthar. A lot of love for him in the chat. Definitely the best healer in the lobby here. Barely out healing, though. Helusajin over here, and Gabibas, the top 3 in the lobby. Krelsi and Kavath, almost Kavoth, which is the main character, one of my favorite book series right there, running out the top 5. Lunarch's Estrella, the top healer for Lunarch. Daniel, Shock, and NTS rounding out the top 3 for Lunarch. A good fight to both teams, but definitely CallMeDaddy dominance there.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good overall. I mean, it's a tough match to play for Lunarchs, but CallMeDaddy coming out on top, going on to the next round. It's going to be really fun to see how far they go. It'll be really cool to see if they actually get to the finals, and seeing their improvement from T1 is really impressive. So overall, great fights to both, and I'm excited for the next match.
Yeah, absolutely. Good fights to both there, but we do need to keep things moving as EU has a lot of teams and we have a lot of matches that we do need to get through today. Let's take a look at the next one. It is going to be Divided versus Who Asked. Who Asked from the Fortune server, rank 1 in their alliance with Failure, which died recently in Ethereal that was knocked out in round 2. Yeah, and knocked out in round 2. The alliance on the server, we are by far the strongest. Bored Apes are poop, which is also a 4-letter word. And their sieges won. They've won 3 sieges since the T2. I'm not sure how many they won in T1. Chat BDB, Bored Apes where? Hawkeye who? As I think that Bored Apes dodged the entire tournament because they might be losers, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, I think Who Asked really likes Bored Apes, I think. But on the other side, we have Divided, which is from the server Emerald, and they're allied with themselves, NightMova, Sovereign, and Legion. So they are the strongest, and we see Sovereign is really strong guild, so them saying they're the strongest in the alliance makes them really strong. The strongest on their server, Sieges won 90%, is crazy, and the prediction is top 7 to 10, so they have to win this game to be top 10. Now I'm gonna be honest, I am gonna go with who asked for this. I think Who Asked is a really strong guild, and they won against one of the top guilds in this tournament. They've been scrimming a lot, and I think Who Asked will literally show off on this map. So I'm really excited for this match.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that we are waiting for just 2 more people to get in the lobby here as we look ahead to pick ban. I'm curious. So you are favoring Who Asked here. I might too, but Divided could be really strong. I'm not sure. They got a bye against Xmark in the last round because they backed out of the tournament, sadly, due to poor leadership skills on that one. Just not able to keep it together, sadly. So Divided moving forward, a relatively unproven guild on this one. And we look at pick ban. It looks like Who Asked won, choosing pick Divided ban. They banned Morokai, Daigon, Talus, and Azrael. And for the first time for today, we're going to Kawazan.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Kawazan. It's a really fun fight. I mean, there's many ways to come into Kawazan, many different routes to take. So hopefully if the guilds are really strong in level, which I think they are, I think we're going to get a really cool match. Also, I have to say, real quick, they are talking trash about Bored Apes, but they're allied with Failure, and last I checked, they disbanded.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the guilds saying that we are way too far ahead of schedule because we're moving through the matches to it. We are 11 minutes ahead of schedule, guys. 11. Exactly 11. Okay.
Come on, let us go to sleep early, man. Blue's been doing this every single day. Let him get 11 minutes early off, man.
No, bro. It is 2:44 in the afternoon where I'm at now. Okay, all right, we're doing fine. I think that we're doing a very impressive job. The tournament directors have been doing a great job of keeping things moving consistently for EU because there are the most guilds in this tournament. There are a lot of people basically that we're going to be spectating consistently on both sides. It looks like 47 out of 48 on both sides. There's a couple people have crashed here. Let's talk a little bit about Kawazan. If you don't remember, Spid, Kawazan, it's not a very common map. It's you have to go into a little room. There are 2 choke points into the room.
And you have the window plays. I've been doing some windows play, waiting for players to fly in and just knock them out. It's so funny. Or you can block them. You can body block them too. It's pretty funny. But it is a really fun match because you have the underground. You have the 2 different chokes that you can come in from, and there's many ways to enter the room, and you can even like place yourself on top off the map too to do some really cool damage from above. So it will be really interesting to see how they play it out and who's going to get the control first. But it's going to be really hard because again, when you have control in there and you don't make a split push, it's hard to get through because of the chokes. So I'm hoping that Who Asked can make some play here, but I want to kind of take back my prediction because I said Who Asked is going to win, but then I thought they probably got some Failure stragglers into their guild, right? Which takes the level of Who Asked really a lot. I mean, the Failure players doesn't know what they're doing, right? They don't know what they're doing. So I think I might have to go with Divided here if they have Failure players in Who Asked.
All right, Failure placing, I believe, 4th in the Best in Guild T1 tournament, if I remember correctly.
Easy bracket, okay? It was like Messi in the World Cup, like 7 penalties, bro. Like, come on, let's be real. Like Failure, definitely.
That's crazy.
You gave them the easiest matchups, okay? Let's not
okay, they had a really tough run through it here, and it looks like, again, we are just waiting on a couple people that did crash here on the other side here. So we are waiting for one more player to join the lobby before we get started here. I do think that Kawazan is a super back and forth wriststone. I think that Who Asked is definitely favored in this matchup because Divided hasn't gotten a chance to really play yet because everybody that is placed against their guild immediately dodges. Like Xmark, literally just like they just they're like, okay, they're way too strong, we can't fight them. Back out of this fight here, and again Failure and leadership on their part to really come up with the people required at the last minute there. But honestly, Kawazan, somewhere where you can come in from 3 different choke points at the same time. You have 2 chokes. You have 2 of the main chokes for the main room, but really whoever has positioning on the room Typically has advantage spid.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a good positioning, you kind of have to look out though for the flanks, because from the underground, when you come from the below the stairs, it is a very far route to take if you come from the underground. But it is a really good push to come from there, because people are usually not watching the underground. So many ways to push this room, and overall, it is one of my favorite maps. I actually have a video on this too on my YouTube channel where I blasted failure on this map actually. So it's overall a really fun map to play.
And you really don't like failure. So what did they do to you exactly? What's the lore here?
Oh, it's a long lore. I mean, overall, it's just banter for me. You know, it's no fun, you know, kicking a horse when it's dead, but it's disbanded, right? But it was back and forth. We had a siege. They barely won, and then they lost to us, and it was just a lot of like smack talk. You know, can't spell stupid without spid. They had that in their guild title for the recruitment for a while. So overall, just fun banter at the end of the day. But it's fun to mock failure.
Yeah, that is true. You cannot spell stupid without spid. There's actually a song about that. If you want me to play it for you, I can play it again if you want to.
Yeah, play that song. That's actually a banger.
It is technically a banger. I actually don't know where it is. It was in my DMs this morning, but I've lost it. I don't know where the person is.
This morning, they're still sending you it?
Yeah, bro, it's every day.
Crazy. That's
every
crazy.
single day. Wait, no, I do have it. Wait,
oh
no,
my
I
God.
do have it. Yep, there it is.
Let me hear it. Wait, I need to put on the audio.
Here
I need to put on the volume.
My man.
Hey, yo, Spid, maybe throwing at Liberty ain't for you, bruh.
You can't spell stupid without spid, oh no. Falling off the throne while he's losing control. Crying in the chat, blame the lag, blame the ping. Bro, it ain't the server, you just ain't the king. Spid logs in, talking big like a boss. 2 minutes later, first fight he lost. Respawn screen, yeah, that's his home. Throne in Liberty, more like throne alone. Trying to climb ranks, but he's stuck in the dirt. Gank in the open world, insta alert. Unfair fight, man, they 3v1 me, but replay shows he got soloed for free. Claiming the balance is way too broke, but he don't dodge and he don't cloak. Pulls the whole dungeon, screams in despair. Next thing you know, rage quit on air. Nah, I swear the game is just bad, bro. You can't spell stupid without spid, oh no. Falling off the throne while he's losing control. Crying in the chat, blame the lag, blame the ping. Bro, it ain't the server, you just ain't the king. Death after death, drama upload. Clickbait title, this game is a joke. 40-minute rant, talk about the devs. MMOs are dead, nah bro, just your skill set. Always a victim, never his fault. Missed all his shots, must be a bug. Lost PvP, that dude's a cheat. Meanwhile, chat just spam skill as you tweets. Dungeon mechanics, he don't know those. Trying to tank hits in his mage clothes. Blames his guild when he wipes the raid, bro, the only issue is how you play. We need a nurse, or maybe just a tutor. You can't spell stupid without spid, oh no. Falling off the throne while he's losing control. Crying in the chat, blame the lag, blame the ping. Bro, it ain't the server, you just ain't the king. So let me clip that L. Guys, the meta is broken, this build is trash. Devs hate me, I swear, I got nerfed too fast. That archer had aim assist, no way he hit. Chat, I'm not bad, this game is just rigged. One more L, one more rant, one more excuse, one more chance. Spids in the chat like I got scammed. Nah bro, you just got slammed. GG Spid. GG.
That is a W song, Blue. I can't even be mad.
Yeah, I can't even be mad either. I wish people hated me enough to make songs about me. Usually it's just videos.
That is crazy. That's actually a good one too. Is it AI? Is it actually, because they said they had a rapper in their guild?
What do you mean? Is it AI? Of course it's AI, you moron. This is why they say
but they had an artist.
You're never beating these allegations. You cannot like legitimately spell stupid without spid. That is unbelievable. That is crazy, bro. Of course it's AI. There's no way they had a rapper.
No, they had an artist
guild.
in their guild. I remember this. Ain't no way.
Okay, well, we are on Kamazan right now over here. They had an artist, I swear. Both guilds sprinting in toward the Riftstone. It is going to be Who Asked making it into the Riftstone first. We've seen Kamazan many times on NA East. You can see you can pull people against the wall with those chains right there, and then the DPS can actually DPS through the wall right there, through the bars of the jail. Right there, as it looks like Who Asked getting the better of the first engagement. You see down the other hallway, Divided trying to come down this other hallway here, starting to overwhelm the Who Asked members with the rest of their guild, starting to reinforce here. And I think that Who Asked might just have those failure players might be making that difference here, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think they have any failure players because they're playing really good right now, and Divide is trying to push from both sides, which is really good to see on this map. It's so important to make sure that you push. But what I would usually do on this map is you want to send more players, like probably 2/3 of your group or your guild through one choke, and then the rest through the other choke to make a good flank play here. Because again, getting caught in the chokes is really hard, and it's very rough to come through if they're controlling the chokes, which Who Asked is right now. And Divided is just having a really hard time getting through here. So hopefully they can make some plays here, but still a lot of times left. 3 minutes until the point opens. So many things can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see a fair amount of a Black Devil right there in the hallway trying to line of sight people for Who Asked right there. Who Asked certainly doing a great job here of basically blasting through Divided as they try to funnel into this tiny choke point, pulling people back through. It's exactly what you want to do on the side of Divided. You want to pull people that are waiting in a concave for you on the other side of the choke, pull them into the choke, pull them away from that safety, and then try to Cordy spin.
Huge on the other side, Blue. They're making a big push right now from the other side. Divided is taking control of the inside of the zone right now. 2.5 minutes left. If Divided can get a good control here, they can push them out and get the control off the choke. It's going to be massive. This is a huge push from Divided, Blue.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I don't see any kills coming. There's like 1 kill for Divided, 2. There we go. And again, look at one side. Oh my God. There, I was like, man, they all managed to get on the stone. It was a great push to catch them all off balance right there from Who Asked. But they just couldn't get any kills. It's like they're fighting Terminator, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, this is really rough. Making the push was really good. Like I said, like putting 12 players on the other side or 16 players was working for them. But again, not being able to win the fights, the teams in Who Asked is just better. And Ed explains it. One guy in the chat said Who Asked only has 1 failure player. So it makes sense why Who Asked is so strong right now.
That's actually just crazy. How the copium is insane on that. But it looks like Gorad and Wolf for Who Asked are your Cordy spinners, the names to be watching out for. And on the other side of Divided, it's Pump Villain and UI Viper for Divided over there, and they are doing their best as they get a few more kills on the board right there on this push. They've got some brilliant pushes into this into the rift room right here, but with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock, Wolf getting another big spin in the hallway over there. Let's take a look at the leaderboards here. Yep, a little one-sided. Nalita, Kale, Gorad, Expeke. No way, there's no way that's real Expeke, right? He didn't quit League of Legends or anything. The Backdoor God himself. Nyanzo coming in at number 5 right now. The top for Divided is all the way down at number 14 for Stone right there. Damage dealt. Looks like number 3 there for Divided has a few on the leaderboard. Slad, Nuking, and Critzy over here for Divided. But other than that, again, a very dominated match for Who Asked. And again, the healers, Wonderchild, Oko, and Mofit, the top healers of the lobby on behalf of Who Asked, just absolutely putting on a clinic.
Yeah, I mean, Who Asked is doing a really good job just shutting them out. There's a fight happening outside here where Divided is punishing these Who Asked players, but overall struggling with regrouping a little bit. And coming in, like trickling in, is not really good for them. But overall, Who Asked just seems like they have stronger statics, really good at target acquisition. But overall, like I mentioned, Who Asked has actually beaten one of the top guilds in war games several times. So overall, good experience coming in from Who Asked. Good in war games, but Divided making a really good push here, getting some kill feed here. But again, Wolf FR just responding right back again, back and forth kill feed right now. Blue, I think we might get a good push here.
Yeah, and people are saying in chat, they're adamant that this is actually the real Expeke, the Kassadin Backdoor and the Twisted Fate Backdoor God himself. from the early days of League of Legends. I remember, I'm old enough to know that reference, 33 now, old enough to know where he's from. Interestingly enough, we had the manager for Team Liquid playing yesterday in NA West, which was really cool to see. But Expeke, this guy is definitely a gamer. It might just be Expeke, because this guy's been flipped around, pulled in, and he just refuses to stop throwing down skill after skill after skill, just constantly throwing damage down for his guild right now, as it looks like Divided floods onto the stone. Both guilds have initiated a cap on the stone, but it is Who Asked that currently has advantage. Both guilds very, very close now, 15% to 22, with Expeke firing away in the corner, in the back door of the room, if you will, consistently being pulled to the front door, and then he walks right back to the outside of the rift one more time again. But Divided doing a great job of fighting back on this one.
Yeah, I mean, Divided had a really good control. They actually had way more players inside, but they didn't have cap at the start, which actually punished them. But right now, it's really back and forth right now. Divided trying to get control. The match completely changed once the point opened up. But Who Asked still has better control, doing better, controlling around properly. You see that Who Asked has players everywhere on the point, while Divided is slowly trickling in. But Divided trying to come back, but just getting punished right now. I mean, kill feed is going Who Asked way, but I do think Divided can make some really good plays here, Blue.
Yeah, Wolf really struggling down at low health, catches a big heal from his healer right there. He does have spin off cooldown. We'll see if he manages to get into position. That's a good spot for it if he can get the spin down right there. There's the pole going in. I don't see him spinning. He's stunned right now. That's not what he wants, but then the spin comes down. Holy kill feed right there for Wolf in the choke point. Patience is a virtue, and it is a virtue for those that play Cordy crossbow. I'm telling you, the best Cordy spins that I see wait for the opportune moment right there. And I think he went in and again got stunned up, and he was just spamming the button right there to try to get that spin off. Finally did manage to get it off and wipe Divided. Divided gets wiped out of the cap this time. And now is going to be Who Asked taking control, but they had such a good run right there. They showed that they can absolutely come back and potentially win this thing.
Yeah, I mean, Who Asked definitely has better control, but on this map, if Divided can actually get the point and can wipe them, you can get really good control. It's all about getting the full wipe. That's where Divided is struggling right now. They're getting some good kills, and they were able to push them, but they were not able to get that full wipe. And if you don't get the full wipe on this map, it's going to be hard to get really good control. So Who Asked, again, placing themselves, getting ready to hold both chokes here, which is, I mean, it is a way to play this map, but I'm hoping the Divided will use the underground to make a play here, because right now we haven't seen them try to come from the underground, but the underground is a really good spot. It takes a while.
No.
Are they doing it?
Never the underground. The plays, never. We saw Villainous do that against Corrupt. If the guild holds you, because you end up...
No, you want to have a flank, not the full guild. You want to have a flank.
Okay, flank squad is fine. Full guild, no.
No, not full guild. That's the O.
Yeah, if we could get the main room perspective from you, if you could go all the way in toward the stone for us, give us that perspective, because I'm outside right now. Perfect. You guys can see the Who Asked ready and waiting on this side right here. And again, Divided posturing on both sides of the room. Looks like Divided is pushed in on one side. Can they push in on the other? Here comes the flank squad for Divided on the other side. A beautifully coordinated push right here from both or from Divided, and it looks like Who Asked is caught a little bit off balance, but they did manage to wipe the other side of Divided, and now are here for the rest of them spid.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good push. However, they took a little bit too long because everybody on that flank already got wiped out. I mean, from the push, the choke push, they already got wiped out before they could make a push from behind. But overall, getting good control. But again, kill feed is going Who Asked way. I think if they tried that push one more time, but a little better coordination, they can do really good. But overall, I think it seems pretty close right now. Let's see how many players they have. No, Who Asked still has double D numbers on the point. So Divided, good play. They were able to get the point and cap off, but a little bit better coordination execution, and I think they can take this.
Yeah, absolutely. They are doing their absolute best. Divided is skirmishing on the stone right now with only 10 people on the stone, trying to keep it together. Let's take a look at the leaderboard one more time very quickly as we see Gorad. Oh my gosh, a lot of Whoas on this leaderboard right now. Damage dealt. It looks like Slad has managed to keep up right now. Nuking starting to fall down off of that, but the amount healed again all the way down. Lecco, the top healer on Divided. Divided really struggling, but look how many of them they have on the point here, Spid.
Yeah, they have a lot on the point. Divided is, again, the leaderboard shows something completely different, right? It shows a one-way stomp, but Divided is actually making an insane amount of good plays here. They're getting it to the point. They're getting some control, but Whoas is just pushing them back every single time. But the leaderboard does not explain how this match is going. Also, Espeke is playing staff bow. That is kind of refreshing to see, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Doing a great job right there on that loadout for his guild, assuming that is of course the real Expeke. Very, very cool to see all the League of Legends players come out and play a better game, because League sucks, let's just be honest. Amenza doing a solid job on the northwest side of the stone over there, but honestly I think that Divided just thinning out here as they can't keep their health bars very healthy, but they are trickling onto the stone from multiple angles. Pump Villain getting a triple kill right there, and honestly starting to clean. Viper following it up, getting a couple more kills as well. Divided starting to show a little bit of life here.
Yeah, I mean, Divided is doing a good job, but they need to get the point cap. I mean, we haven't seen anybody even try to get the point cap off. And finally, Bootsy is trying to go for the cap, but again, you can make as many plays as you want. You can come from every single choke. You can fly in from the window. You can come from above. But if you don't capture the point, there is no point in trying to win this game. Again, look how they have so many players in here, Blue, but again, nobody's going for the point. If you don't capture the point, there's no way to win.
It absolutely is. Shale Crazy, though, gonna go for it. I think there are a lot of yellow health bars on the point. 30 of them, to be exact, is Divided. Starts to wipe Whoas out of the room. Whoas battling back now. Both guilds with over 30 people in the room right now, as they somehow manage to rally this many people up on the point. Unbelievable right now.
Yeah, I mean, Divided is doing a really good job. Like I said, they were able to finally get the point, and they have 20% contribution, but it's so close. It's so back and forth. But Whoas, the second those Cordy spinners start to spin, they're doing such a good job just cleaning them up. Like, look at that. Instant shutdown. That is just heartbreaking for Divided. I mean, again, they did so good, got so many players on the point. They have a really good spawn camping team stopping them from coming back in, but again, the second Whoas ball starts rolling, it just does not stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Going ballistic right now on the side of Divided, but they do manage to get wiped out as Whoas comes up with the victory on that push, but oh so barely. Divided with just some brilliant pushes. If you want to show us the flank perspective this time, I will show the main room, as it looks like Divided is trying to push down the main hallway now.
Yeah, I'm trying to go see if I can find them, but right now they're all just fighting outside for some reason. There's a massive fight on the respawn. So again, wasting time right here on these 5 or 6 players. There's so many players right here, just keeping them occupied. It's not good, but we're getting a small, now they're finally starting to move, and we're probably going to get a push here. If you can see, the main room is already pushing, while the other flank group is way too slow. It's just not going to work this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Divided trying to pour through, and they're doing a great job of it. 11 minutes on the clock, and they get a big kill feed here as they push to the stone. Can they interact with it? This is actually a lot closer than I think a lot of people thought this was going to be with Whoas over here. Maybe it's that one failure member coming up short for them right now, Spit.
Yeah, I mean, every time Divided makes a push, I mean, it's a 48 versus 47, right? Because of that one failure member. So again, Whoas is doing a really good job trying to push them out, but Divided, again, having good control here. But you see this over and over again. The second they get good control, the Whoas just comes in with insane spin. You have Wolf right here on top of the point, ready to spin, and just cleans up so many players right there. Look at that. Again, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kills from Wolf. He's just waiting, man. He's just waiting. He's just letting them sit there, simmer, you know, and then he's like, hey guys, I'm ready to spin. Give me all the buffs that I need. And then boom, goes in and gets 7 kills. Absolutely mad lad.
Yeah, absolute unit right there. And that's what's contributing to Who Asks victory right now. As Shale Crazy going to go for another cap on the point, but not enough divided here. Even if he does get it off, he gets flipped back there. Not a good sign for him. 10 minutes to go on the clock in this fight. Divided has had moments of brilliance where they're able to pile onto the point, but I think that they just don't have the DPS spid. I just think that like they just can't get any damage down to really make the point happen. And then again, they end up slowly dying over time. They can pour onto the point. They have great engagements as again, Who Asks not doing the best job of controlling the choke points, but like they just, you see they're all in here right now, but like there's no kill feed for them. They're not able to put any damage down.
Yeah, I mean, if I were divided here, I would be do a little better job in coordinating the pushes. Every time they make a push, we see that one push happens, and then 15 seconds the other push comes or the flank push comes, which is not good enough, right? And also, I would try shutting down these Cordy spinners. Cordy is so strong on this map. It's so small, and Wolf, for example, is just waiting, right, and just punishing these players. They need to target these Cordy spinners to try to shut them down when they make these pushes, because I think that can turn the match around.
It absolutely can turn the entire match around, but I'm not sure if Divided's going to be able to pull this one out with 9 minutes left on the clock. It's going to take nothing short of a miracle push. I think that maybe they should try like Guardians early here when Who Asked is not expecting it, and then get control of the room, try to get the cap, try to control the choke points for the rest of time remaining, and see if you can't make something happen, because this trickle spawn thing is clearly just not quite working out for them here.
Yeah, I mean, they need to do a different push. They still have 8 minutes left, but I want them to do a proper coordinated push. Not that one side pushes in and then, you know, half of them die and then the second flank comes in. Want them to push together, target these Cordy spinners. Wolf hasn't died even once, which is absolutely insane. This guy has been going crazy, getting insane amount of kill feed every time Divided gets even close to the point or gets control. Wolf just comes in and spins on them. So if they can shut these spinners down and then make a good push, I think they can change the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Wolf here once again looking for another Cordy spin in the corner over here. Goes for the spin. That was actually not a
there we go. Look at that. Look at that.
I was gonna say he dashed at the very end of the spin right there, but like it didn't look like it was going to be such a great spin. I thought it was going to be really good, and then nobody died. I was like, wait, and then everybody died right at the end. It's like, okay, never mind. We're good on that one. So Who Asks coming up with kill after kill after kill, and Divided really struggling to get any damage down. They can get their members into the room, but sadly just unable to get any DPS down. As you can see them trying to regroup outside right now.
Yeah, it seems like a regroup is happening right now. So let's see. They're doing a proper regroup now. So I'm going to watch the flank, and then you can watch the main room. But I'm actually surprised they still haven't sent a single team through the underground. I wish they put at least one flank team through there, because getting that corner on the right side here off the point is extremely good, extremely well, because nobody actually watches it. So sending one team down would be a play from Divided, but it takes some time, right, to go through all the way around. So hopefully they try it, but still 7 minutes left, so time is ticking.
Yeah, look at that down the main hallway right there. You can see both sides. Again, I think the reason they haven't done it is because they've seen success getting into the room without having to use that back hallway, like you said, or even that window, like you said. The problem is not getting into the room. The problem is, oh my gosh, Gorad goes absolutely ballistic as they dive on them before the push actually happens here. Big spin for him right there. And again, I think that their problem is not necessarily getting into the room each time. The problem is the fact that they get into the room and then they can't come up with any kills.
Yeah, but also when you get into the room, like standing on the chokes are still bad, right? You want to try to get control of the right side. If you look inside the room, the closest to the wall, the big wall, it's such a good spot to stay in, because people don't actually look at you. If you're a staff player, you can stand there. You can just make sure you bomb these players. It's so good to come in. So the main problem is coming inside with your static and positioning yourself correctly inside can make a big difference, especially against these Cordy spinners just waiting for the massive clumps, right? The second they see massive clumps, they just spin on them and the clump just disappears.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly a couple members of chat catching bans for accusing people of cheating, mainly because, again, just because you're losing a match does not mean the enemy side is cheating. It just means that you're just bad in most cases. But I do think that that is an epidemic currently in the community to accuse a lot of people of cheating, mainly because you're just bad at the game and they're just better than you in most cases. Yes, certainly there's always going to be cases of cheating in MMO communities and really games in general, but I'd say that those cases are fewer and far between. But honestly, we've made a mountain out of a molehill, and accusing people of cheating nowadays is just no longer being tolerated. I'm over it at this point. Accept that you are a worse player and try to improve yourself. Divided gonna come around the corner right now and try to make something happen right here in this main hallway, and they are gonna pour onto the point right now as Whoas again just lets them through. A lot of yellow health bars filing through from this left side over here as Vex tries to go for the cap on the point. I'm not sure they're gonna be able to do it though. Under 5 minutes now, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get the point off. I mean, Vex is trying, but it just keeps getting shut down. I mean, Whoas is doing a really good job of controlling CCing properly. We've seen many guilds not being able to CC it properly, but later rounds, in round 3, we've seen many guilds are looking out for these caps, and Divided getting enough numbers, getting enough players, but not getting the point. It's just heartbreaking to see. I was hoping they were able to get the point off, at least make a good push here, but right when it's close to getting the cap off, the Cordy spins comes in and everybody just dies.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Divided still has a lot of people on the point with 4 minutes left to go on the clock here, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to come up with this one now, as again, Whoas looking overwhelmingly dominant in this match so far. They've just had control. They've never relinquished control of this main room here. Who do you think wins between Whoas and CallMeDaddy?
Ooh, that's a close one, but I'm gonna give it to CallMeDaddy just because I just feel like they've been practicing a lot, but it's a really close fight. I think it depends on the map. And it's a best of 3, right? So I think it can go like 1-1, and then on the last final fight is whoever gets the map pick. I think they're that close in skill level.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, don't personally attack people in the chat. Okay, chat PvP is acceptable, but you can talk about guilds and how terrible each of them are. That's fine, but no personal attacks in the chat is a little bit too far on that one. Divided doing their best right now, but with only 14 people on the point, I think that Whoas is going to be moving on in this tournament with only 3 minutes left to go in this lobby. Defeats looking Gorad, very Gorad favored right there. Niltia at 68 kills right there on a Spellblade right there. The first spear coming in at number 4, which is in contrast to what else we saw today. Slad dropping down to at least number 6 on the leaderboard, or 7 on the leaderboard here, with 4.2 million damage dealt. Niltia at 5 million damage dealt, 41.5 million damage healed for Wonder Child right there. Certainly having a great healing match, but there could be some stat padding going on here, Spit.
Yeah, definitely some stat padding going on. I mean, the saddest thing to see here, to be honest, from Divided is that they make good pushes. They come in, but nobody gets the point off. Finally, Bootsy might be able to get the point capped up, but no, he gets stopped right on the 90%. It is really rough to see. I mean, not being able to catch the point and then making great pushes with your guild, it's tough, right? It's tough. But Whoas showing that they are here to play. I'm really happy that we saw Colazon today. You know, a different map, a different strategies going on, but Whoas definitely is showing that they have beaten one of the better guilds in this tournament, and overall, a GG to Divided.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, I am not tolerating it. I warned you once or twice before. Do not try me on this. I have had it up to here with people. Disrespecting in the chat. Obnoxious, just trying to take away from a guild's success by calling them cheaters is unacceptable. I will not tolerate it anymore. You are permanently banned if you do that. I'm just not doing it anymore. I don't care. Divided does their best to try to get on one more camp on the point, but with only 1 minute remaining, I do think it's going to be Whoas taking the mantle on this fight here.
Yeah, I mean, Whoas is definitely taking it home. Divided is going to try a last push probably here, see if they can make a play, but only way to win here is probably fully wipe and have 48 players in. Maybe even then it's going to be pretty close, but again, Divided just cannot get through, getting absolutely punished in the choke, just can't even make it through. And this is what I really like. Usually when you see a guild regroup, you just push into them and just completely destroy their regroup, and that's what Whoas is doing. They're like, hey, 1 minute left, but we don't care. We're not letting you regroup at all. Just fully pushing them in, and Whoas just dominating right now. And overall, really well played from Whoas. I know they've been practicing a lot. They've been doing a lot of scrims. beaten one of the better guilds, and overall, I think they deserve this win.
Yeah, absolutely they do. Who asked coming in with a big win on this one against Divided here. People are asking when Aeon 2 turning when. Honestly, that's a great idea because then people can play and watch from their mobile device. What an absolute genius idea. Maybe we can get an autoplay feature in there too so that they don't actually even have to show up for their matches. Defeats looks like Gorad 159. 83 kills, 81 for Nightelia, right there, 69 for Almansky, Nyrilian at 67 there. Divided's top defeats looks like Dirty Rhino, interestingly enough, on a great sword dagger. What an absolute unit right there. Stone in at 38 kills for Who Asked there as well. I mean, for Divided there as well. The assists, obviously very Who Asked favorite, but the top Divided one is Airtail. Damage dealt looks like Nightelia once again. Slot, as we said before, almost capping over 5 million damage, but 5.9 million for Nightelia right there as the top DPS of the lobby. Damage taken, again, very divided, heavy. Povas, Shale, Crazy, Edward, Thatch, Bunzi, the top tanks of the lobby right there. Coming in on a Gladiator as a top tank is pretty crazy. A Spellblade nuking at the number 6 tank of the lobby. That's not what you want to see. But Who Asked top tank is Requus on that Crusader class. 47.5 million damage healed for Wonder Child. Interestingly enough, if you're gonna pad your stats, we had someone with 120 million damage healed in NA West. So get good, bozo. Clearly NA West is just the best region, guys, with 120 million damage healed here. 35 million for Aaron DLV, Amnesia, and Mofit coming in as the top healers of the lobby. Let's see who the top for Divided was. It is Lecco. Good fights to both teams. I think Divided showed some moments of brilliance there.
Yeah, I mean, Divide definitely had some really great pushes. We saw them come in and just couldn't get control of the point or try to capture the point, but got CC'd over and over again. At one point, they even had more players or more numbers in there, but again, Divided tried their best, but it was like, you're trying your best, but Who Asked plus L plus ratio, right?
Yeah, at plus L plus ratio. Yeah, absolutely right. It's good fights to both teams, but kind of a one-sided match. Once again, that's been the name of the day so far. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think that our luck is going to improve, Spid. If we look ahead to the next match of the day, it is Aura versus Feud Slap. Aura, the best in guild T1 champions, otherwise known as Sin Nova over here. From the conviction server, Dusk and Dawn make up the old Sin Nova squad. Void in at number 3. We saw Void go down earlier today. Rank 1 in their server overall. Best in guild T1 finish. They said again, who counts this? But again, they finished first in that tournament. And their prediction for this one is first or second. They're up against Feud Slap, fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how good Aura is, but I have to say, what a downgrade in name. Aura from Synergy really sounds like a Hello Kitty Adventure Island guild, but they're fighting against Feud Slap from the server Rebellion.
Crazy.
Allied with Vikings on Shrooms, Logia Legacy, and Legend Order. 5th strength on their server. A big T1 finish was out of round 2, but they are in round 3, so that is an improvement. So, you know, PvP more definitely makes you better. Chat PvP is prediction top 50%, which I think they are. And Polish Power from the side. Very nice.
Woo, baby. Yeah, we do love Poland. What a great country that is. Very safe country, interestingly enough. Probably has something to do with their policies, but we won't touch on that here. Let's go ahead and enter here. There we go. Let's take a look. Oh my gosh, let's take a look at pick ban. I don't think, have we seen this map? Actually, I think we have seen this map once already today. I'll let you cover it.
Yeah, we have pick and ban. Aura won and chose to pick, and Feud Slap decided to ban. They banned Chernobog, Leviathan, Manticus, and Molokar, and Aura picked Talus. So we're going to Talus for the day. And actually, talking about Poland, I actually was in Poland a week ago. I had a bachelor party there. So, you know, big up Poland. You know, I always go to Poland. It's nice, it's cheap, and good food, and good clubs.
Wait. You went to Poland for your bachelor party?
No, my friend's bachelor party. He had a bachelor party, so we went to Poland. We had a weekend in Poland.
You're married? That's crazy. Although
no, next year. Next year, I'm getting married next year.
Next year, so Spid gonna be a newlywed up in here. Are you planning on continuing your content creation after you get married?
I'm hoping probably a little less, but when you're married, I mean, I can play, but if there comes like a baby or something, then it's GG, right? It's kind of GG.
No, that's okay. Yeah, no, it is what it is. Like, I get it. I've been working out every day for like 8 weeks, so that at some point I can attract somebody that doesn't have a
drama
penis.
Videos will still be coming. Don't worry. Trust.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can't stop that. Can't stop that.
Yep, gotta do that.
Feud slap. Gotta keep up with it.
Now, Feud slap is. Let's take a look at the match for a second there. Feud Slap is a phenomenally strong guild. They've shown a lot of promise in this tournament so far, and a lot of dominance in their first match against Honorous. Honorous knocked out Crimson, fought Feud Slap in round 2. Feud Slap won pretty convincingly, and now they're up against Aura. Realistically, chances here, Aura is one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, alongside potentially a Hand of Unity, which we saw before. They both did very well in the T1 tournament as well. What do you think Feud Slap's chances actually are here?
Yeah, I mean, Aura definitely was good back in T1 when they were called Sin, but in T2, actually, they've been losing many war games. They've lost a bunch to Hand of Unity. They've lost to Who Asked, we just saw. So they've been losing a lot on T2, so they're not as strong. Yes, they're not as strong as they were in T1, but they are, again, used to wargaming a lot, to do PvP a lot. So they are definitely one of the favorites to go forward, but again, not even close to as strong as they were in T1.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to ensure more diverse gameplay. Count the daggers on the DPS chart. So this is clearly somebody that maybe doesn't understand how dagger works. Dagger is meant to amplify the damage of your already chosen weapons. So like really, if all you want to play is spear, you really pick dagger and then your spear will deal more damage. It is this way for every weapon in the game. Of course, daggers are going to have the highest DPS on the leaderboard. That's the point. They give the primary weapon more damage overall. You absolute goofballs in the chat, you doofuses over here. But of course, yeah, the dagger is meant to deal more damage, but of course there is a trade-off there. You are super squishy, and I can't tell you how many times I've locked onto great sword daggers or spear daggers, and they get 1 shot or 2 shot right away upon moving in. So you're sacrificing a decent amount of tankiness to get that extra damage. But yep, you absolutely do a lot of damage there. It does look like
dagger is, I do think it's a really a little bit overpowered in my opinion. I mean, it's been strong since like day 1, and of course it is a really good secondary weapon because it again gives you so much, right? And you have the sneak ability, right? You have this movement ability, and you have like insane amount of evasion and hit. But overall, I do think they should swap out or change the dagger a little bit, because I would love to see a little bit more different weapon combinations happening in PvP.
Yeah, well, I mean, if your only focus is damage, yeah, obviously the dagger is good, but the weapon combinations in PvP are super diverse. Honestly, I think that almost every class in the game is super viable. You might not necessarily be at the top of the damage charts, but that doesn't mean that you're not contributing. That would be like saying that healers don't contribute to things, right? Or an invocator is a bad class, right? We've seen 1 or 2 of those in the tournament as well. And yeah, there are classes that are not quite as good at large scale PvP, but we see them more pronounced in the arenas. We see them more pronounced in open world, small scale PvP as well. Maybe in that more of a 12v12 format, they're a little bit stronger there as well. So interestingly enough, you know, again, dagger always is going to be doing the most damage, even if they nerf it. I believe that dagger was designed to basically make whatever your primary weapon. It's basically the weapon you choose when you only really want to play one weapon Spid. You just pick the dagger with it, right? That way you can just use more of that weapon.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, dagger is definitely, if you're getting into the game and you want a PvP, I mean, dagger is definitely the way to go. I mean, it just pairs up really good with almost every single weapon. Are we missing? We're missing 1 player for each guild.
Yeah, it does look like we're missing 1 player for each guild. Spid, do you want to explain Talus to us one more time today?
Yeah, so Talus is actually, I haven't seen much of it in this tournament, but probably the most played map in T1 on EU. But you get 2 spawns usually are the ones that are used, as the spawns are really close to the point. So you see a lot of people just zerging on top of the point and just not stopping. So getting control of each side is really important. Respawn's team kind of struggle of controlling the respawns because they have to move all the way back and forth on top of the point. But again, there is some small areas, a little bit of rock, and usually I call it mountainside. You want to get a good control of the mountainside and then get good control of closer to the spawn. But overall, a really fun map. But on this map, it's not too much strategies that you can use. It's usually the strongest guilds win this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at all these wonderful unban requests that I get to deny because they're being idiots over here, as we look like we are 48 over 48 here. Right now, let's take a look at the compositions. We have 19 healers, or 19 wands at least, on the side of Feud Slap right now, and against the 16 on the other side. 19 seems kind of high, right, Spid?
Yeah, 19s, it does seem kind of high, but like I think healers have been complaining a lot since the new changes, but I think it's a good thing. So maybe having the healers probably compensates for the lack of healing after that balance patch. But overall, I do think, I mean, you can never go wrong with extra healers, right? I mean, always need healing.
All right, on there we go. I'm going to spawn in to Talus right now as we see both guilds spawning in right here. Does blue play at a competitive level? Absolutely. And I have absolutely played at a competitive level and shot call for some of the best guilds over on NA East, which was a lot of fun many times, both in T1 and in T2. I also review all of the best guilds sieges for the week every single week, so you're always up to date on what the meta is and how people are looking at things. Now the guilds are about to engage on both sides. Vanblade out in front, that might be the shot caller on Crusader. Looks like he's toying with an engagement. There he goes. Finally, all the buffs have gone in, but his guild is hung up on 2 people, and it looks like Aura's gonna collapse down. Look at that. Oh my gosh, they're getting clobbered, Spid.
Yeah, this was a really good engage from Aura. I mean, Feud Slap just got caught off guard, right? They were trying to come in and they just got both flanked on, but also a really good push. They're trying to get some control here, but it's going to be rough here. Hopefully they start spawning from both sides, but overall the kill feed is looking pretty yellow right now.
Very, very yellow over here as they move across. Oh my gosh. Aura, and again, you said that these guys were weaker. You said that they're not nearly as strong as they were. Every match I have seen Aura play in this tournament has been a bulldozer. Just like we see Hand of Unity on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely 2 big names, 2 big bulldozers from each side, but I do think they have been losing a bunch of war games. I think they're 5. I mean, Hand of Unity have won 5 out of their last 6 games, and then they've been losing to guilds like Who Asked and stuff. So overall, definitely not as strong as T1, but still a massive big hitter, right? Still a top 4 favorite for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Aura rushing across the zone to try to interrupt the respawn on the side of Feud Slap, doing what they can to respawn on their own, picking off 1s and 2s before the fight actually starts. But oh, there we go. Delivering back. If the Aura steps a little bit too far forward with its flankers, Feud Slap punishing them, giving them the slap in the face that they need. Right there, Aura is ready set though, and now they're going to try and engage. Feud Slap trying to kite this one back right now, and honestly, this is going a little bit better than before, but holy kill feed Batman right there. Feud Slap definitely showing some promise before the engage started. You can see just how good Feud Slap actually is at just trying to stay on top of it. They are managing to pick off Aura members. They're getting ready set. They're grouping up together. They are picking off kills here and there, but when the engagement happens, it's like flipping a switch, and you're watching Aura basically just run through them with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Feud Slap definitely is trying their best. They're trying to spawn on each side, seeing if they can try to probably spawn from both sides. We've seen many guilds do that to try to get a little bit of control, to try to split them up. But overall, Aura players just has more experience. You know, they've been doing war games a lot. They've been PvPing a lot. So overall, just showing that they are the better guild. But again, Feud Slap coming this far in the tournament and not trying to do a really good regroup. Hopefully, they can make some play here. And we've seen a lot of things change once the point opens, so maybe in 1.5 minutes when the point opens, we'll see some changes.
Right on. Some people are saying you got kicked from Sin. Is that correct, Spit?
No, I left the guild, and there's actually a full video on why I left Sin, where I farmed Sin in Nebula Island. So definitely check that video out.
So you're saying they didn't forcefully remove you from the guild? There's no
It says,
animosity here at all.
the title is I left the guild. It literally says me leaving.
Yeah, well,
did
I mean,
not
you can
get
title
kicked.
the guild. You can title the
it's
guild.
a screenshot
whatever.
of me leaving the guild.
Yeah,
I
you
did not
can
get
title
kicked.
the video whatever you want.
I think you
at
should
the
do
end of
a
the day.
reaction video to my video after the tournament. It's a pretty good video. You're gonna like it. It's like your type of
Shameless
content.
plug.
It's your type
Okay,
of
got it.
content.
Okay, yeah, we'll think about it on that one. But yeah, you can title the video whatever you want. I can title it, I can title it Blue Squadron's the best player in T2. It doesn't make it the truth. At the end of the day, our head over here doing a great job on this Spellblade, staying in a good position right now. On the side of Aura right now, Aura just mopping up Feud Slap, now starting to split their guild back and forth. 11 seconds before the Riftstone opens. Let's take a look very quickly at the leaderboards. Yeah, Dusk and Dawn dominating Simseer, Clowns, Griffin, Budapinza 31, all doing a great job. Oh my goodness, the first Feud Slap coming in at number 21, Lakora right there. Damage dealt looks like very Dawn Dusk heavy. High Sihina and Rookie Roku, the top DPS of the lobby for Feud Slap. Synthal and Woso, the top damage taken, and the healed over here. Willoway and Tech is the top two healers so far on the side of Dawn and Aura. And then Feud Slap has Magic coming in, trying to hold down the fort, but honestly, there's only so much you can do. The people are dying so fast, there's not even time for heals.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive they were able to get the point out. I mean, that's just explains usually what Aura does is really good at PvPing and killing players, but watching the objective, they're really slow at, right? So being able to get a cap off is really good for Feud Slap. I mean, at least making a little bit of progress, getting the cap off, just showing that making small steps to progress, and hopefully they can make some kind of plays here, but overall, getting the cap off is already a massive W for them.
Yeah, I was gonna say they got the cap. They both guilds have initiated a cap right now, and that's very impressive for Feud Slap. And again, this speaks to Feud Slap actually a very strong guild in this tournament. Again, the coordination here where we see them spawn in, they get ready set, and they're able to pick off. They're able to aggressively pick off the Aura members. They're not just gonna get picked apart and engaged on by one static and die. No, they were able to pick off almost entire statics before the fight started because they overcommitted on things. That speaks volumes to the organization level on the side of Feud Slap, but sadly, I think they are just outclassed in the middle of this fight right now because Aura are just absolute monsters. I think that you may have undersold them a little bit, Spit. All of this to say is that I think that these guys are a lot stronger than I think you gave them credit for before.
No, I always said that they were going to be top 4, but they're not as strong and dominating as T1. If you lose and you keep losing to, for example, Hand of Unity and other guilds, right, in war games or scrims, you're definitely not as strong as you were in T1 where you were completely dominating. So still, they are a top 4 guild or in the top, they're definitely going to the semis and the quarters, but winning the final, I don't think so.
Yeah, Zachariel here, the Giga Chat on that healer. I just shouted him out in chat if you guys want to see the first person POV of Zachariel healing on the side of Aura in this fight. As he said, he definitely wanted to play with his boys today. 95% and climbing. It looks like Aura is absolutely going to take this cap. It looks like in about 2.5 minutes or so on the clock, which is a pretty quick cap on their side. But another cap is initiated on the side of Feud Slap, and they've got one person on the point. They're trying, Spid. You got to give them credit. These guys are spunky.
Yeah, I mean, they're really good at capturing point, and Aura is really bad at, making sure that they're not CCing anybody, they're not stopping them from getting the cap off. So overall, Feud is doing a really good job and catching them off guard here. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, they're really good at fighting on the PvP, getting those damage numbers up and all that, but not always watching objective, and I think that's going to really cost them in the later rounds.
Yo, they're at 51%, bro. Feud Slap low-key gaming as they get absolutely farmed over on the portal over here. They got all the way up to 50%. Now I think their luck is running out here as Feud Slap gets wiped off the point. It does look like that Aura is going to take it, but to get almost to 50% in a position like this is super impressive. I almost want to see him try spawn 2, Spit. Spawn 1 and 3 are being camped by by Aura here, and I think that again, if they spawn at spawn point 2, they might be able to get a solid regroup buff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the really good thing about Riftstone, right? It's objective based. So overall, not always PvP wins. A guild that is dominating the leaderboards is getting a 50% cap off against, which is absolutely insane. So Fuse Lab definitely putting that pressure on Aura, and that's why I said they're not as good as T1. Having a guild, I mean, Fuse Lab, credit where credit is due, has gotten to round 3, but overall, strength-wise, Aura is definitely stronger, but still getting a 50% cap off just shows that Aura is lacking in certain departments.
Yeah, here we go. You see Papa Flex starting to stand up on the corner right there. They're way too clumped up. That's a Cordy spin waiting to happen, and that's exactly what happens. You can see that Cordy spin go off right there. Guys, what are you doing? They lined it up perfectly. Everyone say cheese, and they just get run down. Pure Feud Slap, all standing on top of one another. Just get absolutely cattywampus on that push.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty rough from Fuse Lab, but again, they're trying to come to, you see, once they get pushed from one side, they're coming from the other side, and they're trying to get back to the point. Again, they did get 50% against Aura, so they might be able to catch them off guard again, but they have to definitely play a little bit better, be a little bit more reactive, more faster, but overall, they are getting dominated on the leaderboards, but again, objective based, so I do think they can make maybe some kind of plays here, but overall, it looks like it's going to Aura.
Yeah, the way you say Aura makes it sound like Aura, and if you say their name twice in a row, chat gets really too excited. So we can't really do that. Can't really do that.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, they're called Sin, they're called Dusk, Dawn, Aura. I mean, all of these Hello Kitty names. I don't know which one to use, you know?
Hello Kitty names. You know, I was wondering why. I was like, man, he really went in on Aura there in the guild breakdown. And then in chat goes, yeah, he got kicked from the guild. So
I did not get kicked. I left. Okay, please.
Before they
please
could kick
your
you.
sources.
Before
no,
they
were never
you.
gonna. Actually,
right.
You know what? That's
Yeah.
funny. I left Sin 2 times. I left them back, and they were like, "Please come back," and I came back to the guild, and then I left again. You know, with my, you know, that's how I do it. They want me back, but I'm like,
They're
no,
saying
thank
your
you,
whole
not
static got
interested.
kicked for performance. Is that true?
That is, I mean, you can watch the video. We're clapping them left and right, so I don't know what they're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about, officer.
I would
It's
bet
not mine.
$100. I would bet 20 gifted that we left, and we didn't get kicked for no performance.
Well,
and
see,
nothing.
again, that doesn't mean that you weren't going to get removed.
10 gifted.
That does not mean you weren't going to get removed. Maybe you heard you were going to get removed and you said, screw it, I'm going to leave. That way it looks better.
No, they said it's really sad that you guys left. You know, we wanted you to stay in the guild. I mean, 10 gifted or 20 gifted. You down?
No.
I got the receipts. I got the receipts.
Again, it doesn't matter whether or not you left, Spin. What matters is did they have intent to kick you before
no,
you left?
why would they kick me? Like, overall, we were performing one of the top. We were carrying Sin Bleed left and right. We were the flank team. Overall, dominating always the leaderboard.
I'll ask Zachriel. He seems like a homie guy. I bet Zachriel would know. He'll let me know.
Ask Zachriel. We got the screenshot. All the receipts are on my channel. All of them. I mean, it's a pretty good video.
Okay, all right, sounds good. It does look like that Feud Slap makes it onto the point right now as they juke back and forth trying to get around Aura, but there is no getting around the bulldozer, the steamroller of Aura as they push through, just not even letting them interact with the point anymore. 12 and a half minutes left to go here. Feud Slap certainly looks like they're going to come up short on this one. If we take a look at the leaderboards one more time, let's take a look at damage dealt. Yeah, it's a little rough. Rookie Roku though at the top of the top leaderboard for Feud Slap, 1.6 million, 4.4 though for Kimser right there on that spear dagger. Spellblade coming for Budapenza right there, doing a great job. Clowns coming in. Look at all these spears, holy moly. On this side, 22.5 million for Techies, the top healer of the lobby right now for Aura, just putting on a bit of a clinic here, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, they are dominating their leaderboards. Overall, Feud Slap is, you know, outskilled, but definitely was really cool to see that we're able to get 50% cap off on the start, which shows that Feud Slap definitely came to round 3, not by fluke, but by actually being decent at the game and PvPing their way through. Really impressive overall from Feud Slap. But again, meeting one of the titans in this tournament has been pretty tough for them, but overall, yeah, been a good PvP experience for Feud Slap this time.
Yeah, man, I just think that there's like this contingent of EU guilds that is just a step above the rest. And what you're seeing right here is, again, Feud Swap, a very competitive top-end guild for EU, coming up against somebody that is like Aura. And again, the difference is absolutely colossal. We saw this with Hand of Unity and JustCrits earlier today as well. JustCrits, a super respectable guild, really solid performance, but like you're just facing a wall, right? And so now we're going to see Aura moving on very likely in this round, assuming that this beatdown continues here, and they're gonna fight the winner of Visceral and Reborn, which I think, I'm not sure who that favors. Spit, who do you think that favors there?
I mean, if it was like OG Visceral from early T2, I think they could definitely made a really good fight against Aura. But I think Aura just has way better experience. Again, in my opinion, I do think the lower bracket is easier than the top bracket. The top bracket is full by like Disaster, Hand of Unity. All the top hitters are in there. So again, Aura did get an easy off in the bottom bracket. But it'll be interesting to see when they face CallMeDaddy. I think it'll be the best matchup that they can get before going into the possibly into the finals. But again, you see the fight that's happening right now, how they're just crushing how Aura is crushing Feud. That's basically what's been happening to Aura by Hand of Unity in the last war games on the scrims. It's pretty crazy.
Is that true? The rank 1 guild might get dethroned in this tournament as per Spid. We will see, though. We will see on that, because I'll be honest with you, a lot of people said the same thing about the North American winners, the NA East winners over there. They think that they're going to lose too. Everybody wants to run their mouth, talk all kinds of chat PvP. But at the end of the day, they be struggling. Looks like Feud Swap has gotten ready, set up on the spawn, and then spawned in and just ran straight ahead. But they're just all clumped up. What are you? Oh, no. Man, Feud Swap. And again, this is the difference between these top end guilds and the middle tier guilds, or the competitive guilds. They all just stacked up for even 1 second, and then boom, double Cordy spin. The whole guild is dead. You cannot all stand on that one area right there. They all stopped to hit the same person. And when that happens, you all just die. You have got to keep moving. You have got to run through the fight. Otherwise, you end up all stacked up, and the Cordy spins just go to town.
Yeah, I mean, the Cordy spin is pretty deadly, especially when people know how to use them. And we saw it in the last match, right? The guy was just going crazy, getting 4, 5, 6, 7 kills. Absolutely insane. So Feud Swap definitely have to do a better job spreading out. And right now, they should be spawning from both sides. Again, you can see the point is free to capture. I mean, there's nobody, watching it. You have one team, one spawn camp team that is trying to stop them. But overall, they need to do a better job and coming from both sides, and hopefully trying to get the point back up. I mean, they did get a point earlier, so they do have the ability to do it, but again, it is pretty rough right now.
Yeah, Feud Swap trying to group on the other side and fight Aura on this low ground here. I'll tell you what, Spit, if Aura goes on to win this tournament, the amount of chat PvP you are going to get is going to be a little crazy. Luigi jumping into the middle of everybody right there. And trying to get a spin down. It looked like it was Luigi spinning right there, although it should be Alti and Amoglu for Aura, and Keesless and New for Feud Swap as the Cordy spinners. Although we've seen a few Cordy spinners, basically, well, they're not Cordy spinners, they're just crossbow SNS. It is worse. It's Cordy at home, but it does work.
Yeah, I mean, at home, okay, that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, overall, it's a good learning experience from Feud Swap. At the end of the day, the reality is once Aura loses in this tournament, they're going to disband. So overall, it's still a W for Feud Swap.
Well, then the strategy is just not to lose. Then they just don't lose then. Is the play.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna happen like it's a failure 2.0. Have you seen the way it happens? Usually, the guild that I talk smack on ends up disbanding. It's like the same story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But see, here's the thing. You talked smack on them in the T1 tournament. They got 4th in the tournament out of 54 guilds. They out
and disbanded.
And if I remember correctly, they actually outplaced all of your guilds in your alliance. They literally beat all of them. And then we're a strong guild on EU up until the start of this tournament. And then right at the start of this tournament, that's when they disbanded. So like, you can't just say like, you can't like wait like 6 months and then be like, I'm right. That's like saying, I know about how the meta is, being completely wrong, but then eventually a patch happens and you happen to be right. And then you're like, yeah, see, I was right all along.
Yeah,
honestly,
that's how we do it, right?
You are a content creator. I'll give you that. That's crazy, bro.
That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. It's gonna be how I made Sin change their name to Aura. Part 2 coming soon, guys. Don't worry.
Oh my god, bro. They're actually chat PvPing you in the lobby. I can see them talking about you in their guild chats right now. It's a little obnoxious because you can see the box pop up over their head there. Night 31 pushing forward right now. Not much to do for frontline tanks and Aura in this match with only 5.5 minutes left to go. I actually think that the next match of the day could be one of our closest, the Visceral versus Reborn matchup. Could be
I think that's going to
close.
be a really good match, to be honest. Hopefully it's going to be a really fun map to watch too, but again, both guilds are really strong. They came so far in this tournament. Oh, and again, Feud gets the cap off. That is actually really impressive, Blue. I mean, they've been getting dominated. Look on the leaderboards, but getting percentage up again just shows that even though Aura is good at getting those kills, they don't always watch objective, and I think that's gonna haunt them really hard going forward in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I think they let off the gas pedal a little bit here, but you are absolutely right. It does show gaps in the armor here on the side of Aura to allow the cap to open up on the point like this. And again, it shows resiliency from Feud Slap to be able to get their front line through and actually manage to get that cap down against the guild as dominant as Aura. Clowns 31 getting another massive kill feed right there. Holy moly. How do you even keep up with that kind of killing right there? Klaus on the outside of the fight as well. And again, Aura just perfectly positioned in this fight. Not a single time have I really seen them slip up, except for, again, Feud Slap did get 2 caps down. And there's been moments of brilliance, but credit where credit's due to Feud Slap's shot caller here. They've regrouped up on the point. They've tried different spawns. They've tried different engagements. Sadly, I think for them, I do think that Aura has better gear, has better statics, has better players, and has better just overall just gameplay than Feud Slap does. Because again, you see all of Feud Slap have these moments of brilliance where they spawn in, they get Aura, the jump on Aura, and then they all clump up on one choke because they all stop to hit one target, and boom, it's a double Cordy spin. So definitely some stuff to improve on the side of Feud Slap, although I do think that they can get there.
Yeah, they can definitely get there. And again, this is a rough map to play on. Again, like usually the stronger gear, like gear-wise and skill-wise, usually wins here. There's not too much strategy to use on this map, so you know, bad pick for them. But overall, coming to round 3 in this tournament is absolutely a W, right? I mean, as a guild, you know, Feud Slap going out here is no shame in that. But overall, you know, coming all the way to this, you know, to even play in the tournament and getting to round 3, I mean, many guilds, you know, like you saw Fruiced earlier go out, but Feud Slap staying in here and fighting their best. Overall, a W thing from Feud Slap.
Yeah, Feud Slap coming all the way to the 3rd round of the tournament. I think had a great showing here. Under 3 minutes to go though, and it looks like pretty dire for them. Is that I don't think they do not have a cap running currently, and there's very little hope that they're going to get one running as they're just being portal camped right now. I think that they need to try to spawn. No way.
Oh,
as
another
I
cap.
Say that. No
like,
way. As I say that, they get another cap down with 11
that's what I'm
Aura
saying.
members.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really tough here, man. I mean, if Aura is really lacking. I mean, they had 7 players around 2 players, and the 2 players were able to get the cap off. It just shows that they're not CCing them, not stopping them correctly, right? So it's gonna hurt them. If you face a good guild and you make mistakes like this, it's gonna hurt you really bad. So again, I don't think there are a lot of new players in Aura from the old Sin from T1. A lot of changes, not as good as they used to be, but I think it's gonna hurt them going forward in the semis and in the finals.
Yeah, chat says respect to all the guilds that actually showed up and participated and fought, and I gotta say, That is 100% the most based thing I've heard a chatter say the entire tournament. I have tried to be relatively quiet about it, but I'll be honest with you. The amount of guilds dodging or just not able to keep their guild together long enough, or just thinking that, oh, well, I don't think that we have a chance of winning that match, so we're just not going to show up for it or whatever, or pulling out of the tournament last minute, has been a little overwhelming across all 3 regions. So to every single guild that actually showed up, fought the good fight, that is what PvP is all about. You can't always win. It's not always about winning. It's about showing up and trying to have a good time with your boys, in spite of the fact that you very likely will lose. And like, not every fight I go into are we going to win. Very few of them are we going to win, because we're fighting an uphill battle. I'm not a part of one of the top end guilds in North America anymore. Like, that's just how it is, but you still show up and fight the good fight for the boys regardless. 1 minute left on the clock. Feud seems like they may have had enough. Maybe they might try one more spawn. I'm trying to check back and forth between all of the spawns. There they go. Oh, there's a couple of them spawning in right now. But yeah, no, I have massive respect for everybody. There they go. One more time. They say one more push for the boys. Feud actually managing to stay spread out on this one, but Orca collapsing down from all sides. 30 seconds left on the clock. Omuglu gets a big spin in the middle of the fight somewhere, and they're in all of that carnage. Altsy in the middle of everyone as well, and Aura's gonna go ahead and clean them up. But you know what, Feud Slam throwing out those GGs. They had a good time with it today.
Yeah, I mean, overall, a good GG, like you said. It's really nice to see these guilds come out and play. I mean, many people did not sign up, but these guilds coming out and showing that they want to PvP, they want to have fun, is being really good. So, Feud Slap, a big W to you guys. You guys came out here, tried your last push, and you were able to get a cap, 50% cap against Aura.
Yeah, very impressive. Certainly a lot better than a guild that had the rules for the entire tournament changed because they were idiots and changed all of the names in their guild to Asian character names, only to back out of the tournament at the last minute, the moment that you actually have to go and fight any guild. Certainly better than any guild that would have done something like that. But you know what? Who's counting? 183 kills on the side of Kimseer, 31, Clowns 31, Griffin 31, all at the top. 172, 151 as well right there. 113 kills for Dicey, all with spear daggers in their hands. Let's scroll down, look at Feud Slap, Roki Roku, Lycora, Cubix, Heisey Hina, and they're the top defeats for them. Assists, Avi Budapenza 31 on that Spellblade, coming in at 342 assists. Very impressive there. 9.1 million damage, I think might be the highest of the whole tournament for Kimseer on this one. Some of you are saying I'm saying it wrong. Is it Simseer? Is it Kimseer? Who knows?
It's Simseer.
It's Simseer. Okay, well then he should spell it with an S, because that's how we do things in English. That's what I'm saying. That's how we do things in English, yeah, if you want me to say it that way. 9.1 for Kimseer for 9.1 million damage done. Bupenza 7.7 there. And again on that Spellblade. Let's take a look at Feud Slap, Roki Roku. Man, I have a trouble with that one. 3.3 million for Feud Slap right there. Coming in, damage taken 2.5 million for Van Blade. Good fights to him. Best tank in the lobby. 2.5 million for Shezzy, Wants You, and Synthol. Feud Slap certainly showed up and tried their best here, but Aura is just a little bit too strong. Where are the... There we go. Dusk right there. Complex. The top damage taken for him. 44 million damage for Techies. Willow Way. And then Zachriel in at number 3 or there. 35.3 million. Certainly one of the best healers in the tournament. He is streaming right now. We did give him a shout out before, Zachriel TTV, guys, if you're interested in that. I'm Steven 31 at 34.4 million. Who's the top healer for Feud Slap? Magic, Wants You, Reeboks, and Slonju. Slithel doing his best as well. Definitely one-sided, but I'll be honest with you, made me want to join Feud Slap. I think that they looked really competitive in that match. Their ability to group up, and like, it's so easy as a guild spin to get on the back foot and then just immediately concede everything. They would group up. Aura would have one static overextend, and they would be able to pick off 1s and 2s before the fight start, because their DPS, no matter how hard they were getting turboed, their DPS were never afraid to step forward and put down damage where they could. It just shows resiliency out of their guild. They also tried a lot of different strategy. They got a few caps down. I thought they did a great job overall.
Yeah, I mean, Feud did a really good job overall. I mean, getting a 50% cap is absolutely insane. So overall, a good performance by them. I mean, coming up, I mean, they did better. They showed off that they got to round 3 is absolutely insane. But Aura, I was not. I think Aura is going to struggle going forward. I mean, if they cannot protect their cap when they're pushing all the way up, it's not a good sign for a top guild. So it's going to be interesting to see how the semis and the finals go for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at one of the instant replays from that last match. There were a few, but this is one where Feud all clumps up on this corner, and you can see Papa over here doing his best, but look at how clumped they are, and Aura sees it, and immediately look at the collapse down. They all get caught. Look at the Cordy spins go crazy. On behalf of Aura, unbelievably good engagement right there. It does not get better than that, but that is why Aura is making a stomp through the bottom bracket of this tournament. I expect them to go very, very far in the tournament. Good fights to both teams, though. Let's take a look at our final match of the day, which should be an absolute certified banger. Visceral from the Obsidian server, country of origin, China. We love China. In America, we spell China with a Y in a lot of cases because that's how our president says it for some reason. Visceral, rank 3 in their alliance with Hand of Unity, Unleash, and Greed, who is no longer with us. Alliance strength on the server is 3rd. Their best in guild T1 finish they got. They were out in the 3rd round. Ironically, they lost to your favorite guild there, Spid. Failure. And their prediction now is top 8 for this one.
Yeah. Oh wow, they lost to failure. Oh, that's a yikes. But yeah, on the other side we have Reborn on the server Rebellion. They're allied with Orca, White, Sue Generis, and Feud. So overall, again, a good. I mean, we've seen a bunch of these guilds in the tournament. So I don't know how strong Reborn will be, but they're the strongest on in their alliance. On the server, and their big T1 finish was last round 3 to tournament winners. So again, they are on round 3, and if Reborn loses here, it means Visceral are the tournament winners, right? The chat PvPs, we already tried disbanding once, just didn't work. So again, they tried to hit the disband button, but the game was like, ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? You guys need to play the tournament.
Yep, it is what it is. Take a look at the versus screen for our last match of today. It is Visceral versus Reborn. This should be a certified banger, like I said. We'll talk about composition here in a second, but first let's look at pick ban. Visceral won the coin toss. They chose to pick. No surprise there, as that's what a lot of guilds choose to do, although we do see some people choosing ban. Ironically enough, Reborn getting to ban here. A Dentist, Kamazan, Malakar, and Leviathan are wiped off the table. The choice on the side of Visceral, we're gonna keep it safe. We're going home to Azrael, Spit.
Yeah, going home to Azrael. But actually, I think we've seen the closest games happen on Azrael, especially on EU. Like, some of the Azrael games have been absolutely insane. We've seen 40 players versus 40 on top of those, inside of those zones. So overall, I think we might get another close match on Azrael.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. This composition is very close. 7 to 9 spears, 18 to 17 wands, 4 to 3 crossbows, 19 to 16 bows, 4 to 3 on staffs, 16 to 19 on SNS, and then daggers 12 to 14. It's very close across the board. The compositions almost have never been closer before, as the lobby is ready to go for our final match of the day here. It does look like that Reborn will be in the red, and we will have Visceral in the yellow on Azrael for what could be our closest match. What I'm hoping is our closest match, a certified banger for our last one of the day here. As we move over toward the stone, we'll see which guild decides to posture in first. I have not seen them. Oh, they're all gonna spawn in. They all spawn on the exact same points, and it's an all-out bloodbath. Back and forth. Selfish with 8 kills out of the gate. Trippy following it up with another double kill right there. Finally, we see Visceral starting to get their first kills on the board, but a lot of their members went down so fast right there, Spid.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane from Selfish. I mean, his Cordy speed absolutely went crazy. But again, they're trying to slowly get control. You can see some members from Visceral's already trying to run through the choke. It's first man to the choke. But we've seen a lot of guilds get punished. But if they get to the choke first, usually the train just comes in from behind, like Reborn will be doing here, and wipe them off. But I think this is a really close back and forth. We see right now Visceral is taking some control, but Reborn is coming back really strong. strong. So, oh my god, look at the numbers of Reborn. They're coming in. It is gonna be a bloodbath.
Get out of the choke point, Visceral. What are you doing? They stopped. It looked like they kited their way to the choke point almost perfectly right there. And most of them understood they had to get through, but there are at least 15 members that basically just stood on the stairs, I think intentionally, to try to block Reborn from going up, but you're not blocking them. You're just making yourself a really big target. The kill feed is very back and forth. If we take a look at the defeats very quickly, Reborn on top. A lot of Reborn fans in the chat. Visceral, though, keep managing to keep up here. You look at the damage dealt. Visceral blew the 12th right here. My man. I like blue too. Rank 1 on Visceral right there, doing the most damage. Visceral again, and Reborn neck and neck on basically everything here. But Reborn starting to win out in that healing early on right now. But both guilds with a presence on the stone here. Yes, we are in fact in for a banger for our last match of the day here.
I mean, I am happy right now because back and forth now is going to be insane when the point opens up. We've seen this so many times on this map. It is teeth to teeth, and especially in the two guilds who are so equal in strength. The back and forth is just going absolutely insane. I think we're going to get, I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth even on the point. I think we're going to see at least 3 captures, hopefully, on top of the point. So I don't think I want to be the first one capturing the point here, Blue.
I do want to be the first one capturing the point, because then again, I think it's easier to hold the point than it is to recap it. You run the risk of not being able to get a cap down. You get stalled for minutes at a time, and there's so much that can go wrong here as Visceral controls this choke once again, doing a great job here of wiping out most of Reborn as they've grouped up just outside here. Somebody earlier, a chatter, I forgot to address this, asked if I eat before the matches or after for the day. Usually it is after, especially for EU. I definitely eat after for EU, mainly because, well, I have to be up early in the morning to help make sure that the production and everything is going to go well, and I just don't have time to eat. That is the props of running 3 global tournaments for over 6,000 people. You end up working over 90-hour work weeks. So, like, sometimes you just forget to eat there, Spin.
Yeah, sometimes you forget to eat. I mean, I had a really good dinner. I told you earlier, I'm ready, had the proteins, had the carbs ready to cast this tournament. It's been good, but hopefully we're going to see a good match here. And overall, I just think Reborn is just waiting right now, just waiting for the countdown, waiting for the point. And now they're making a push. They're making a push from the other flank, and they're pushing through the main choke. And overall, they're getting an insane amount of kills here. It's going a lot of back and forth here. Now it's a standstill, but what is happening? No kills?
That is crazy. There we go. The first kill of the fight comes through. It's actually a pretty good flank on the side of Reborn right there. But honestly, and again, they make it onto the stone. That's not their problem here, though. The problem is they're getting out skirmished by the healers in Visceral right now, as Captain Jackie standing in the middle of everyone on this healer, again keeping everyone around them healthy. 30 seconds to go before the stone starts. Let's go ahead and take a look quickly at the leaderboards. It's very back and forth, guys. Look how close that leaderboard actually is. Defeats Visceral on top now. Reborn getting pushed down on the damage dealt right now as they've started to take control. Reborn, more damage taken, amount healed, super back and forth, and this is the tab that actually matters, as sometimes, yeah, we're seeing some snowballing happen. The leaderboards could go back and forth, but the healing is usually what stands the test of time. Whoever's healers are performing better usually ends up winning the match, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, healing is extremely important, especially after the balancing changes. Being able to heal is really good. But right now, we see Reborn actually get the first cap off. But Visceral has almost double the number. So, again, if Visceral can get the cap off here, they're going to get insane amount of contribution. But Reborn is slowly coming in. But we see some people flying from above. Blue, I don't know if that's the play right now.
Yeah, well, maybe not so much yet. There we go. I was trying to get the caught emote in the chat, but, I screwed it up like 3 times. Yeah, no, I don't see too many people. Ones and twos. That's not necessarily the end of the world. If 1 or 2 people are spawning up there, it's not necessarily the end of the world. Both guilds have now initiated a cap here, and we have Reborn trying to battle it back, but they've only got 5% on the stone right now. 35 members from Visceral standing tall and working together on the point here. Pretty much both guilds are spawning at the lower spawn. I am seeing maybe 1, maybe 2 people from the upper spawn, but for the most part, both guilds are much higher level than we saw in the previous match with Meinastrin. Meinastrin Meinastrin really struggling to understand you cannot spawn at that higher spawn like that. But they still ended up coming up with the win. So W Meinastrin on that one, but they made it look a lot closer than it probably should have been. This one, I think both guilds seem to understand you have to be spawning at the low end or at the lower spawn points here if you want to make something happen here. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Visceral is able to regroup consistently right now, as it looks like their healers are just doing a better job, just ever so slightly, than Reborns are, of making sure their DPS stay alive on this stone long enough to get some kills down. It looks like Reborn gets knocked off the point as Visceral caps over 52% and climbing convincingly now.
Yeah, I mean, Visceral did a really good job of controlling the point. Reborn is trying their best, trying to come in, but they're just losing numbers. But in my opinion, it's not the end of the world if they don't get the cap here. As long as they can regroup, we've seen many times, even though one guild is dominating at the start, the longer you go into Azrael on the map, the other guilds, usually the weaker guilds, usually get stronger and better at regrouping and getting into the point. So hopefully Reborn can do that, and getting the cap off after Visceral can be and lead to the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a bow dagger over here for Sasso style. Kite around the outside of the fight, not something we see very often in the metagame, but certainly something we've seen a few times, especially in EU. It's definitely a lot more popular in the EU scene. I don't see it as frequently on the others right there, but Sasso style, you see him kiting around the side of the fight over here, doing what he can, but it looks like 88% in climbing for Visceral. Reborn seems to have pulled completely off. It's almost like they're letting them have it, Spid. I think they might be trying your strategy, maybe let them have it right now, and then we come back and try to reverse cap this thing. But now they're struggling to even get through a choke point right now. They're just getting farmed in the choke as they backed off a little bit too far. That shouldn't be too much of a problem though. They have plenty of time to try to regroup, try a multi-pronged push, get onto the stone. Reborn has shown that they are absolutely able to regroup, push from multiple perspectives at once, or push from multiple vantage points at once, and really get a solid push going here. So they're grouped up outside now as they regroup now, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, they're regrouping right now and see if they can make some flanks happening, hopefully. But again, regrouping is really solid here. We saw early on when they regrouped and made a push, they did really good job. They actually pushed out Visceral and were able to get some control here. And it's going to be incredibly important. Again, it's 16 minutes left, so it's a lot of time still. So hopefully, if they can make some good plays here, they can get the vantage point back. But it's going to be incredibly important to actually get the point cap off here. But Visceral positioning itself correctly now. They're waiting for the push. They're coming in through the choke soon. It seems like they're going to do a double push here. I mean, they have players, I think it's half and half split. You have to update my video link I posted for you, but overall Reborn is getting ready. They're taking their time though, being patient, waiting off. If I was Visceral here, I would probably try to catch them off guard here. And we see there's a party from Visceral, a spawn capping party that's trying to get the back line of one of the flanks. But overall, the push seems to be happening right now. Both guilds are clashing each other. The flank from the small choke was a little slow, but overall a really good push. But Visceral is just dominating the kill feed right now. They're just getting a lot of kills. We see some kills from Reborn right now, but overall Visceral just had a really good position. We're able to punish them and we're able to control both chokes. But again, we get a cap off though. We get a cap off from Reborn, which is huge. So now they have to push in with enough players.
Yep, signs of life on the side of Reborn here, and that's ultimately what matters, because you're going to pull all of Visceral back to the stone. They can't necessarily control that choke point if they have to defend the cap itself, and this is what's really important right here. That push was really solid on the side of Reborn. They tried to come in from both sides. They did not get very many kills though, and that's what's starting to get me a little worried for the longevity in this match, is that I just don't see them. The healers on the side, if we take a look at the leaderboard, I expect to see Visceral, yeah, leading in the healer. Arthur right here, Haya, Spirit. Look at most of this leaderboard right now for Visceral as healing. It's just absolutely going ballistic. Obviously now they're starting to pull ahead in damage and then kills, but Selfish doing a great job of getting kills on the side of Reborn there as well. So both guilds still neck and neck here, but certainly Visceral starting to get that upper hand. They do initiate a cap right now, and they're at 13% and falling though, with 34 people on the point for Visceral and only 20 for Reborn.
Yeah, I mean, Reborn is struggling right now. What Reborn needs to do is they do come into the point, but they just stop at the start and try to get killed. If Reborn can do a little better job of pushing deeper into the point, it can make Visceral a little disorganized, right? But if you're just stopping right inside of the choke, Visceral knows where to hit you, right? So I hope Reborn can actually make some good pushes here, but go a little bit deeper into the point. I think that can change some things around. But overall, they need to make some kind of plays here, but because they are getting absolutely punished right now. And now they're in the choke. Oh my goodness, they just got they got 8. Oh my god, that was brutal.
That's a little rough
there.
Yeah, Reborn really struggling to regroup into this low ground here. And again, this is a lot. I guess it's just because Visceral has gotten their stride now, and Reborn is really struggling to fight them out here, as it does look like they do pick up a few stragglers out here, as a couple of parties trying to harass them, and they're not having any of it. Sabi gets really low, but catches a heal from his healer right there on this SNS spear, which is something we're seeing a lot more frequently. That counter barrier popped right there as he runs in wolf form. That's my favorite morph right there. That wonderful Arctic looking wolf is super sick. It's my go-to pretty much all the time. Looks like they're going to try yet another two-pronged engagement right here. And again, Visceral is going to be ready for this. This has happened to them a few times right now. As here we go. Here comes Reborn's flank in from the left side. The main choke is still waiting to engage. You got to have the flankers go first. Actually, that's the majority of the guild coming from that flank right there. Actually, a great job. Good audible right there for Reborn. Is Visceral thought that was only going to be a flank squad. It's the majority of the guild, but Blue 12 picking up all of those kills right there. It's just going absolutely huge for Visceral right now.
Yeah, that was an absolute massacre. I mean, they made a good push, but overall the kill feed just goes Visceral's way every single time. And not only that, we have this team from Visceral, Kimtaro's team, who's doing a really good job. Every time they do a flank push, this one team just waits in the back, and the second they start flank pushing, they flank the flankers, which is really impressive. They are able to pick up so many players, and the Reborn just get caught off guard. I'm hoping to see runes push from Reborn. Hopefully they regroup on the runes and try to make some kind of play from there, because right now they still have time. There's still 12 minutes left. It's ticking down, but overall, like we said, runes area is a really good place to use as a pre-push. Not when you're already fighting on the point, but as a pre-push is a good place to position yourself. You can fly down on each of the sides and get a good flank on, or you can try to reel them in the stairs and make a choke happen. But right now they're just struggling. Visceral is doing a good job controlling the choke, and I don't know if Reborn can get through here, Blue.
Yeah, Guaxi, thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate you if we could get a shout out for Guaxi right there. Thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate we're in the middle of our final match of the day for EU, and Reborn is trying to shove their way through this choke point with very few flankers this time. They're just going to try to weasel through it, and that is not how it goes. Normally, you see a lot more pulls coming in for Reborn, but I think their front line is starting to lose a little bit of faith, a little bit of hope right now on their side right here. Absolute tragedy for Reborn on the regroup or on the push right there.
Yeah, I mean, it is, again, pretty rough. I mean, they are able to get through the choke, and they're able to make some flank pushes, but overall, Visceral is just so good at fighting with their teams. They know when to call out the Devos. That you see, usually when you see them fight, you don't see any of the Visceral players even die on the first 10 or 15 seconds, and then you see a couple or 2-3 of them die eventually. But overall, they just have much better control. Their skill level is definitely higher, and Reborn overall is just struggling. And I think Visceral also adapted to Reborn's Reborn much better than Reborn has adapted to Visceral throughout this fight. So overall, Visceral has a really good control. But again, I'm hoping Reborn would make a push from runes, try something different, because right now the same thing over and over again is just not working. And this one team from Visceral, Kimtaro's team, it just they're just keeping like 12 players busy alone, just completely ruining the ring group over and over again. It's pretty rough. I mean, they have a whole guild right here, but like this one team is just, controlling everything. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, Zekilua waiting here on the side of Visceral, just out of line of sight, so that it makes it harder for those ranged DPS classes to hit him before the engage actually goes down here, as he waits for them to come in. There's Einstavel, steps up right there, and he reveals himself on the corner. He is going to go down right away. Big knock-up right at the start. Another knock-up comes through, and that does allow Reborn to come through this choke. Interestingly enough, they are going to manage to squeak through this one this time, but man, they just can't find the kills in in their favor. 9 minutes on the clock. This one was close at the start, but Visceral is showing perfect choke control. Perfect point control. They've got their statics disrupting regroups. They're handling two-prong engagements. They're handling the choke. They're handling the point itself. These guys are playing on point today.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing on point. And hey, Reborn has to shut down Blue. Blue is absolutely insane. Every time they make a push, he's patient, he's waiting. The second he sees they're grouped up, he just spins up there. Like, Blue is absolutely shredding them with the Cordy. So overall, I mean, Reborn, they have to do better. They have to target better, and they have to play together with their parties. They're not winning. The problem is when they engage, right? They have a really good engagement, but they're not getting any kills. Visceral is getting all the kills. It's like 10 kills every time Reborn is able to get 1 kill, right? And they're just getting blasted by this one alone spawn ganking team. He's just keeping them busy. It's just there's no coordination.
Yeah, honestly, Blue and Clark on the side of Visceral, the Cordy crossbows that we've been seeing do a lot of work. Selfish and Soda Lemon doing what they can for Reborn. Here comes Blue in with another Cordy spin right there. And Clark, the other Cordy on the side of Visceral, just both of them putting in the work in this fight right now. Every time Reborn tries to push in, they just get absolutely spun on right there. Just no one locking down those Cordies like they probably should. And honestly, they just run rampant. The Cordies should not have that much impact on the fight, but I think that is ultimately the reason that they are running. Initially, we were not seeing as many kill feeds for the Cordies on the side of Visceral, but now that the fight is kind of dragged on a little bit, we're consistently seeing Clark and Blue be the difference on every single push for Visceral here. They need to feud those targets and lock them down. Basically, right as the fight starts or as the engagement begins, you're just constantly CCing them, flipping them, pulling them, whatever you have to do to keep them from spinning. Honestly, ideally killing them, but yeah, there's still this static out here trying to interrupt the regroup from Reborn. But I'll be honest with you though, not doing a super great job. They're just gonna die for free. Yeah, they all just die for free. Not gonna really disrupt anything right now. But when the engage actually happens though, that static is doing a great job of basically interrupting the regroups, like the trickle regroups of Reborn as they try to regroup to the stone. If anything were to bad to happen, if anything bad were to happen to Visceral, they would immediately be on top of it. That's like the fail-safe static out there to make sure that even if Visceral does somehow lose the engagement, like Reborn tries right now. And again, big kill feed for them, and then another spin. Blue with another 6-kill Cordy spin right there. And I'm telling you, those moments of brilliance for Reborn are just interrupted with these crazy spins on repeat spin.
Yeah, I mean, Blue is just disgusting at this point. I mean, nobody's stopping him too. Like, you see him every single time you make a push, his name is the first one that pops up. You should be targeting him, you should be shutting him down, or at least CCing him. I mean, this is really tough for Reborn. And again, that static just punishing all these players. They just have really good control. I think we talked about this early round when I was casting. It's like Visceral overall on the way they played, they just look really good. They have good spawn control, they have good choke control, and overall they know what they're doing. They know what everybody's jobs is. And at the start, they did get caught off guard by Reborn, but they adapted so quickly. So Visceral is definitely a really strong guild going into it. And I think if they can get lucky and get the map that they want, they can do really good. But Reborn did get a cap off here, but can they get enough players? No, they're just getting instantly shut down. Look at that kill feed. Grizzly just going absolutely insane. Resist just doing, oh my goodness, Blue, this is not looking good for Reborn.
Yeah, Reborn in a lot of trouble. They do get the cap off though, which is good, but only 15 people managing to trickle their way onto the point because Blue, once again, another kill feed. Every time Reborn gets any sort of advantage on the point, they get any sort of kill feed, any sort of progress whatsoever. They're just being spun to their death right now. I've not seen Cordies be quite this effective here. As you see, Uwu, I believe that's what this guy's name is, Uwu here on this Crusader, doing their best out in front, trying to tank for their team. Quillity moving up and through on this healer. That's not where you want to stand there, buddy. Yeah, that is the kill box right now. You need to get out of that little narrow choke point because you end up blocking the choke for everybody else. else moving in on this one too. So just kind of a tough situation to be in if you're Reborn. They are running out of time on this one, sadly. I do think that Visceral is the stronger guild. At least they certainly have the stronger strategy, and they definitely have the stronger Cordies.
Yeah, they definitely have the stronger Cordies and overall strategy and a better spawn camping team. And right now, Reborn, it's just a Zoop's POV every time I check them. I mean, everybody's just dying. It's just graveyard POV. It's really, really tough out here for Reborn. And Visceral is doing a good job. They're here. I mean, they got to round 3 for a reason, right? Visceral was really strong in T1 too. And it seems like they're still strong going into this tournament. So again, I think this is I mean, they're facing Aura next, aren't they? So it's going to be a really tough matchup for them, but overall pleasantly surprised by Visceral, but again, they need to get a little bit better, as same as we saw with Aura. They're not really good at stopping the point capture. We've seen many guilds today who have been really good at stopping point captures, like Disaster did a good job. Hand of Unity did a really good job not letting anybody cap the point, but I've seen a lot of like good guilds struggle with CCing and having good coordination on stopping these point captures.
Yeah, absolutely. As they just keep trying to pour onto the point with 3 minutes left to go, it does look like that Reborn. They're fighting for it now. They are pushing hard now, as you see a lot more red health bars come in. Where was this before? But where it's only a matter of time before you see one of the Cordies come in. You see blue in the middle of everyone right there. I'm just waiting for his Cordy spin to come off cooldown right now, and they are all stacked up. There's the pull in right there. We'll see if he tries to get one off right now, as the camera goes a little crazy on this one. Reborn starting to get wiped off now, oh my goodness, Jav gets a massive directive. A lot of kills right there as well, and Reborn Visceral doesn't even need the Cordy spin. There's Clark cleaning up the remainder, but Visceral, I think, just the stronger guild here.
Yeah, I mean, again, a really good try from Reborn. They actually had more players inside at one time, but again, it was actually insane because you see Visceral getting all these kills and Reborn getting no kills at all, but Reborn still having enough players or more players than Visceral. So again, they're really good at coming back in, using the correct spawn points, but overall, Visceral is just stronger, right? They're playing good with their static. Shock Collar is really good. They have the right comp. The spawn camping team is punishing the players coming back in. So overall, Visceral has just shown off and show that they're much stronger, and Reborn definitely, when you get to round 3, you're gonna end up meeting tough opponents, and Visceral is definitely one of the toughest opponents in this tournament.
Yes, they actually are. No question on this one, as we consistently see Visceral on top of this match. Time has run out. Reborn's going to try to push through this choke one more time, but they are just not going to make it. Blue standing in the middle gets frozen there for a second, but is going to manage to get this Cordy spin off. There it goes right there. Well, that was Clark's Cordy spin. Now we're still waiting on Blue's right now, but honestly waiting till the last moment. But Reborn managing to get the cap off on the point, but it is too little too late. No way they have enough time to flip it around. It will be Visceral in the final match of the day, taking home the victory against Reborn. Definitely one of our closer matches of the day, and that just means that, again, if all of the matches today, or most of them, were one-sided, that means next week's matches, or I'm sorry, Friday's matches, are going to be insane. Remember, guys, we're going to be adding a day to the roster for EU. I'm sure that Lucy will put out an announcement about that in the coming day or so. We're going to have a Tuesday roster as well, where we're going to have to run the semifinals and progress the bracket through to get to the third place match, so that we can do the third place and the grand finals on the same day, which will be on the Friday of next coming week here. But what does look like that Reborn's tournament hopes have come to a close right now versus Visceral, although they put on a great showing here, didn't they, Spin?
Yeah.
Directive with 63 kills. Blue the 12th with 60 kills on that Cordy. Asian character name 56 right there on the spear dagger, crossbow dagger. Hiton number 4 right there, and Javiscu number 5. Let's see, the top for Reborn was Selfish. That is one of the Cordy spinners on the side of Reborn. So is Okoma. Right? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Okoma is a great sword dagger user. Interestingly enough, we look over at the damage dealt. Again, it's Blue the 12th, Selfish, and again, Phazon coming in as well on that Spellblade. Exactly what you might expect. Spellblade always typically very high on the leaderboards. Damage taken, a healer at the top, Shayro, followed by 3 Crusaders, Danes, Aron Babe, Esper O, and then Tempo on a Spear Dagger right there. And then the top tank for Visceral ends up being a Great Sword Dagger, Asa Darion, which I believe was in that static that was fighting outside on the respawn the whole time, so probably just in the thick of it basically the whole time. That's why he's got a lot of damage dealt, or I mean damage taken rather. Amount healed 35.5 million for Arthur, Haya, Spirit, Okudar, and Amkizi, rounding out the top 5. Okudar the top 1 for Reborn there. A Tokshis, Gemel, Shayro, and Yoiso. Your efforts were not in vain, but they just weren't enough to help your guild win today. Reborn is knocked out and is Visceral moving on in this one, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, again, great showing for Visceral. I mean, Reborn came in, they tried their best. They were like, hey, we're gonna try, we're gonna fight. We came to round 3, we're here to fight, but Reborn was not born again, unfortunately, and Visceral is definitely taking it to the next round, and we're gonna get a really good round for round 4. Or is it, what is it? Is it quarters next?
Yeah, next round is quarterfinals. It's best of 3 format for the first time in EU. We will not see best of 1 format anymore. This is the only tournament that is like this. NA West and NA East are double elimination, but aren't best of 3 until the 3rd place in the finals match. EU is a single elimination because of how many guilds were in the tournament, but ended up they wanted best of 3 quarterfinals. That's just an extra day of work for me. I said screw it, the EU boys and girls are absolutely worth it. I love that community over there, so I said, well, let's do it. So we're running the best of 3 quarterfinals. It's just one extra day. What's it gonna matter at the end of the day? Now I want to give a special shout out to the tournament director. If everyone could say hi to Lucy and Multirix and note in the chat helping keep chat in order today, because there was some disorderlies in chat, and then keeping the tournament running as well. They did such a great job today. Thank you so much, guys. I couldn't do it without you. Another big shout out WAGS's in chat, because without AGS, guys, we would not have a tournament here. I am doing this for free. I am not getting paid to do this, aside from obviously ad revenue and subscribers. That's about it. There is no sponsor for the tournament myself, but again, I cannot front the prize pool for the tournament for all 3 regions. There is no way I could do that. I just don't have it. Don't have it in me. So the only reason that this tournament is happening is because AGS put up 1.3 million Lucent worldwide. And I said, okay, then I will put forth the effort to make sure that this community event goes off, because I know how important it is for everybody and how cool it is, because it's the first time in MMO history we've ever seen a large scale tournament like this. And I think that people are really enjoying it, and I'm hoping that we get to do it more in the future as well, both in Throne of Liberty and out of Throne of Liberty. We might try it as well. I'm playing around with that idea. So WAGS is there. And then the special drops, guys, remember there are special unique drops starting this week. So hopefully you guys got those today. Make sure you claim those. And then next week we get a unique title in game. Squadron Commander, for just watching the finals or just tuning in on Twitch and watching those finals. So make sure you guys tune in for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. And now finally for my boy Spid. Thanks so much for showing up and casting today. I love your rage bait. Is 10 out of 10, brother.
Thank you. You know, learn from the best, right, Blue? I mean, closest to rage. I think you're a good second to rage bait. I'm not gonna lie. But again, it's always a blast to be here watching you know, play out, and the chat PvP is all fun and games. So overall, good performance today. Is always fun casting with you, Blue. So yeah, and a big shout out to AGS too for sponsoring. If I won the millions of Lucent, I know what I would buy. It's a Cordial crossbow. It's a Cordy crossbow.
True. Very impactful weapon that is. I'll rage bait real quick. You want me to do this? I'm gonna set him off. God, okay, North America is so much better than EU. These dogs that play on this region are crazy. Oh my God, you're all welcome.
You guys gonna take that?
Yeah,
you guys gonna take that? Oh my God, L Blue.
Yeah, all I'm saying.
I didn't see a tornado today, and I saw tornadoes in America. That's all I'm saying. I saw a bunch of tornadoes in America.
I understand. We're stupid. I get it. Now, I
Yeah,
will say
okay,
that EU,
yeah.
that being said, EU, super competitive region. Very, very competitive. I don't know, honestly, who would win between NA East and EU, but I do know that
Come
NA West is
on.
definitely the strongest of anybody, so it doesn't really matter. What is what it is. Now, what are you going to do?
Bro,
What are you
EU
gonna do?
could win with like 30 players versus 48. Like it's not
Yeah.
even like a contest. We can say I would send Meinastrin against the best guild in NA. Okay, easy on
Yeah.
Azrael without
Okay, buddy.
knowing where to spawn from. Easy. Okay,
All right,
EU
well-
obviously.
Yeah, okay, all right. I want to thank everybody for coming out to watch the tournament, as it means a lot to me. As I've put in, I and a lot of people have put in a lot of work to make this tournament run. Just tireless, countless hours. Yeah, thank you for the birthday wishes, guys. I really appreciate you. I'm gonna go spend the rest of the day with Basil and love my boy. We might go see the new Mission Impossible. Who knows? I love you guys so much. I'll catch you tomorrow for NA East, guys. Have a great rest of the night.